Hello everyone, my name is Jeremy Heiler. I'm the Creative Director for PhotoBiz, and I want to welcome you to PhotoBiz's MasterClass for 2023. We're really excited to talk about all the opportunities you have with building our platform, but most importantly, we want to welcome all our guests who aren't clients already with PhotoBiz. This is going to talk about trends for SEO, for social media, and just website in general for photographers, and what you should focus on for this year and into the future. We think this is important and valuable information that you could take with you into your own business. But we want to show you also how you can utilize that business with the PhotoBiz platform today as well. So we're really excited to showcase this information with you. We think this type of education should be free and available for everyone. And we know a lot of people don't have access to that type of material, so we're giving it to you for free. And we're doing it all in one day today. In the past, we've done it in multiple day segments, breaking it up through marketing, SEO, and just other business related things when it comes to website and just general. But today we're going to do it all in one. I think that over the last few years we've done this. This will be our third year. We're very excited about it. In those 2 years, we've served thousands of photographers. We're really excited to be able to host more information for you and more education in the future. Please let us know what you think about today's program so we can make better content for the future and for 2024's Masterclass. So let's jump right on in and see what type of education we got today. Really excited to showcase a lot of this information. You're going to see my face a lot, but you're also going to see a lot of faces that you might be familiar with or some voices that you might have heard of before. So I'm really excited to have the education team to be a part of this today. So let's dive right on in.
Hello everyone, and thank you for joining us for this masterclass on the role of websites for photographers today and tomorrow. We're going to focus on, how the world has changed online and what photographers must do to stay relevant and focus on obtaining customers using the most powerful sales tool you have. That's your website. So we're going to talk about how social media plays into that and how search engines can play into that, but how can you utilize your website not just being a portfolio, but in being a full-on powerful sales tool. A little bit about me before we get started so you know where I'm coming from, how long I've been working in this industry. So I've been the creative director for PhotoBiz for 8 years. I've been a freelance video director and producer for 18. I love telling stories. So my entire life, I was introduced to web design at a very young age. So I've seen it all. My goal today is to talk about merging your work, your passion with online storytelling, marketing, and sales. Because at the end of the day, we're trying to create an engaging story to sell your services. So a little bit about me. I'm married with 2 kids. I love movies, comics history, and I'm always happy to help others problem solve. So that's my goal. I'm trying to help you figure out how you can find a solution to a problem you may be having. So a little bit, let's just get it out of the way. The history of the web. For photographers, a website is a place for you to showcase your work and book jobs based on your portfolio. It's been that way for more than 25 years, and this was acceptable. When people come to your website, the first thing they're going to be interacting with is seeing your work. That'll be the number one thing for a photographer. For the longest time, that's basically all you needed, was just to be a gallery. Showcase your work, get a contact form on there, done, right? What this accomplished, it used to be a primary way of just showing images and slideshows and a few words, and it gave people the ability to reach out to you via phone, email, or contact form. So that was basically the essential idea. It was very, very simple. And this could have been what a website looked like 25 years ago. When we're looking at things like from 1995, 96, this is the Space Jam website. It still exists to this day, but this is a perfect example of what websites used to kind of exist like. It was just kind of just a hub of ideas that you could go anywhere and find what you needed to. Very, very simple. Not much in terms of a sales funnel, but it got you to where you needed to go. It was all you needed. A website was pretty basic. Some people still try to design a website like this today, essentially with new design, but using the same principles. But a lot has changed in the last 20 years, particularly in the rise of social media and mobile devices. This allows for increased reach, the ability to connect with friend circles, the mobility factor. Now your phone is a computer, so your site better work like one. And competition. Now you can see how others adapt and grow. It used to be a little bit more siloed. You didn't know what your competitors were doing unless you were actively searching for it. Now it's all out there on the internet and visible for everyone to see. This meant change. So things evolved from HTML to Flash, and Flash sites are no more. Flash-based websites aren't visible on mobile devices. About right when the iPad came out, Steve Jobs literally killed Flash websites in his press conference when he released the iPad, saying that he wasn't going to have it anymore. So that's why everything had to kind of go back into a new format called HTML5, and it's evolved over time since then. That also meant words mattered more. You can no longer wait for a customer to show up based on just basic SEO strategies. So something that might have worked 20 years ago, 10 years ago, even 5 years ago is constantly being modified and changed. Those strategies that worked a decade ago might actually be harming you right now. So you have to think about what you're going to do to pivot to make your strategies better. And promoting yourself evolved. Besides word of mouth, you had options like yellow pages and traditional print marketing to get your name out there. And then you'd use business cards and hopefully you'd get someone, right? But things have really changed. Now with social media, now you're able to have a page and then you're able to have businesses interact with one another. You're able to be a literal soapbox for your business at any time you want to versus having to pay for that. And also download speeds matter. Internet speeds have increased time and time over the last few years. Now mobile access and search is more critical than ever. The saying goes, if someone can't load your website in about 3 seconds, they're moving on. Think about how quick social media is, how quickly people interact with the content that's on there. Same thing can be applied to your website. So if your website is slow at loading, this could also be a detriment to your business. So the website evolution, things became more data-driven than ever. Branding, engagement, SEO, likes, audience, algorithms, these words have become more common language over the last 12 years. You have to learn the language or suffer from being outdated. I always find it funny when my kids know what the word algorithm means. They're about 7, 8 years old, but this is stuff that's being talked about. People understand how things are evolving and changing just based on your personal interests. So this is also happening to everyone else out in the world. So you have to think about how websites and how web data is evolving. Websites have become so much more than a portfolio. They are now a complete sales tool. So you have to think about it. Beforehand, you might just be able to have a single image and then some text and maybe just a contact form. Now it has to be a living brochure. This is the present we live in. That means your online presence needs a website for showcasing your work and selling your services. So now you can go a little bit more deep into there. You can have your website online. You can then showcase through a gallery, but you also can now think about getting a booking or an investment page directly on your website. People can look at the products that you sell, see the services that you render, and actually book directly through that, through like a calendar or a form that you might dedicate to that page. You're making it a stronger sales tool and a stronger sales funnel at the end of the day. Social media, you are able to show what it's like and be existing and relevant to those customers. So now you're able to interact in different ways. You're able to go on Instagram, show the behind the scenes, what it's like to work with you, able to show what a customer receives. You're able to show what the entire experience is like, something you would have not been able to do 10 years ago. Business profiles. Now you're able to attract customers via search and location. Instead of just typing in keywords, now you're able to utilize Google's own business profile system to be able to get out there and basically put a pinpoint where you're located at faster than before so people can find you that's more relevant in total searches. And digital strategies. Now you're able to compete through ads, Facebook ads, digital ads, you name it. Those types of strategies are now available, and you can also streamline these other platforms for hopefully getting some viral marketing out there and also positioning yourself by showing those behind the scenes pieces. Those digital strategies that are being implemented now humanize the brand to make you more relevant to the users to that platform. So if you're using TikTok, make your videos look like TikToks. If you're using Instagram, follow those trends that people seem to be doing. Follow where it goes. And you do all this so you can sleep better. That's the idea. We want to make sure that we're able to do this type of stuff, have your website functional, but all the other strategies are in place so you can sleep. Because I've had photographers ask me many times, that's great, but when do I actually get to sleep? It can be very difficult to find how to do all these strategies and actually find time for yourself and rest. It's kind of hard to unplug once we're plugged in, but to be relevant today, you got to have these pieces put together so you don't get lost. Next comes the process of building a website. when you're choosing a website, the first thing you want to do is choose something that's fast and easy. You're a photographer. You do not have time to sit around and wait for money to just come in. You do not have time to wait for people to just show up. You do not have time to build a website. So let's go ahead and do it for you. So choose a template. A template makes it fast and easy to build a great website. All you have to do is load in your content and move on. You do not have to sit and wait. Just get in there, remove the placeholders, add your own content, put in your own logo, put in your own words, and get going. And these types of things that you want to look for when you're looking for a template or any type of website builder in general, you want to find something that has features like fast loading speeds. So you want to make sure your website is always going to be optimized for search that way. Google is looking at these things a lot more definitely these days versus maybe 10 years ago. So you want to make sure your website loads fast. Again, that 3-second window, that's all you have till someone's going to start complaining, trying to refresh, and maybe walking away. You're also going to want to make sure it's mobile responsive. When we're looking at mobile response websites, we're talking about something that looks good on a phone or tablet. Primarily a phone, though. More people are using those devices these days to search for websites. Over 80% of people are, in fact, using their devices to do purchases, searches, or maybe coming to conclusions before they actually make the final purchases on a desktop. So this is something you want to make sure that your website is ready to do and easily, so you're not having to do it multiple times. If you're able to design your website without actually making a mobile version, the better you are. And you want to make sure it's easy to build. You want to make sure you're using a website builder that can make it simple, and that way you can just drag and drop things whenever you want, modify colors, add your pictures, and that's it. Get online. The other thing you're going to be looking at is how beautiful is it? Can you make sure that it looks modern? Does it look like something that's 2023, 2024, 2025? You want to make sure all these things look modern and beautiful enough and relevant for your customers. And the big thing is making sure that you have your most up-to-date photographs involved as well. And is it reliable? When it comes to hosting, some people think, hey, the cheapest route is best. But the cheapest route gives you cheap results. So you need to think you're working with something that's going to be reliable. When you're working with someone like us, with PhotoBiz, we've been around for 19 years. We've had a 99.98% uptime during those 19 years. That means we're reliable. Our security, our hosting is always going to be streamlined to make sure that you're found and visible anytime possible. And security. Security is becoming more and more relevant as time goes on. As we deal with spam, bots, artificial intelligence, you name it, things like this are going to become more problematic as future gets on there. So you need to make sure you have those security tools and features in place on your website so you're not being scammed or being harmful to even your users. So don't get lost in finding a template based on your photography style. I think that's something that a lot of photographers get stuck on is I don't see a template that looks like me, or they don't have something that represents my style. Well, here's the best thing about a template builder. It's a template. If you like the layout of this menu, if you like the way these colors look, your photographs are going to enhance that template. It's not the other way around. So you have to think about it that way. A template can transform to fit your needs. So let's take a look at this. Right here is 4 different designs with the same photography, but you can see it's laid out differently. We have one that is using a floating menu style, one that is using the top menu style, one's using a more compact style, and then one is using a left menu style. They all can be transferable into anything you want. So think of a template as a shell of how you want to cradle your work at the end of the day and how you want it to make it look. Then you can modify the colors, the layouts, all those options later down the line. It's about making sure that it represents your brand the best. And it doesn't matter if this started out as a wedding one or a newborn one. Everything can be transferable into any style that you like. So how do you choose? When we're looking at templates, you want to look at logo and menu placement. View where they are located when they are selecting a design. So if it's at the top or bottom, or if the logo is on the left side or right side or directly in the middle, these are the types of things you want to look at when you're selecting a template. So when you're looking at the template library, select one that makes most sense for you. And then simple layouts. Less is more. Don't overcomplicate your design. You want to make it easy for your users. If it's hard for you to find information, it's probably going to be hard for them to find information. So keeping it streamlined, very nuts and bolts, having multiple pages instead of one long page does a lot of work to actually help streamline how easy to make it is for your customers. and think like your client. What are you looking for when you come to a website? Is it easy to navigate? Think about your overall experience. If it's harder for you, it's probably going to be hard for them as well. And don't overthink it. Just start building your site and change it as you go. You can always change and grow things. Nothing is permanent with a website. It's all digital content. So, oh man, I don't really like how this looks. Guess what? Change it. That's all you got to do. You can make those changes quickly. It's not set in stone. It's not paper. So, next thing you want to do is plan your pages. A website with a plan is focused on your true goal. So, what is your true goal? That's the question. What is your true goal? I'll give people a few seconds to think about it. What is your true goal with having a business? What is your true goal with having a website? What is your true goal with social media? What are you trying to do? The answer better be to get customers and make money. If you're not doing that, then yeah, it's a hobby at that point, right? You're just doing it for fun. But if everyone's here serious today, they're all trying to get money. We're all trying to make money. We're all trying to build our business up. We want to be profitable. We want to be able to have our homes and everything, right? We want to grow our business from pleasure to actually being a business. So you are trying to attract customers and make money. So how do you make money? Ask yourself, what do my customers need to see to buy or get in touch? Then you know what pages to make. Restaurants, they need to get customers to make money. Yoga studios, they need to fill up classes to make money. Public speakers, they have a blog. Public speakers, they book events, make money, and photographers, they can create sessions, sell products, and overall make money. So that's what you need to think about when you're building your website. So how do you do this? Photographers' goals. Get clients to contact you and book your services. Render those services is what you're going to do next. You're going to take those photos. Then you're going to sell products, either digital or physical ones. You're going to satisfy your client. And then the next step is hopefully they give you a review, a referral, and repeat. Because at the end of the day, we want them to be a repeat customer in the future, hopefully. So this is what the goals of a photographer are. You want to get those clients, do the service, sell the products, satisfy them, and repeat. Where to focus when you're starting, though? Here are some quick tips when you want to start but don't know where to apply your energy. Start with the basics. Your home, about, and contact pages. These are the most visited pages on any website. These are what we call our core pages. You can do everything you need with 3 to 7 pages total on a website. That's it, really. It's kind of crazy when you think about it, but when you think about it, you need a home, about, contact, a gallery, multiple galleries maybe, and then you can put an investment page and a blog, and that's all you really need to structure a website together to sell. One is better than none. It's okay to start with a single page on a website, but again, you want to grow it out there and make more pages to make it easier for you people to find content. 3 is picking your pictures. People shop with their eyes, so show your business at its best. You're a photographer. You better be putting your best work out there. Make sure it's all visible at all times. And here we go. Our brains process images 60,000 times faster than reading text. So you want to make sure you have engaging photos that are going to relate to customers right away and get them to want to purchase from you. So images, how to use them. When you're putting together these pages, you want to think about using images by picking 5 to 10 images to represent your core look. And it needs to be your most up-to-date content in general. So you might have some favorites, but make sure they are looking their best. You don't need any more than that really to represent when it comes to figuring out what type of photographer you are. Only use your great and recent photos, nothing that's too small or pixelated. Some people will find something through their phone and throw it up there. I don't want to see that. I want to see your best stuff out of your camera. Or they might pick out something from 10 years ago. A lot of things have changed and things can look very dated very quickly on the internet. Bigger is better. Especially for banners when it comes to anything like that. When you're using a hero banner shot, you want to make sure it looks its best. So always make sure you upload your biggest image you possibly can. And no more than 30 images per gallery or 10 images per info page. So, anything like a service page or an investment page. You don't need to go crazy with images. As a photographer, I know we can get caught up and think every photo is our baby, but we want to show off our best babies, right? So when it comes together, if I can't figure out that you're the right photographer for me in 30 images on a gallery, then we need to figure out what's the problem. I can usually figure out if this person I'm going to hire within about 10 images anyway. So make sure you're always showcasing your best, most up to date. And your website should only show your best work, so change it often. How easy is that? So if you need to, every 6 months, just kind of go through your pages. Is there new photos that you think are worth putting up there and other ones that are worth taking down? Just do it. Words. You're going to need them. Very important. Photographers do not like this one, but you're going to need words on your website. So when you're writing, you need words for SEO and humans. So when we're talking about SEO, that is that search engine optimization, that is that artificial intelligence that is written by Google and other search engine algorithms that are going through websites looking for what they think is worth to showcase so you can rank better. So things you're going to want to do is some tactics that are no longer represented as like keyword stuffing and stuff like that. Those are considered taboo and not relevant anymore, and actually can hurt you when you're trying to be found on Google. What you want to do is start writing organic speech. So write like how you would for humans. Write how you would talk to someone. This is really what Google's looking for, because crazy enough, its artificial intelligence wants to be more human, so it wants to understand human speech patterns and how people write better, which means it's going to think people think this is interesting and show it to more people. So you need to do that in order to be found on search engines. So don't just put in where you're located at. My name is, Jane Doe Studios in Greensboro, North Carolina. I like doing wedding photography. I do wedding photography in Greensboro, North Carolina because I've been a photographer for 10 years. Those 10 years of being a Greensboro, you can see how that sounds repetitive. It sounds like a directory. Google actually does not like this, so do not do that. Write organic. You can talk about how you are a 10 years PPA certified photographer in the Greensboro area doing wedding photography, and talk about your passions. You'd like to be able to capture those moments that people don't see. You want to be able to show that hint of a smile, the first time a groom might be seeing his bride, the touch of the hand, you name it. Those are the little moments that people resonate with, and Google's going to see that too. If you're pin shy, ask a friend to hire a pro. Sometimes you can't do it all by yourself. It's okay to reach out for someone to look at it. Also, there's some free writing tools out there now. You can always use Google Docs and Grammarly and things like that to actually take a look and make sure that you're writing clearly and simply enough. And that goes to the next thing, writing simply and clearly. Just get to the point. Be straight and forward. If you want to know, any pages, always make sure you have the who, what, when, and where, and why about you. Those are always going to help make sure that your information is clear and where you're located. And shoot for about 350 words per page. I know that sounds like a lot, but you can break it up with some images and some other ways, design-wise, to really make it look good on the page instead of daunting. And make it skimmable. With important info in the headlines, you want to make those things stick out like sore thumbs at the end of the day. You want to make sure that people are able to read the stuff, get straight to the bullet points, and move on. And always spell check. Again, when I'm looking at tools like Grammarly, it's a really great tool to be able to make sure that you sound your best online. And I think there's supposed to be an image here that shows cases what 350 words looks like. So here we go. This is what 350 words looks like on a page in different designs. You can see it's laid out differently. So you can either do one more concentrated like this, or one that's broken up with little bullet points that kind of show off with imagery underneath it. So it's really up to you on how you want to design it. 5, sell and get your customers. Provide a way for visitors to buy, book, and get in touch with you online. So it's goal time again. Do you remember what your goal is? Better remember it. We just talked about it a few minutes ago. It's to make money. Now it's time to give people ways to buy stuff, contact you, and book your services, and other ways to get paid. So let's hook it up. We want to add a contact form so visitors can get in touch. So your website should have a contact form. Set up a store to sell products, digital downloads, any type of digital product that you might have. Maybe you sell, PDFs, guides, presets, anything like that. Even some education. It's a great way to use digital downloads as well. Or even memberships. You can set it up as things so you can get recurring membership fees. And create order forms to take customers' orders and collect those payments. So you can customize it, make contracts and things like that. Or you could just let customers schedule time with you directly on those pages. So great for creating investment pages, letting people to book you right away. Another thing that people run into is, should I share pricing on my website? So we did a poll in 2020 and found more than 70% of our photographers said they put pricing on their website. You don't have to list all your prices, but you can start with a starting fee or a session price, and then it can be hidden behind a wall or when you meet them in person after the consultation. Just let them know, like, hey, it starts with me $250 to take those photos, but then the products and everything else after that, there's fees for individual items. So, using call to actions. These are things that you want to add to your website that basically say, click me. So when we're looking at buttons or anything that might drive attention, this is what they want to do. These buttons are going to lead customers to a conversion destination. So we're trying to drive them into our sales funnel. And don't be afraid to ask for what you want. If you want them to book with you, just say book me or book today. Don't be afraid of being direct in the call to action. And make your contact info easy to find. You should have a contact page. You should make sure that's easy and listable. No matter what, we want to make sure people can touch base with you at all times. You can put a form on each page if you want to, just so people know to get in contact with you. And that leads to the next point. You shouldn't have any dead ends at any page. The reason why we talk about that, you get to the bottom of the page and there's nothing to do. What are they going to do? They might leave. So you're the director of your website. You get to play Steven Spielberg. You get to go in there and figure out who and where they need to go. So if you want this customer to go to this direction, give them a button. If you have an image you want them to go to see a gallery, you can have that image clickable. Just drive them where you want to go to next. If you want them to be able to leave messages, have a form there. Always give them something to do. No dead end at any page. Congratulations, you built the website. I'm so proud of you. You're going to launch it. You're going to start getting customers, and but we're not done yet. No, we're not done. There's still plenty of things to do. We're just getting started. So let's dive a little bit deeper with brand consistency, core pages, and page flow. So what is brand consistency? Brand consistency is a business ability to maintain consistent looks and feels across all communications. So it's making sure that you look the same on your website, through your Facebook pages, through your Instagram, through any other channel that you have. There's a constant, consistent look through all communications. That means even how you talk to customers and how your things are written. So everything's going to have a consistent pattern that feels like you. And that's what we're wanting to create, the more you. So this includes things like our logo and graphics used for businesses to identify design, fonts, and colors, brand tone of voice. So, how do you talk to customers? How does it sound? Is it warm or is it cold? You got to think about these types of things when you're communicating with people. Language on the website itself, social media and other channels. How are you expressing your tone through there? And values that the company represents to the end user. As brands become more humanized, they want to know, how do you feel about things? And this is how you represent your business, when you're working with customers and how you want to connect with them. They're looking at those human connection points. So some commonalities that we're looking at when we're looking at things that comes with branding. We're looking at recognizability. So let's look at our big ones over here. We're thinking about the swoosh, the arches, the apple. When we look at these logos, the distinguishability, they stand out on their own. You see that check, it's Nike. You see those arches, it's McDonald's. You see that Apple logo, that's Apple. And it's easy to understand. We understand what their big messages is. Nike's, just do it. McDonald's, I'm loving it. Apple, think different. And those values, what are they instilling from that brand recognition? Do what you can, believe in yourself, is what Nike is really trying to say. McDonald's, treat yourself. Enjoy. And for Apple, pursue your dreams. So let's take a look at a bunch of photography logos. What do they say to you? We're looking at one for Hannah Martin, Whitman, Starlight Studios, Angelina Diaz. So when I'm looking at these logos, what are the first things I'm looking at? Is this going to be what type of photographers when you see it? When I see Hannah, is it going to represent like a commercial feel, or is this going to be a baby photographer? Whitman, is this going to be a family photographer? Starlight, is this representing a wedding photographer? And Angelina Diaz, what type of photography is this? Is this going to be newborns, or is this going to be something that goes into seniors? These are the type of things that people recognize right away and can really brand you and really make you, recognizable when people are looking for a said type of photographer. So, what type of photographer logos do you think these represent? Well, let's jump over and see. So Hannah Martin's was a senior photographer, and it kind of represents that. There's this nice fine line through the design, and there's a thinness to the layout as well. So it kind of represents this modern flair. Whitman, on the other hand, was going for more commercial and slightly, engagement and portraiture style. So you can see that there's like this air of modernism built into the design, and even the photography work itself. When we look at Starlight, it's a little bit more playful in the texture and the words, and even the photographs itself looks like it's more about portraitures and engagement and maybe even family portraits. And then with Angelina, we're going even more playful with those little embellishes on the logo, and we can able to see that it's about family and maybe children photography. So think about how these things resonate with customers. If I have a logo that doesn't seem to represent the type of work that I do, does that represent me truly? What you do not want is a logo like this, honestly. When it comes to branding yourself, you don't want to have something like this. And this is representing customers that we've seen in the past, where they have too much flair going on, too much color, too many fonts, too many choices. And let me ask you, what do you think this type of brand represented? It looks like it might be for maybe children, family photography, maybe newborns. This was actually representing a wedding brand. And I can't tell you how shocking that was when it was sent to me to say, hey, look at this website and the branding involved, because this is what it represents. Now, this isn't their logo, but this is what it looked like. It just had too many colors, too many fonts, too many choices, and then you saw the type of work they were doing, and you're like, is there a disconnect here? Who thought this was a good idea? This also plays into your customers. When they're looking at it, they might see this logo and immediately think children photography. So think about that. Think about how it resonates with people when they see your work online, when it's on a watermark, when it's on social media channels, anything like that. This could stir people away if you really are trying to get them for a certain type of photography. But also, it muddles your message. To me, this looks like someone in chaotic assembly. They're a little bit all over the place, and that can also represent that to your customers too. So be clear and define with who you are in your branding. So what is the goal? Do you have a vision, a mission statement, or values for your business? Do you have an overall aesthetic you want to convey to your customers? How do you want your business's users' experience to be perceived? So your branding. When it comes down to your vision statement, your overall vision for your business from who you are targets as clients. So if you're wedding or senior or children, etc., how you want your business to perceive. Again, there might be a cleanliness that you want to weddings, a modern feel, maybe even a cloth touch. With seniors, even more modern, because you're trying to connect with youthful people, right? With children, there might be a playful aesthetic that you want to add to it. Then you got to think about things like tone of voice. What type of style do you want to present? And how do you want people to feel when they visit your site? Is it direct and to the point? That might be a colder tone. You might not want that. That might be great for like medical purposes, but when it comes to a photographer, it might not be. Personal tone is a warmer one. So you're getting in there and you're talking about how you can connect with them and how you want to do one-to-ones and how you can overall connect and make a better product for them. Some people go a little bit beyond that and go very personal and borderline oversharing, where they start talking about all their pets on the page versus the actual work that they do. I've seen that before. Or they go so far off the edge in trying to relate that it becomes too muddled and you want them to kind of backstep a little bit. And then there's a completely scripted tone where it feels like it was built for SEO strategies like we were talking about earlier, where it starts to feel like a directory versus an actual story. So then we start thinking about target audience. Look at your demographics. Where do you serve in your location? So we're looking at things like how can you connect to customers? What engages your target audience? Maybe you're in a rural area and you want to connect with people. Maybe you're going to do something completely the opposite. You want to give them something city life, something more urban they hadn't seen in their photography. Maybe you're doing city lifestyle, more high-end, modern feeling stuff. With rural, you're getting more rustic and down-home feelings. So kind of look and see what people are looking for. What types of photography are they interested in? You can even see what your competitors are doing to make yourself different from that audience type. But you don't want to alienate them. If that's something that they're not interested in, but you are, sometimes you got to go where they are. So if they want more rural lifestyle shots, travel towards that area. If that's what your customers are looking for, give them that. If you're giving them something completely out of the box that they're not wanting, they might be reserved, might have reservations on all that stuff. So make it easier. Overall, your visuals. What do you want the potential audience to take away when they're working with you? There's an interactiveness to this. So when you're playing with them, you're looking at Instagram and things like that. So what do you want this to be? You want to be able to create behind-the-scenes information. You want to be able to create video content, even surveys, polls, Q&A opportunities. This is a great way to interact with your overall customer base through these channels that then can feed back into your own business on your website. So take the data that you get from, a poll, like, hey, what types of photographs do you want to take? If they tell you what they're looking for, you can be like, oh, I can curate this for something directly for my customers. So this is where you can really play with your customer base, because they're already following you. They're going to give you feedback. And it comes down to, I want my brand to stand out or fit in. When you conceptualize your brand, how do you want it to fit in the film? Let me go back here. Do I want my brand to stand out or fit in? When you conceptualize your brand, you want it to fit into what feels familiar to your target audience, but stands out enough to draw customers in. Be careful not to alienate your audiences, otherwise they might not think you are the right customer. So that's the thing. So you want to make sure that if you are like in a more rural area and you're doing all these high-end photos, they might not think they can afford you. So you gotta have to kind of play a little game to see what works best. Make sure you're attracting the right customer base. You might also be trying to entertain higher-end clients, but you're doing more rustic shots that they're not entertaining. Find something that fits your brand, your budget, what you're willing to take for shots and sessions, to make sure that you're profitable, but also that you can keep customers coming. So we're looking at other things with brand consistency. We're also talking about fonts. Fonts have a purpose. Your font selections are very important when you're designing your brand and your website. Font choices can influence if someone quickly reads your information or leaves your website immediately. If your website is hard to read, your visitor might not stay to learn more about your company. So yeah, let's talk about that. If you have very difficult font choices, I read a statistic recently about how men can't read scripted fonts very easily. So if you have dad showing up to this website to try to purchase senior photos and he can't read the website or family photos, it might actually stir him away. So just making sure that you're using the font choices on your website more selectively and for your brand purposes. So types of fonts that are out there. There are serifs, and handwritten ones, and other types out there, but here's the big three. So when we're talking about serif fonts, they have those little feet and notches, and typically are seen in newspapers. Sans serif fonts work better for headline and body copy, especially for digital design. They don't have those little feet. And for handwritten ones, these should be used in moderations, and they go well with a logo and headline, but they are usually hard in copy. I've seen some people write an entire website in handwritten, and it is difficult. Maybe it is because I'm a guy, but it is very hard to read. So when I'm looking at websites, I typically see sans serifs and serif fonts used more appropriately throughout the entire body of the website. And serifs are becoming more common now because they give more of an editorial feel, and it's kind of like a classic throwback, which we're seeing in later recent designs. So different fonts for different feelings. So sans serif fonts mixed with serif fonts are very traditional in combination. It's sans serif and sans serif pairings are a little bit more modern. So when you're thinking about your design, how modern do you want to feel? Serif and serif fonts together can make your brand feel a little bit older or classic. So if you are trying to go for more of a throwback or a classical design or fine art design, that's what you probably stick with. And handwritten fonts can be a little bit more playful. So if you are working with that, you can think about it for like a newborn or anything like that. It's a great choice to select. So font pairing ideas. Let's just look at this map real quick of different pairings that we have available. You can select something with serif and sans serif, so you can see how they work together. They look very nice, very modern. It's very new look that's kind of going on. Still feels editorial, but not too outdated. When you go sans serif with serif, you can keep playing with this. When you flip them the opposite way, still has this modern editorial design feel to it, and it feels big, bold, and natural. Now, if you're going with serif and serif, you can see there's still this factor that's being played in there, but it has a classical touch to it. It feels like I'm flipping through a magazine when I see this. It looks beautiful, but just be aware of how this can look to your customers and can sometimes date the classical structure of a site. And then sans serif with sans serif, you can see this feels very futuristic, utilizing different versions of it, more taller, narrow versions for the titles, but then thicker, squattier ones for the body text. And then hand scripts with a serif, you can see how this looks, feels classic, feels a little touch of playfulness going on. And then you can see a hand script with that modern sans serif fonts and see how they work together. So color has meaning too. Colors play a large part into a brand's identity. So think about what you're putting out there, what people are seeing when they see the color choices that you're selecting. Color can create a first impression for your audience. So what do they see? They see something that's vibrant, bright, and bold. They might think this is something that's going to be energetic and fun, playful, but then they come to the website and it's mostly like model shots that are kind of cold and distant, if that makes sense. So you want to make sure that your work and colors are reflecting one another and the types of audiences that you're working with. Choosing the right colors for your website can make or break your sale. Again, you want to make sure that if you're using really high-end contrasted colors, really saturated colors, what are they for? Are they playing into the type of customer that you're looking for? Or I usually think like high-end color purples, things like that might be for children. But if I come to the website, it might be you're trying to do something with seniors. So think about how you're playing with those colors and make sure they make sense to your branding. And then start with the colors in your logo. If it's simply black and white, you can start there. If you have other color choices in there, like blues, reds, name it, add those into the website as secondary colors. And when you're selecting 2 or 3 colors throughout your website, include a primary color plus 1 to 2 secondary supporting ones. Don't let them overwhelm the pages. So, how do colors make us feel? So when we're looking at this, we're looking at different types of ways color can make a website feel. So when we're looking at stuff like red, it's emboldening passion, strength, love, boldness. We're thinking about, those types of colors being integrated in. So they're very strong. When we're thinking blue, we're thinking about trust, responsibility, security, stability. Typically you see this with like technology. Or for us, it might mean wedding photography or something about with newborns, because there's just this coziness to the color blue. When we're looking at yellow, there's this happiness, optimism, warmth, and sunshine. So you might see this relegated more on newborns or children photography websites. Green typically promotes this health, growth, prosperity, nature. So we're seeing this on websites for maybe landscapes, but we're also seeing it through, again, through family. Orange, energetic, friendly, confident, playful. Again, that goes into that idea of children and families. There's just this confident feeling about orange, and it works really well with that type of imagery. Pinks, nurturing, creativity, love, sensitivity. So we're seeing that a lot with families, especially with female photographers. They do that a lot with newborns and children photography. Purples, royalty, luxury, wisdom, imagination. So we're seeing that with video. We're seeing that a lot with videographers. We're seeing this a lot with people that are doing stuff with seniors or collegiate sports. Brown, intelligent, utility, richness, durability. More of these tones are actually becoming more common. So we're seeing muted versions of browns as we get into it. I think people are just gotten so tired of seeing white, white websites. So a little touch of, skin tones and modern tones like this are being utilized more. It just makes the page feel richer at the end of the day. White, gray, and black, calm, precision, elegance, luxury. Again, these are common ones that we've always seen. Great monotone colors, and they always seem to work, but it just gives a thing about precision and cutting to the chase. Now let's talk about content. We'll focus on core pages, page flow, and sales funnel. And for that, we're going to kick it over to Tabari He's going to give us some more information.
Hey, what's up, guys? My name is Tabari. I'm the SEO and custom design operator here at PhotoBiz, and I'm going to talk to you guys today a little bit about core pages and page flow. Some of the things you want to think about when you're building your website. So one thing is your home page. Next thing is your about page. Third, you want to have a good contact page. So many things that can kind of stall us and make this content page flow a little bit more tedious than what it really is just everyday things, life things. You know, sometimes we get too busy with actually getting the content collected and shooting and sessions and things like that. And we also have things planned out, and sometimes everything doesn't go as scheduled. So I understand, but understand also that it's never too late to start. You can always pick it up wherever you're at in your planning and content creation process. So, ways to get unstuck. You want to think about basically who, what, when, where, and why. These are going to be your critical reasons as to what you're doing with your core pages. So think about that as you begin to build these pages out and as you begin to add the content, because you want to kind of tell a story and use the pages as a way to direct users throughout your site, because you control that traffic more than you think. So core pages, let's get into it. Home page, about page, and contact page. So your home page is kind of going to be the big idea, not the big idea, but the big, attention grabber. You want this to be kind of like that first sentence in an essay. You really want to capture the user's attention, imagination, and then from there you want to kind of direct them along throughout the rest of your site. So this is kind of going to be not really the entree, but this is going to be like one of those amazing appetizers you've seen before in restaurants. So with your home page, this is going to be your pitch. You got about 60 seconds to really catch users' attention, and that's 60 seconds is a long time, believe it or not, when it comes to catching people's attention. So that's the goal, but don't feel bad if you don't really reach that 60-second suggestion. So what we want to do is want to tell people what you do. That's going to be the main thing. You want to tell people exactly what it is that you do and the service that you provide. You want to bring value to the person or your business. So you want to bring what it is you do, and you want to actually kind of talk it up, like why what you do is special, why what you offer is a great service to hire. And then next, you want to kind of give a story behind your brand. You want to definitely have the brand in mind when you're building your homepage, because that's what people remember you by. They remember, yeah, you had some cool images on the site, but the brand in totality is what is going to really grab people's attention and stick in their memory bank. So keep that in mind when it comes to like your color usage, font usage, and how you lay out your page. And plus, this is a way to also engage people. Homepage is a great engagement tool because you can have elements on your page that directs users throughout the rest of your site or to specific pages that you want them to land on. You can draw attention to that by having directional elements that get them to those pages. And as a photographer, you should showcase your best work. So by that, basically you want to have your best images on the site. You don't have to have all your images on the site. I repeat, you don't have to have all your images on the homepage, just your best images. And so with that, we say a good optimal number is between 5 to 7 of your best images on the page, because this is a way to give people that appetizer that I was speaking on earlier, but it doesn't overwhelm them. You don't want people, one, to be scrolling through a gallery for 60 seconds, because in that 60 seconds, what do you do? They haven't read what you do. They haven't read the service you provide. They haven't even seen where you're located. So with that, that's why we say we want to give your best images, because we want to give right off the rip, we want to give them your best work. And then from there, we can get into the galleries after they've seen what you do, where you are, who you serve, any other services you provide, things like that. And so it's very important to tell people where you're located, like I said earlier, because this is going to be one of the big things in when it comes to SEO as well, because search engines like Google, they pick up on that in the written copy of your websites. So you definitely want to have that on your homepage. And again, calls to action. This is what I was talking about with those directional items that can direct people to other pages in your site. You want to have those on the page because it's going to drive traffic throughout the site as well. A button is a great way to encourage that action. It should entice people to learn more, contact you, book now, or view a gallery. This is going to be a way to kind of collect those leads and turn those leads into conversions later on down the line. That's the goal, at least. We want to turn all the leads that you get into a conversion. That's always been the goal. That should be the goal for your website. So include those call to actions on pages. Otherwise, people just get to the page and then leave because it's not really something they can engage with. So always keep that in mind. You don't have to overdo it. As you can see on this example, we've got 3 options where it says to view the portfolio. And they have 3 of their galleries available that you can click on and view. So always keep that in mind. So let's get into your About page. So the About page, as we like to say, is your speed dating page. So this is the chance for you to tell people a little bit more about yourself, a little bit about your backstory, and you can even get into like some ways in how you go about conducting your services as a photographer. So this is going to be a very important page because you do want to create a little bit of a personality that your clients can kind of connect with on this page, because nobody wants to hire a photographer that they feel will be cold in the session. So this is a way to kind of warm people up to you as the photographer, as the business owner, as somebody who will be conducting their photography service. So always keep that in mind. You can be intimate. You can show some professionalism, but you can also show a little bit of your personality, like the fun side of you if you have some humor to you. And like I said earlier, some of your backstory, how photography hasn't impacted you and how you plan to use it to impact others through their photography sessions. So this is where you can kind of get into what's unique about you and your business. You may also want to highlight any team members, or if you're working out of a studio, or if you have family or a pet that you want to kind of drop in there as well. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just there's a way to do it. And again, this creates that connection for clients that they can feel a little bit more comfortable and at ease and really lock in with you and get excited about doing that photography session. So it puts a face to your business, because before people see you, all they see is your work and your logo, like your branding. They don't really see the person behind the work that's going into it. So this is going to be important as well. So on your About page, include a picture of yourself, a headshot maybe, or a picture of you in a session. I've seen in some sites where people have used several images. So they've used like a picture of themselves, a clear headshot of themselves, maybe a picture of them and their spouse or their family or their pet, and then also a picture of them in their element doing a photography session. So you can kind of see how they work a little bit. And that's going to be important on that About page, because this is how people basically put a face to a name. So you definitely want to have that on your About page. Photographers can be shy. I get it, because I myself am a creative and we like to kind of put our work before ourselves. So I get that part, but you gotta shine on yourself as well. You're important, and this is what's going to make that connection all the more better for clients that come to your website. So next we want to get into that contact page. Definitely an important page. This is going to be one of your anchor pages on the website. So this is how people are going to connect with you. So on this page, you're going to want to be a little bit more direct with like the information that you're trying to collect. And so with this, make sure you have your fields correctly labeled, and then also you can reformat them how you would like. It's important that you do this because you'd be surprised how many people don't have a contact page, or they hide it in a bunch of drop downs on the website, which makes it difficult for users to find. So this is a page that should be a standalone page. I recommend not having it in a drop down because you want it to be easy to find. You don't want to make users do more work than they have to on the website. And so the contact page is going to be crucial for your business. So let customers know where that contact page is, and it lets customers ask questions as well. So customers may have questions about, the service. They may have more in-depth questions about how you handle the service or like your workflow process. And so these are some things that are important that you should have available in your form so that users can get in contact with you and ask these questions. Don't confuse this with a booking page. I have seen this quite often. The contact page is separate. It should be separate from the booking page. You should have two different forms. If I had to advise you, so the booking form should be for booking a session, and the contact page should just be for somebody that's looking to reach out to you, maybe get some more information or ask questions. Those are two different functions of forms, and I recommend, being conscious of that when you're building out your contact page, because this is a way to kind of just keep things more organized with your website. So if you only have a booking page, people may not contact you as much. And if you only have a contact page, people may not know where to book unless they contact you. So I recommend being conscious of that and having these two. If you have two pages, great. I definitely recommend separating the two forms if you have them combined. Definitely should be one booking form and one contact form. You should always have a contact page, like I said earlier, and it should be easy to navigate to. Like I said, you want the users to not have to do any extra work when it comes to navigating throughout your site. You want things to be easy to find, and you want the information to be clear, crystal clear, clear as can be, and you want to have crisp images. So those are the three things to keep in mind. And the next thing you should focus on after you've got those three core pages down is gonna be your gallery pages. Galleries, I recommend between 10 to 30, 25 images, maybe 25 to 35 images, but no less than 10. And again, you want to have your best work up here. It doesn't have to be all of your work, but you want to have your best images presented here. So this is going to be a gallery to keep in mind. And also on your galleries, remember to add a little bit of written context. This is going to be some SEO optimization here. So adding written content to your gallery pages and not just having a page of images is important. The written content here, you can briefly, I say optimal is between, I want to say 3 to maybe 6 sentences. You can, a short paragraph, you can really go into briefly about what this gallery is, like what type of images users will be seeing. You can go into the location that you typically shoot these type of sessions in for this image gallery. And you can also talk a little bit about your process for this specific session. These are going to be organically written things that is going to be important for SEO optimization, because you can organically drop in keywords without having to make it seem stiff and robotic, because that does come off as keyword stuffing, which you can get flagged for. So here's where you can organically write that written copy like, hey, here's our wedding photography gallery shot in mainly these locations. Here's a little bit about how we do the session for these type of for these type of photography sessions. And then also, let's talk about having a contact form on that page as well, or a booking form. If you want people, depending on which action you want people to take on this page, you can add a booking button that links to your booking page or booking form. That way, after people have gone through and explored these amazing images that you've shown them, they can be like, all right, I've seen the type of work that they do. I've read about how they go about this session and where they normally do it at. I'm ready to book. I want to be their next session, their next wedding photography session, or their next engagement session, or their next family portrait session. I want to book my session now because I see that they do great work. I've read their about page. I've seen their home page, and everything just really ties in well together, and I trust it. I've built somewhat of a trust with them based off their website. And then services and the investment page. Here's where you can kind of go into more broad details about what it is you do, how much each session costs, and the actual flow of the session and how you go about conducting it. That's where you can go into a little bit more broader details. The gallery page, I'd leave that for something quick and brief, like an appetizer. But here's where you want to get into the meat of it on the services and investment pages. And then the testimonial pages. This can be an optional page. It doesn't hurt to have it because it does build a little bit of a trust with clients who haven't worked with you yet. So let's say they come to your testimonials page and they see all the awesome things that past clients have said about their experience with you, the photographer, in their photography session. This is something that's going to build a little bit of credit with users that are new to your website. So keep that in mind. I did say it's an optional page. So I have seen websites that don't have it, but it doesn't hurt to have it. I'll put it that way. And then blogging. Definitely, I recommend having a blog page. Again, this is going to be one of the big things for your search engine optimization, because a blog is a way to update to have new content throughout your website frequently. I normally recommend blogging like between 1 to 2 times a month. And if you've really got like a good flow to it, I recommend trying to bump it up to once a week. So 4 times per month. And this is just a way to kind of drive people to your site from search engines and show them that you've got content in rotation because you're doing these sessions, you're conducting these sessions on a regular basis. And here's where you can kind of highlight those sessions and talk about like, hey, I just did this session with Jamie and Eric for their engagement photography portraits. And you can go into that, talk about that for maybe 1 to 2 paragraphs, and then you can drop in like 10 to 15 images from their session to kind of highlight them and what it was like working with them. And then you can also blog about just tips, do's and don'ts for how to conduct or how to be ready and prepared for photography sessions. Because a lot of times people book photographers, but they don't really know how to prepare on their end for that photography session. And so blogging, doing a quick blog is a great way to kind of just keep clients updated. And that's also a great way to keep clients updated with any deals or like special sessions that you might have coming up, because I understand some photography sessions are seasonal. So you have like your fall sessions or Thanksgiving and Christmas and Valentine's Day even. And so some things are seasonal. So this could be a great way to keep clients and new users updated on what you have to offer and any new sessions that you have in the pipeline, or if you have any photography session deals that you may be offering. So that's just another way to kind of market your website through the blog. And remember, you don't have to build it all at once. You can add and change at any time. It's not permanent. So understand that, take your time, plan it out, think it out. You guys got this. You guys got the power to really drive traffic on your website and really just create a great piece of work, because I think about the website as just one big composition, kind of like a photograph. It's a composition and that's just something to kind of keep in mind as you continue to build your website. So you guys got this. So page flow, let's go into why it's important a little bit deeper. So it's important because it goes into user experience. You're creating an experience on your website for people to easily digest information and navigate to points in the website that they need to get that information, and they need to see what you offer, what you do, and you want them to engage with it. So that's where the call to actions come back into place. So always keep that in mind in understanding why page flow is so important to your website. Because you don't just want to have a page full of images with no context. Granted, it might be a page full of wedding photography images. You still have to say that though. So keep that in mind as well. And here's just a little layout of how traffic can really flow on the website and how the eye may work on your website. So it starts off with, we have on the home page, we have this big bold banner image. And so that's going to be the first thing that people see. And then as they begin to move down the website, they see another image, but then they see text on the right-hand side. So you're going to read that text and possibly click the button up beneath that text that maybe links to another page. Or they're going to keep on moving down the page and they see more text on the left, but they also see an image on the right. So that's something that they have in mind. They're seeing crisp, clear-cut images, but they're also getting some context to go along with those images. And then it moves down further where we get a larger body of text to kind of get more information across so that users can really get something to digest. And then we have another call to action here. And then as we continue to move down the page, we have another big bold banner as well as some smaller images to kind of give the page a little bit of a more visual aspect, because we don't want to be too text heavy. We want to kind of find that balance between images and text on the page. And then here's just some more layouts about how it can look. So you can see how you can have a text block above a text plus image block and how that can kind of feed off one another. And then here we have a closer look at that text block that we saw earlier on the prior screen. So here's just a look at how it can feel on a website. And this is a pretty cut and dry way of thinking about building out your website. So you need all three of these on every page. So keep that in mind. You need your meat, eggs, and potatoes. And here's a look at a text plus image block. And so, be goal focused. Every page on your website should have a goal call to action. You want to drive a phone call, contact a message, a purchase of a product or service, a booked appointment, or get a lead generation for future goals. So websites are a dedicated sales funnel. This is going to be a way that you create your sales for your brand, for your business. Figure out what type of sales funnel you want to create. Traditional sales funnel, click funnel, or story brand funnel style. So keep those in mind and think about which direction you want to take with your website. So here's something about the sales funnel. Typically, sales funnels are journeys people take as they interact with your site for marketing, promotions, and things like that. You can use these tools to drive people to landing pages, give them options to make purchases, and convert them into customers. So you're converting your leads into an actual customer. So here's the typical flow of a sales funnel. You got your ad and your post social media. You got your page with booking options, and then you have the end goal, which is for them to turn into that customer. ClickFunnels is a series of landing pages which have become popular on social media posts. So This basically is typically going to lead people to the landing page for a free download, product, service, or event registration. They typically don't have a monetary sales goal. This is just kind of getting people in. This is the point of that. So this is typically the flow of a sales funnel. You got your ad on social media, and then you have your landing page, the explanation of event, product, or service. Then you have an alternative objective, maybe a deeper explanation, and then you have your end goal. And the CTA is going to be your call to actions. Then you have your story brand funnel. This is going to be the funnel that kind of tells your story, the landing page. So this is kind of where the home page kind of identifies with that and solves a problem or opportunity a potential customer may have by telling an enriching story about how you solved that problem for them. So this is where that home page kind of comes into play again. You kind of want to tell your story, who you are, what you do, where you are, and the services that you provide for your type of photography that you offer. I've seen a lot of times where photographers tend to put each individual type of or each individual category of photography that they go into. When a lot of times it could be shortened up, but that's something to think about as well. So if you're doing event photography and portrait photography, that's a pretty big umbrella. You can put a lot of things under those two categories because there's different type of portraits and there's different types of events. So that's something to think about as well. And you can illustrate how to solve the problem. You can also show how you're different from competitors. And you can have those call to actions to really close the deal and get those users into a converted customer. So this is typically how the story brand funnel goes. You have your home page with call to actions to a gallery or testimonials. You have your investment page, and then you have the end goal. So this one's similar to that sales funnel, is more so cut and dry. All right, and that's core pages, page flow, and things you want to think about when building your website. We're going to kick it off to Jeremy now for some more SEO details.
So what is SEO? Search engine optimization, SEO, is the act of optimizing your website for search engines to help people find your business when searching for products or services using Google and other search engines. So it's the buzzword that everyone loves to talk about. I need better SEO. So what does that mean? Basically, it means they just want to make sure that their pages are optimized for search. What most people think of SEO? So right away, they think SEO is titles, description, keywords, alt tags. These, yes, are important. So titles are great because headers are going to be a functionality to basically let Google know this is important information to distill from it. So header 1, 2, 3, 4, you name it, how many versions of it is basically putting it in a list order what Google will deem important. Descriptions. So yeah, you want to be able to describe what type of work and services that you have. Again, it's doing the who, what, when, and where about you, but in a very, very compact, limited capacity. And keywords are basically the way to put you in their filter directory. So when people are looking for, a Greensboro photographer, you're coming up when that search is typed into search. And for alt tags, this is one that's very common that people get mistakes on. Basically, alt tags are built for people for reading, who are reading impaired, who can't actually, visibly read it. But some people try to do it as a way to copyright their photography to be found in that search results, but people don't search that way. People are searching for, red coat with little girl in it. That's what they're going to find, a girl with a red coat in it. They're not looking for the photographer at that point. They're looking for a subject, if that makes sense. So sometimes people try to put that in there, but then that can often lead to, people just biting your style and putting it somewhere else. So it might not lead you to where you want to go. But alt tags are meant for people who are seeing impaired, but people have tried to use it as a secondary tool, and Google's wising up to this stuff. This is what's happening on the back end, really, in SEO. So you're looking at things like crawlability, your SEO security, your sitemap publishing, page navigation, the robot.txt file, breadcrumbs. things like that. So this is how you get found. So having SSL security on your website is going to make sure that your website is visible on all browsers. Sitemap publishing is going to basically knock on Google's door to let them know when you made any huge changes on your website. Your page navigation, making sure that's clear and to the point, making sure it's all visible is going to also help with that ability so those pages get crawled. The robot file is basically going to say, hey, Google, it's cool to check me out, but it's also going to identify how not to get listed for other things like through spam and things like that. And your breadcrumbs. Breadcrumbs are easy to add to a page. All you have to do is add one by simply just adding a little text here and there, and you can do that as the pages get deeper if you want to. And those just help connect those pages back to back to back. And then you're looking at indexability. Pages that redirects, so if you have any 404s or anything like that, or 403s or anything that needs to be redirected or forwarded anywhere, you want to make sure those pages are doing that properly. Mobile responsiveness, so mobile phones, it's looking at, is your web pages responsive? Removing duplicate content, so if it sees a lot of the same stuff on different pages or multiple blog posts or anything like that, it might want to be like, hey, you want to kick that stuff out. And then HTTP errors. So anything that might go to a broken link or even not utilizing SSL security, you want to make sure that you're having HTTPS instead of HTTP. And then we're looking at things like accessibility, things like servers, how fast is your hosting, your page speed. Those are going to be some things about accessibility. Rendering JavaScript, so how heavy is the code on your website? What about the plugins that you're using from third parties? Is that slowing your website down? Orphan pages, pages that are just kind of out there by themselves, not doing anything. Page depth, how far a page can go and how deep can it go into that funnel. And redirects. Do you have a lot of pages that kind of go off to other places versus within the website itself? So it's looking at those things and identifying, are those good or bad? You want to make sure you have heavy duty servers, good hosting, page speed, and you don't want to have a lot of scripts. That's going to slow down your website and the hosting. Orphan pages, they can hang out there, but you want to make sure they're going back somewhere at the end of the day. So you want to make sure they can at least connect back to your home or a contact page or something like that. Give them a way back. And then your page depth. Think about how far you want to lead someone down into it. So have you seen those site navigations where you roll over and then there's another rollover and then another rollover? Don't make it too difficult. Just make it very direct and clean. Rankability, so that's when we're looking at things like linking. So when you're linking things within your website to your social media channels, and then backlinks. Are people on really prolific websites like even newspapers or anything like that, larger websites, are they giving you backlinks back to your website? That's going to help boost your credibility at the end of the day anyway. And then content clusters. One of my favorite new things is creating content clusters. And what that means is, putting all relative things together. So if you do an entire section or a targeted page about, wedding photography, you can have entire, in the footer, entire pages just listed for your wedding photography packages, investments, booking, you name it. All of it's clustered together. Think about that when you're putting those little ecospheres inside your own website if you do more than one type of photography. And then you're looking at clickability. That's the schema, that's the tagging, the SERPs, Google snippets. Those are the things that you really want to get found for, and those will happen as the better your website gets and as more sophisticated the software becomes. That's when you see things like you type in like a search result and then it comes up and it breaks down each page in between it. Google snippets is like when it's looking at video content and then it's able to integrate that back over. So those are types of things when people are searching for that you're really trying to get to. But there's so many more layers to SEO that get lost, and people focus typically on this when there's so much more to it that's happening behind the scenes. So just think about it. You need to focus on things, not just little things. So SEO is 90% actually front-end content, client-facing, and 10% is the back-end data. Here's that 10%. Look how much 10% is happening. So how do you make SEO work easily? You need to do some cool, quick little strategies. Get a Google business profile if you don't have one. Make your pages searchable. So we'll make sure you got your metadata descriptions in there. Get those reviews, testimonials. Reviews are really going to help make you crawl quicker. And blogging. We cannot say enough how quickly blogging helps you by creating more pages into the website, but it also creates more pages for search. and it gives you content to show. And this is how you build more organic search results. So again, get Google Business Profile. You can sign up for free at google.com/business. This is going to give you that cool thing that's on the side. When people type in your business, you're going to fill in over here. You're going to be able to see the name of your business, what you do, your reviews, be able to call you, directions, save, website, request a quote, you name it. It's all listed here. This is a great tool, and it helps put you on the map faster and get you closer to that page one based on search intent. Make your pages searchable. Again, we're going to go ahead and add in the custom meta descriptions, metadata, meta page titles, all that stuff in here. So when we're looking at your page title, again, look at the optimal links that we've added here on the back end so you can see. So Google's looking for 55 to 60 characters for a page title. So an example would be Jenny Jones, wedding photographer, Greater Los Angeles area. That's it. That's all you need. When we're looking at meta descriptions, again, it's a little bit more pulled out version of that, but again, 50 to 155 characters. So Jenny Jones is a PPA certified photographer who has specialized in weddings engagement photography for over 5 years, serving the Greater Los Angeles area. So what did we learn? We know now Jenny Jones is a PPA certified photographer, specializing not only just in weddings, but engagement photos and length of time, 5 years. So we're really getting in, targeting a little bit more. Meta keywords. So this is where you can go in and put everything in, separated by commas. So think about 15 keyword phrases. So Jenny Jones wedding photography, Los Angeles wedding photographer, Los Angeles wedding portraits, and so on. We optimize the levels. Google is saying about 15 keywords is all you need to make sure you're getting found, because less is more these days. They're becoming much smarter, so you don't have to put 100 keywords anymore. In fact, that's harmful. Next is getting reviews. Reviews is vital. Adding review buttons to your website so it drives people over here to put you in there. So we want to make sure they're leaving reviews on certified areas like Google, Facebook, you name it. That way you're building up that credibility score, and they'll showcase you more the more you do it. So contact previous clients who might have worked with you. You want to be able to make sure that if they had a great time with you, go ahead and tell them, hey, I have a Google My Business page up now. Can you please leave me a review? It's going to help me in my website at the end of the day. If they had a good experience, they will leave you one. Send out links to leave reviews on your Google and Facebook. Again, send it out to those customers. And if you ever experience this, and you probably will, always respond to reviews, even the negative ones. And the reason why we say that is you're only getting one side of the story. They need to understand your side of the story. When a client is wanting to choose you, they might see a 1-star. Well, you might want to go in there and see what that 1-star is, and then leave a review so they can see how you communicate based on that reaction. It also gets you to tell your story. You know, we've had people maliciously leave us, reviews, basically because, they see us as a competitor. So that can happen. You can see that all the time. I've seen competitor photographers leave bad reviews, designers leave bad reviews on other people's websites and their Google reviews because they felt hurt by it, or maybe they took a client from them. But you need to respond so people understand that. And then you can try to appeal it too. And blogging, a great way to show new content that is your business is active. We want to make sure people see how constantly you're working. It's a great way to subliminally market to them. If they see a new blog post every other week, they're able to see that you're constantly working. So that's a great way that you can do that. You can also share this all on social media that links back to your website. Google loves that. It's seeing that engagement, seeing people pull over from other platforms directly to websites. So it's definitely going to enjoy that. And then write like a human. People love being able to read actual written content. So does Google. And write often. If you can, 1 to 2 times a month. If you can do 1, I'll be very proud of you. So what does this look like? So here's an SEO friendly blog template from PhotoBiz that you can utilize for your own blogs. So remember, create an engaging blog post, 50 to 60 characters in length, and then include the main keyword or key phrase in that blog post. And then your content, tell a story, text and images, who, what, when, where, and why. The link, about 2 to 3 paragraphs, about 300 to 350 words. Write for humans, not robots. Incorporate keywords and phrases naturally. Do not keyword stuff. And then your images, 3 to 7 images is plenty. max 10 to 15 if you're using a pinboard layout, and always tell them to go see more by linking to a gallery. And then for your links, make sure people are driven to those pages with call to actions and number at least 1 to 2 links to relative pages on your website, including a link to your contact or booking page, or even other credible external sources. And format, make sure hyperlinks within the text are considered to be used as buttons when appropriate. That's it. That is your blog. Ready to go? Build it. So you're looking for blog example posts? Here's some topics you can start with. You can share tips for a successful photography session. Here you go. So what to wear for a great family portrait session, what to expect during an on-location photography session, what to expect at a photography studio session, how to prepare for a wedding day photography, what a newborn photography session is like for new parents, tips on making the best of your senior photography sessions, tips on getting the best headshots. So right here you have, up to 7 or 8 blog posts right here that you can create that are about sharing tips. And then you can do ones that are based on seasonal ones. So you can have one for planning your Santa experience with your business name, Easter sessions you'll cherish for years to come, your spring break portraits with your name, colorful and bright winter sessions that you will melt for, your fun sun beach portrait, fun in the sun beach portraits with your business name, fall in love with your next family portrait with your business name. See how it goes? There you go. There's some new ones. And then you have featured customer experiences, creating and preserving memories for your family with blank business name. Stunning wedding at X location captured by your business name. 5-star portrait experience with your business name. Sneak peek into insert what type of session or event. And there you go. You have right here almost 20 that you can do right away. You can go ahead and get customers. These blog posts, you can go ahead and write them out for the year. You can modify them to your type of photography and just have them ready to draft out when you're ready to let them go out each month. Next, we're going to talk about SEO do's and don'ts. So let's focus on quality content first. Don't have a website without content relevant to your target audience. You'd be surprised. I've seen a lot of stuff out there where people are a wedding photographer or a senior photographer and I only see family related content or something that doesn't relate at all. Make sure that your website features clear information about your business. Tell visitors who you are, what type of photography service you offer, where you serve your clients, and how to get in touch with you. For SEO, it shows Google and other search engine crawlers that your content on your website is relevant to the audience you're going after. You'll be more likely to show up in the search engine results for the terms you're trying to be found for. Optimizing your page content. So don't stuff your site full of too many photos or text that isn't written for someone to read. Use your keywords too many times, or hiding them in your page, or listing them out and viewed as spam by Google. It can hurt your SEO rank. It can really tank you. It still happens to this day, but people will still try to keyword stuff on their site by just putting in white text on a white background just to hide the words. And sometimes you'll see it without it hidden. These things can actually hurt your ranking. Do make sure your website page says something. Include some copy on every page. Give people context and details about what types of services and what you're showcasing. Use H1 tags and then as page titles. This indicates Google on what you want, particularly about this page. And you can also use call to actions. Tell visitors on your sites where to go and what to do. And then use keywords. Again, include the main keywords you want on the page, indexed and to be found under it. Use 1 to 2 times as organically as possible. So make sure that it's there. If you're a wedding photographer, make sure it says it. And then what we call NAP consistency. So name, address, and phone. So you have 0 contact information on your website. You don't want that. You do want to have the best contact information and the most recent and up-to-date contact information available on your website, and make sure it is in the same on your other profiles. So your Google business profile, Facebook, Yelp, etc. Make it easy for people to get in touch with you about your services. And for metadata, have a website that is stuffed with every single photograph term you can think of. Please don't do that. Again, it's getting smarter, so it doesn't need it. It just needs your most targeted ones for that audience that you're trying to be found for. Do Research your keywords. You can use services such as moz.com to find out which ones will work best for you, and you can keep things short and sweet. Mention the main phrases you want to be found for that relates to the content of your specific page. Tell Google what it needs to know about your business, and while you're explaining to customers what you offer and why they should click to learn more. And traffic monitoring. Don't Google search your keywords or studio name to see where you rank on your machine. It's not accurate. It does not give you a full picture of how your website is performing. So we'll have people say like, well, I'm coming to page 1 for me, but not for anyone else. Well, yeah, because you're searching for yourself. You're not searching for, other relevant ways other people are searching. Search intent is becoming more important. So what you might see might differ from me because how I search for things. So you need to make sure that you have the right keywords in there and don't just search for your name because that's not going to be relevant to anyone's Google. People search for things like photographer near me versus specifically your name unless they know who you are. Use Google's Analytics and Google Search Console. You can get these free tools. They're google.com/analytics, search.google.com/search-console. Add them to your website. Both of these services are free from Google, and they allow you to see how your website is performing with search engines. And you can also get an idea where your traffic is coming from, search, social, email, etc., and what pages people are visiting the most. And blog consistency. Don't only blog once a year or have a blog that hasn't been updated in 6 months. Do use your blog articles to talk about specific locations, areas that you serve, and styles of photography that you offer. Blogging is important, but blogging isn't just about writing a really long post or sharing a ton of images. Write an effective blog frequently, 1 to 2 months. Again, if you can do 1 a month to start with, great. Writing a solid 1 to 2 paragraphs blog article that includes some keywords is a great way to pull in that traffic for organic search and push your site up the rank. Blog examples, 5 tips for your photography session, upcoming specials and promotions. And here's some other 10 quick ways to improve your SEO. You can use video. Video is becoming more relevant as time goes on. You can see it through all the social media channels. Video is the #1 thing that people are seeing now. So utilize video in any way possible. Behind the scenes videos, how-to videos, anything like that, integrate it to your business model when possible. Use search terms like how people actually talk. Again, when people are looking for a photographer near me, think about those types of things. So make sure that the words, when you're thinking about near me, what cities are you working in? So make sure your Greensboro or whatever city you work in is in those search results. Select a short domain name. Shorter names, easy to remember. Have an HTTPS secure domain. So you want to make sure you have that SSL security in place on your website. It's going to help already give a big thumbs up from Google. And review your page speed. Check in on it. Make sure that your pages are loading properly. Make sure you don't have anything that might be slowing it down. And if you've made any huge updates, always publish your sitemap. That just lets Google crawl it faster and lets them know that you've made some updates so they can go ahead and make any changes you need to it. And use words, not just photos in blogs, posts, and pages. And don't forget to write like a human. Don't overuse H1 tags, because if you use too many H1 tags, what's the most important thing that Google should know on this page? That's what that's for. And then create a detailed FAQ page. FAQ page is a great collect for all. So any information that you want people to know about you, business hours, you name it, cancellation policies, what's it like to shoot with you, it's a great capture all, and it's also one of the most viewed pages because there's a lot of information on it. Longer views, more engagement. More engagement, better results in Google. Next, we're going to talk about social media. So, ways you can effectively market to your audience. Assess a need your customers may have. So what are you trying to do? What are you trying to fulfill for your customers? Who is your target audience? What are the demographics? That's things you're going to need to know when you're making marketing choices. If you're marketing to the wrong people, you're going to get the wrong results. Where is your target audience actively at? So where are they? Are they younger? Do they skew older? You got to know where these audiences are so you can make better marketing choices based on where they're at versus hanging out on Twitter if they're not there. Create ideas and plan a campaign. So it's always great to plan ahead, get ahead, and create that plan. Use your blog as a lure. Again, blog is a great way to connect with people, get them back to your website whenever possible. And study how many people like or share your posts or visit your website. So always look at the data. Data is huge. It's going to help you make those decisions. and build around your most effective content. What's working? Go that route. And then always be consistent. Make sure people are seeing this stuff and you're putting it out in a timely manner versus, sporadically. So again, we talked a little bit about it, but video has become the key to all social media platforms, and you have to use their tools, music, filters that gather more views and engagement. So utilize those trends. See what people are putting out there. Follow those trends. This is a great way to get visibility to you. It's also a great way to just help boost your morale when you're able to see something get like 100 or thousands of likes or even views. It's going to help you want to make more content like that because people are seeing it. Follow those trends right now because this is how you're going to get that visibility factor. And video ideas that you can utilize is sneak peeks, slideshows, behind the scenes, what gear you use, testimonials, a day in the life, and how-tos. These are really great short content videos that you can create so people can really understand how your business can affect them. It attracts people. People love this stuff. And follow trending music. So if people are using music inside their video content, you can utilize that audio as well for your videos. And those are how people search based on that stuff too. Everyone has potential to be a customer, but not everyone is the right customer. So that's another thing you have to think about when you're putting all this content together. When you're marketing to people, you have to remember, like, if you have 100 of them and maybe only 5 people respond, those 5 people might be the right customers though. So you have to make sure that you're targeting the right people. So let's look at some Facebook audience data. So this is from 2021. You can see what the Facebook audience looks like. It's starting to skew much older these days. You can see that from ages 18 to 29, 79% use it. So that's very modern. And then our age group, us people in their 30 to 49s, 82% use Facebook. So it's still relevant, huge core for us. Ages 50 to 64, it's very large as well. So that age that, when they were 30 something, they're now in their 50s when Facebook came out. So they're still using it. It also means that grandparents and great-grandparents are showing up on the platform as well. As you can see, it's now up to 46% use Facebook. So with over 75% of users being women. So think about that when you're trying to target. Where are these people located at? You want to target specific groups, types of audiences. Here's where they're at. For Instagram, this is the results for that. 18 to 24, 75% of this group use it. For ages 25 to 30, it's 57% that is using this group. 30 to 49, it's getting a little bit less, 47% use it. And then ages 50 to 64, 23% use it, and then only 8% of the 65-year-olds and up are actually utilizing this platform, with over 40% of its users being women and 31% being identified as male. So this is where those groups are lying at. So you need to see this younger group is skewing. You can see where they're at. So if you're trying to target seniors or anyone's parents or anything like that, this is a good area to stick at. Grandparents, not so much. If you're trying to target business owners, older business owners, might not be the right area for you. And this is what Pinterest's audience looks like. Ages 18 to 24, 38% of that group uses it. 25 to 30-year-olds, 28% is using it. 30 to 49, 35, the biggest group using it. So we grew up with it, so we're there with it. And then ages 50 to 64, 27% is using it, and ages 65 plus, only 15% using it. Now this is widely a 41% female-dominated tool. Only 15% of males actually use it. So you can see where this data is coming from. Again, that sweet spot. Typically, people are looking for lookbooks or how they can make something better in their life. This is where they're going to. So it can be utilized for photography, but not ideal. Great thing to put here would be blog posts. So that leads back to your website, not just images. And with LinkedIn's audience, here's how it skews. So 18 to 24, not many people are using it yet, but that's going to grow, I think. You can see 17% of that age group uses it. Ages 25 to 40, they are now working professions. They're out there trying to get jobs. 44% are using that link. Ages 30 to 49, 37% are using it. 50 to 64, 24% of that age group is using it. So you can see how it's building, and 29% of that is male versus 24% of that female users. So that sweet spot, looking for business owners, looking for CEOs, anything like that you want to tap into, this is a great spot to put that type of content for headshots, commercial work, model work, you name it. or even branding work, Now you've really built a website and so much more. The web is evolving every day. You have to be mindful of these changes. I'm so excited for you to be a part of this masterclass. We're going to have tons more education throughout the day, but this is a starting point that you need to know about a little bit of everything, from building your website, how to target your website, how to market your website, and how to make sure SEO and other functionalities are working properly for you.
Welcome to Social Media Challenges and Trends for 2023. My name is Sarah and I am the Senior Digital Marketing Manager here at PhotoBiz. I began working at PhotoBiz in March 2022. I've worked in the media for 18 years and the past 10 in digital marketing and social media. Today we're going to talk about what you can expect from social media in 2023. Just know that no matter what happens, social media is not going to maintain a status quo. Expect changes from major platforms that will influence how you do social media. So here are some of the challenges you can expect to face in 2023. Facebook's ever-changing algorithm. Facebook continually changes its algorithm and has made it harder to see posts from friends and family. For 2023, you can expect more artificial intelligence, or AI, posts recommended by AI, basically posts from pages and people you don't know. Another challenge that we'll face is on Instagram. As you've probably noticed, it's moving away from photos toward video. It was once the platform for photos, it's now more video focused. The company is placing priority on videos, particularly Reels. Expect to get better results from video posts than photo posts. The third thing to expect is nobody knows what's up with Twitter. Twitter has a new owner, had mass layoffs. Experts aren't sure what to expect from Twitter in 2023. Anything is possible. The fourth thing you can expect to be a challenge in 2023 is that LinkedIn is becoming less formal. That means that the world's largest business-related social media network will likely show you more pictures of your coworkers' cats and kids than just the business content you're used to seeing. TikTok. Creators can't make as much money on TikTok as they do on YouTube. TikTok needs to find a way to better pay its creators. Right now, creators can make more money on YouTube than on TikTok. So TikTok needs to figure out how to pay up or risk losing its content creators. And finally, Snapchat. Snapchat hasn't changed very much since its inception, but right now it's ready for Act 2, attracting more users of older ages. Right now, the platform is primarily teen and young adult focused. Algorithm changes. We mentioned them for Facebook, but you can expect them across the board for all social media channels. Expect some tinkering with algorithms from all major platforms and expect to have to rework how you do your social media. Other social media challenges: creating engaging content, gaining and keeping followers, reaching your target audience, keeping up with trends, and generating leads. Make sure your social media posts are diverse. That means change them up a little bit for each channel. You don't want to have the exact same wording on every channel. For example, you want to add more hashtags on Instagram, or you want to shorten your text for Twitter. Switch them up even just a little for each platform, which will help you customize the post. Take the time to think about what you want to post, why, and when you are going to do it, so you have a plan. The best way to plan your social media posts is by using a calendar. It doesn't have to be anything fancy. For social media calendars, something as simple as a Google Sheet, Google Doc, Word Doc, even your desk calendar will work just fine. I personally use Google Sheets for my monthly calendar and a Google Doc for my weekly calendar. Now on to the trends you can expect to be big in 2023. The first one is short form video. Thanks to TikTok, short form video is all the rage. From YouTube Shorts to Instagram, Facebook, and Reels, start focusing on videos for 2023. According to HubSpot, it has the highest return on investment of any social media trend. The number 2 biggest trend you can expect to see in 2023 is influencer marketing. Influencer marketing has the second highest ROI and more people are cashing in. Influencer marketing does not have to be expensive. That's one of the biggest misconceptions. You don't need to hire a celebrity or pay millions of dollars to somebody. You can use someone local or a local celebrity. Even one of your customers would make a great influencer. Influencers are especially important if you are trying to bring Gen Z to your brand. The third trend you should look out for in 2023 is branded DMs. That's direct messages, or sometimes they're called private messages. It just depends on what platform you're using. Expect to see more ads in your direct messages or private messages depending on which platform you're on. This has the third highest ROI of any trend. While it is relatively new, branded DMs are a great way for companies to expand their customer service reach right in the social media platforms. This will likely take off in 2023. The next thing you should look out for in 2023 isn't really a trend. We're going to add it to this list, and it's SEO, or search engine optimization. You need to be paying attention to this all the time to make sure that your website or blog is optimized for the search engines so people can find you. Using your SEO to boost your blog will help your website attract customers and conversions. Need help with SEO? Check out PhotoBiz's SEO Go service with the tools and team you need to get your best SEO results. The next trend you should look out for is live shopping. This has become big internationally, but hasn't totally caught on yet in the US. According to Social Media Today, expect Instagram to expand live shopping on the app, possibly through a new tab that will open to a full screen, always on live shopping feed. And finally, the last trend, which is also something that you always need to keep up to, is humanizing your brand. People buy from people, they don't buy from your logo. Make your brand more human in your social media posts by telling stories, sharing behind the scenes content, and more to get people interested. Expect to see a lot more posts about brands' values in the coming year. Engagement matters. This is not just the engagement that you get on your post, but also the engagement that you are giving back. You need to respond to inquiries, compliments, and especially complaints to let your users know that you care. Visuals also matter. Make sure that any images or video you use are clear and make sense. The images are part of storytelling, which can make or break your social media post. I mentioned this briefly earlier, but you can expect a larger focus on artificial intelligence in 2023. Social media platforms are looking toward the future by way of using more AI. Content recommendations and avatars as a means of engagement could make AI a larger part of your social experience. Focus on augmented reality. Expect to see a lot more platforms looking at ways to include augmented reality in 2023. Experts from Social Media Today say Meta is working on AR glasses, Instagram might add AR and 3D posting options, and even Pinterest is looking into AR options for you to try on home decor items from the app. So what are the top trends marketers plan to try in 2023? According to HubSpot, short-form video content is number one, followed by selling products directly in social media apps, influencer marketing, and mobile messaging. That includes text, Facebook, Messenger, and WhatsApp. The top marketing channels for 2023, according to HubSpot, are social media, website, blog, and SEO, that's all one thing, email marketing, content marketing, and social media shopping tools round out the top 5. The top social media marketing channels for 2023 are expected to be Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, and LinkedIn. According to HubSpot, Facebook leads in return on investment, but growth is expected to be lower than other networks. Facebook is still the most used social network, so it's not time to start ignoring it. YouTube is expected to have the highest growth rate in 2023, expected to have the second highest ROI after Facebook. Instagram is tied for number 2 ROI with YouTube and TikTok. More than half of all marketers use Instagram, and it's still growing. And finally, TikTok. Marketers are taking notice of TikTok. It used to be just a popular app for teens and young adults to showcase dancing and cooking skills, but now it's a powerhouse marketing platform, and more brands will jump on the bandwagon in 2023. Just remember, social media marketing is time consuming. You don't need to be on every single channel. Pick ones where your audience is and then focus on those. Quality is always better than quantity when it comes to social media marketing. We'll put up some great resources on your screen for social media tips and tricks. Of course, you can always find tips, tricks, and techniques at blog.photobiz.com. Thank you for joining us for Social Media Challenges and Trends for 2023. I'm Sarah. Have a great day.
Hello everybody, this is John Kreisman from PhotoBiz. I'm our customer relations manager, aka Internet Yoda. I've been with the company for almost 15 years, so chances are if you've been with us for a while or you're brand new, we've probably worked together at some point in time. Today I'm going to cover our Selling Digitally section of our PhotoBiz MasterClass. This section is going to talk about selling digital products, digital prints, digital packages. It's a great way to make money on your site with low touch. You can set these up to sell, and once your payment's received, your clients will have a link to download whatever they've purchased from you. Digital products will let you sell things like ebooks, presets, style guides, really any type of file that you want to sell digitally on your site through your store and your e-commerce. You can set that up to sell the digital products. For digital prints, this is going to allow you to sell different versions of digital format prints through your PhotoBiz proofing. And then with digital packages, you can set it up to actually sell packages through your site digitally. This can be where you sell X amount of prints for X amount of dollars, or if you want to sell the entire gallery as a download, you can set it up to sell your full gallery as a download package as well. So let's take a closer look at how this all works with your PhotoBiz account. Let's take a look at what you have in your control panel here. You'll see I'm logged into the home page of my PhotoBiz account. There's a whole lot of zeros on here because this is a brand new fresh site that I just set up for today's masterclass. And so the first thing I'm going to cover here is going to be digital products. Now, digital products allow you to sell exactly what it says, digital products. And this can be anything from ebooks to presets, any other type of file extension that you can think of. You can really sell through your PhotoBiz site. The first part of this that you'd want to go to is if you have, let's say, an ebook or a zip file with a preset in it, PSD files, those types of things. The first place you want to go is on the left side menu here that opens up. You'll see this file section. And if you click on files, it'll take you to the files area where you can see your image clipboard, you can see documents, music space, and more storage options. The section you want to go to here is going to be documents. And when I click on that here, you'll see your file upload section. And so this area of your PhotoBiz account allows you to store documents, and you can see the different file types here that are supported, JPEGs, PNGs, GIFs, and so on. This will allow you to upload any of these file types, and they'll be available for you to set to download for your clients or for your clients to purchase through your e-commerce. Right now, you'll see that it shows the default maximum size of 4 megabytes. If you're selling larger files, the original files option is really great. It's $10 a month, and it'll allow you to upgrade that file size all the way to 50 megs per file. And so if you're selling things like presets, Photoshop actions and such, you can put those larger files into a zip, and more times than not, that'll get you well under that 50 megabyte cap if you do the original files option. For the example I'm using today, I'm going to show you how to set it up to sell a PDF download. But again, any of these file extensions that you see here will work. And it's a great way to upload and store your files right through your PhotoBiz account. And then you can make them for sale on your PhotoBiz website. So you'll see here I've uploaded my SEO blogging template. So for this one, this will be an example using an ebook PDF. I've already uploaded this to the account. You'll see that it's got a direct link here. So if you need to reference that, you can. But what's really nice is our e-commerce makes it very easy. You don't have to do anything else other than upload the file here. So we've uploaded the file. And the next thing that we want to do is scroll over to the left side here. And in the side menu that opens, we're going to click on e-commerce, the shopping cart that you see here. This is going to take you into the e-commerce section of your PhotoBiz 9 account. And this is your home base for everything that you're selling online. You can set up all of your products in here, your merchant settings, and so on. We'll cover that in a little bit more detail in the setup in the masterclass portion of the e-commerce. But here we're going to go to set up this digital product. We're going to mouse over the Sell Online option here at the top. And in the drop-down menu that opens, we're going to go to Products here. And when we click on Products, you'll see any products that you've set up in the past. It may be blank if you haven't set up any, but you'll see we've got all your options here. There's different categories that you can set up, so you can categorize your different items. For today's, we're just going to click on New Product. And for this one, we're going to call this the Blogging for SEO ebook. This is going to be the product name that your clients will see on your store when they go to your site. And so you can also include a description here. We'll put in a brief description of what this ebook's about. And then we set up a price. So for this one, we'll just say $25. And again, you can set this price whatever you want. You can charge tax. If you're going to do shipping or not, you can do that. For this being a digital product, we're going to set that to no. And then we can hit the create product. So now we've created the product. We've got some different options that we can configure in here. The images section right here that you see is going to be where you can put a graphic in place to represent your product on your website. So I've already uploaded a graphic here, so I'm going to hit clipboard. And I'll check this graphic that I've got. We'll insert it, and it's in there. You can do multiple images for your products if you need to. It's great to include a product with or an image with your product so that people know what they're looking at. They've got a visual of what this product actually is. The next part of this that we want to go to is the digital download section that you see right here. So I click on that. And you'll see your download link label, which is going to be what your clients see that they need to click on to download their file. I'm just going to leave that set to download as the default setting here. Also links to the default setting of file, which is your file section. And then here we'll see that we've got the blogging template ebook that I've already uploaded. This makes it really easy. So any files that you've uploaded to your file section will appear in this drop-down menu. So you can really sell any of your stuff once you've got it uploaded. And it's nice because it's going to be something that it's a couple clicks of the mouse and it's set up, it works. The next section here is going to control how many days your download link is going to be valid. By default, it sets that to 1, but you can really set this to whatever you'd like it to be, all the way up to 90 days. We'll go ahead and we'll just set this to, let's set it to 30. So this link will work for 30 days. You can set this to whatever you prefer. The big thing to remember on that is if you set it for 1 day, someone buys it and they don't check their email for a couple days, that link's not going to work. You're going to get a phone call or an email from a client that's saying, hey, I can't download my stuff. So, it's a good idea to at least give folks a couple days to download that. You can also set the maximum number of downloads per order. So by default, this one also goes to 1. You can really set it to whatever you want. I generally recommend, give it 2 or 3, just because of the nature of the internet. Hey, I tried to download this and my power went out or my internet went out, whatever it might be. You can always reset these down the road, but just to kind of, again, safeguard against that phone call or that email from a customer saying, hey, my download didn't work and now I can't get my stuff. It's best practice to, maybe give them a couple of attempts on this. Once you've got these configured, you can hit the Save Changes button. That product's ready to go. And so this product is set up now. And if we go back one screen, we'll see we have Blogging for SEO ebook for $25. This is ready to go. So how do I set this up to make this for sale on my website? We're going to bounce back over to the left side menu. We're going to click on Website. We've got a page on here that I've added already called Store. We can add the products block. And you'll see the shopping cart now says click to add products. So we click on that. It's going to open a side menu up here on the right side that gives us our different options for what products we want to display here. So for this particular one, we're going to choose custom products. And the reason I'm doing that is because we just want to display that one ebook that we've set up. So we're going to click the add product button. You'll see our friendly drop-down menus that appear again. Our different categories of products are listed. We're going to choose products. And then in the product drop-down, you'll see that our blogging for SEO ebook is available. Once we've got the product selected, we can add additional products if we want to. For this one, we're just going to use a single one. We hit the Save Changes button. That product is now live on our store page. You can go in and you can configure different layouts for this too. So if you don't want to have this vertical portrait layout, you can go in. You'll see you've got a whole bunch of different options in terms of what the products can be, including even just the single item ones. We'll go with the single item square layout. And I'm going to reset this back to the blogging for SEO. And there we go. So we're all set on this. Now let's see what it looks like for a customer that's coming to your site. We're going to click on this little link here at the top left. This is a preview link that's going to open up the page for the Blogging for SEO ebook. So here we'll see the graphic we uploaded, the product name, the product description, the number of these that they want to buy, the price. We can add this cart button here. It adds that to the cart. Clients can go through the checkout process. And we'll just do my name real quick so that we can see how this will look for clients that are checking out. Fill out the checkout form. We're going to see the checkout options here. I've set this up for an offline payment. So one of the great things is you can set up your merchant to go through things like Square, PayPal, Stripe, and so on. You can also do offline payments. A lot of times what I've seen clients will do is set up an offline payment and an online payment. You can pay through Square with your credit debit card, or you can offer an in-studio payment. So if you have your clients come and they pick up their order at the studio, they can pay in person, whether that's with cash or if you use like a credit card processor in studio where they can swipe the card. If you want to allow people to do any other types of payments in person, you can do that very easily, and you can make those different methods here available. This one's going to be an offline payment, so you'll see here orders are not processed until the payment is received. We can submit the order, and you got the thank you message here. Your customer has a receipt. Now on the other side of this, your client can view the receipt, and this is what's going to end up in their inbox. You'll see that your logo will be here at the top. I have the PhotoBiz logo up, but your logo will be at the top here. The details on the order for the customer will appear there, and then they can actually see the products that they've purchased. Now, once this order has been paid for, there's going to be a link to download this here. So let's say that I go and I give you cash for your order. We're going to bounce back into your PhotoBiz account. Here's what you get on your end. You're going to get a notification in your account and in your inbox and your email that says, hey, John bought this from you. That'll show you what I purchased. We can click on my name. You'll see here the payment status is pending. That's because I choose an offline payment. Now, if I would have paid for this via Square or PayPal or whatever it might be, this would show that this is paid because I've already got the money for it. Now, if my customer comes in and they pay me, I can change this from pending. We'll change this over to paid, and we'll hit the Save Changes button. And so now the order's been paid for. It's updated in the status here. So you see it went from pending to paid. And so your customer, you can send them the receipt, and this updated receipt will have the download link right there for them. So you'll see here now, the download link is on here. Your clients will be able to click on their receipt, and it's going to download the file. So very, very easy to set it up and allow your customers to purchase digital product downloads from you. And again, this same process works for any of the file types that are supported in the file section, including zip files. So you can upload pretty much anything you want for sale through your PhotoBiz account. I've seen everything from ebooks to presets to Photoshop actions to files for crickets. There's all types of different things you can sell through the site, and the digital product downloads makes it very easy to do so without having to jump through a bunch of hoops or use third-party hosting or any of that stuff. So that's how you set up to sell digital products right through your website. Now, the next section that I wanted to cover is more for selling prints as digital files through the PhotoBiz proofing. The prints can be sold a la carte, or you can sell them as digital packages. I'm going to walk you through both of those options, and I'll show you how this works. It's very easy to set this up. You can set up different price lists, different products and everything. You control how clients can purchase from you, what they can see, what's available to them based on the price list that they're using. So we're going to bounce over to the left side menu in your PhotoBiz 9 builder again, and you'll see your different options. We're going to make sure that we're looking at the e-commerce section, and you'll see we're going to go to sell online, and you'll see you've got digital images and packages. So the first part of this, we'll look at digital images as a la carte prints. So this would be if you wanted to set it up for your customers to be able to download individual files from their proofing event. So you'll see here I don't have any set up yet. We're going to click on new image, and we can call this one social media file, and we'll sell this one for $25. That's generally what I use for my placeholders on this. Obviously, you can set all your own pricing, whatever your studio offers in terms of pricing. You set all your own pricing with PhotoBiz, so you control this. The next section is really interesting here because you can do different file sizes for your customers, and you can charge different prices. So for this one, I called it social media file. We're going to choose web resolution, and you'll see the maximum dimensions on this. You can sell web resolution, high resolution, or the original file resolution is an option for clients that offer full resolution original files. We make that optional for clients. It's $10 a month for our clients that want to use it. We understand not everybody sells original full resolution files. We make it an option. So if you don't offer that, you don't have to use it. But if you do want to use it, it's very easy to add that to your account. And for only $10 a month, you can sell files as large as 50 megabytes. So it allows you to sell really big prints, or digital files, I should say. We'll go in, we're going to add digital file on this for the web resolution. Now, if we want to offer another one, we'll call this one high resolution, and we can charge a different price for this. Since it's going to be a larger file, you can charge a different price for it. And so now we've got social media and high resolution set up. We want to go back into the sell online dropdown, and we're going to hit the price list option. Now this is where you can control your price list. Our e-commerce section will cover that in more details. We'll click on global. We'll go to prints, digital images, and we'll make sure that these are in here. Okay, great. So we've got this price list available. So now I'll show you how to add this to your client galleries. Go to this left side menu, and we're going to go to the proofing section. Proofing is available on any PhotoBiz 9 account, and you'll have that available to you right through your control panel. I've already got a default gallery set up here called Smith Family. So we'll go ahead and we'll click on this, right on the name. We can click on the gear here for the event settings, and we can choose the price list option here. Let's choose that global price list. We can add a password to this too, so we'll just make the password super secure. We don't want to allow free downloads here because we're selling them through the site. So if you want to offer free downloads to your clients, you can, but for this one, we're going to sell these prints, so we don't want people to be able to download them for free. We'll go down to the bottom here. We'll click on the Save Changes option. That's going to apply this price list to this event. So now, how do we get to what the customer is going to see on this? And we're on my demo site. We'll go to my client section. We'll see here that we've got Smith Family. We can click on this. We'll put in our email address. This is a brand new feature we just added to Proofing too. You can do email collection on your events. So when your customers come to their Proofing event, they can put in their password. Also, you can capture their email address, so you can see exactly who's accessed the event before they even order anything. We go in, we put in our password and email. We see our images here for the event. And we'll click on the shopping cart icon, and we'll see anything that's available to us through this. So we're going to go to digital images, and we can choose social media. We can choose high resolution. We can order both of them if we want to. We can add more images. We'll do another high resolution here. And we'll do one of the little girl here too. We'll do high resolution of her. And so now your customers can see, okay, here's what I've got in my images. And if they decide, hey, you know what, I actually don't want to do this one, you can remove it. Great. So now you've got 3 high resolution files in here. You can choose the secure checkout. And just like with the digital product, clients can go through the checkout process. Very, very easy. And this is all mobile responsive. So as your customers are doing this, it doesn't matter, I'm recording this on a big screen, but if you're on a phone, a tablet, computer, it doesn't make a difference. Your clients can go through the checkout process very easily, get to the order, and we submit it. Also had that offline payment option here. So that makes it really easy to get through all this. We bounce back into your PhotoBiz account. And just like with our digital product, we've got a notification here. We've got an order. We can click on the name, all the details on here. Same thing as before, where we chose an offline payment. We can choose paid. And now we hit saved. And our status history shows that there, so you can see exactly what's going on with the images. And we scroll through. We've got all our details on the order. And then we can download. Now that that order's been paid, we can download those images. You'll see that the link is valid for 7 days for print downloads. We do that again so that you don't have any clients that weren't able to download their pictures. We give them a week to download it. You can reset that expiration date in the control panel in their order. You'll see if we go back real quick, the digital items are here, and you can go in and you can reset this if you need to. So you can extend out these. So if you get a customer that purchased and they had something come up, or they have, some sort of issue where they couldn't download it, you can add an expiration date expansion and also go in and add additional download attempts. So we make it very easy. Just, we understand things happen. And so you can make it easy for your customers to be able to go in and re-download their images. The next section we're going to look at is how to set up digital packages. And so this is really cool. If you offer digital packages that, a client gets X amount of downloads for, whatever the dollar amount is, or you want folks to be able to download their entire gallery, the digital packages is the way to go for that. This makes it really easy to set this up. So if we go under Sell Online, we're going to click on Packages this time. And again, just like with products, you can set up categories. I don't have anything set up other than the default category of packages right now. So let's rename this. We'll call this Digital Packages. And we click the New Package button. And you'll see the different options. You have fixed, flexible, digital fixed, digital full event. So fixed and flexible packages are more for selling actual prints, your traditional pose packages for portraits and such. The digital option, though, is what we want to look at here. This is going to allow you to sell a fixed quantity amount of files that people can download for a specific price, or they can download their entire full event for a price. So let's look at digital fixed first. You can name your package. So we'll call this Digital Platinum. You can put in a short description for this. And so you set your quantity. We'll set, this is 5. And we had set our pricing to be $50 for the high resolution. So what we'll do is we'll set, you get 5 for $150. And so we'll set purchase 5 high resolution digital prints for the price of 3. Go in here and we'll set this up. We hit create digital package. And so now you've got your details. So if you need to go back and change any of this, you can. You can also put in an image to represent your package in the proofing section of the control panel. For this one, I'm going to leave it blank so you can see how this will look for your customers if you just have the text description on it. Now, the other option we've got here is we go to new package and we're going to do digital full event. This allows your customer to purchase their entire gallery. So we'll say purchase your full gallery. And we'll put in a little description. We'll set this one to $500. And we'll set this to say high resolution images. And so now we've got these digital packages available. So what's this going to look like for the customer? We'll bounce back over to our demo site. And we're going to go through that same process that we went through for the Smith family. We'll hit our shopping cart, and now we've got our packages available to us. So now you'll see we've got our digital platinum package. We purchase 5 high-resolution digital prints for the price of 3, or we could purchase the full gallery. So with the 5, go here, and it's going to allow us to add 5 different digital prints on here. And what's nice is that this will show incomplete. Your customers can't check out until they've completed their package. So you don't have somebody that accidentally purchases something but doesn't complete their order and makes more work for you. This will require that they add their 5 images to their package. And so we'll just add 5 quick. And you'll see now this is completed, so we can continue shopping. We'll go back and we'll choose the purchase your full gallery. It automatically will add all the images in the gallery to your package. And so now we can begin the process of checking out. So it makes it very, very easy for your customers to go through and purchase stuff based on what you offer. You can set up as many different price lists as you prefer. And the nice thing is that you don't have to worry about going in and having people see prices for different that maybe not applied to their event. You can set up different prices. You can set up different digital packages. And you can set up even those different options for what size files you're offering your customers. All this is very easy to do. We'll go through, we'll submit this order. So now on your side, you can go in and you'll see, oh, look at this. I've had 3 orders come through today. It's just that easy. In the span of about 20 minutes, I've had 3 orders come through. So we go in. Again, you'll see whatever's been purchased, any of the files that they've added, the whole gallery. This hasn't been paid for yet, so that link doesn't go out to the customer until it's set to paid. Again, we chose the offline payment option. So when we do that, go in, you can always check the status history. Again, resetting the digital download expiration and maximum download attempts. And we go back into our receipt. This is the same thing your customer will have in the inbox. And just like that, their digital files are available for them to download. Now, for larger downloads, you'll see here, this is the message that your customers will receive. What this will do is this will generate a zip file for your clients of whatever combination of images they've purchased, whether they've downloaded the full gallery, they've done a digital package. If it's anything more than just the a la carte print, it's going to zip it so that it's an easy download for them. And they'll get a notification email as soon as that file is ready for download. It's a pretty quick process, but it does take a little bit of time. You'll see here now, our images are ready to download. I click my link and it's done. So very, very easy to set all this up and sell those digital prints, sell those digital products. And all of this is all captured and stored in your e-commerce. So you'll see here now, just in the brief time we've been together on this workshop, we've already had $883 in sales just as through the demo site. So very easy to do. There's no commissions on any sales through PhotoBiz. So we're not taking a percentage of everything as you're selling it. If you are taking payments with your merchants, Square, Stripe, PayPal, whoever it might be, they'll charge you a transaction fee. That's totally independent from what we charge you, but you've got that option in there. And then for offline payments, again, if you're doing things like cash, in-studio processing, I've seen even people do things like Venmo. That makes it very easy to get paid through the site, and you've got control over how those files get delivered to your customers based on you receiving that payment. I hope that this section was really helpful for you for selling digitally. I hope that this will allow you to sell your digital products, prints, and packages right through your PhotoBiz account. If you run into anything that you need help with, don't hesitate to give our team of experts a call, 866-463-7620. We're here Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll help you out with any of the questions that you have about selling your stuff online digitally. Again, I'm John Kreisman, and it's been great to work with you today. Thank you for choosing PhotoBiz MasterClass.
Hello everyone, and thank you for joining our PhotoBiz Masterclass for on-site marketing. So let's talk a bit about the importance of marketing. Marketing brings awareness to your business, the products and services throughout the means of multiple channels in effort to encourage your target users to become customers. Marketing should feel like an incentive to attract customers and make them happy. So, think about the channels that you might use for your own marketing. Social media has become more important than ever. So using like Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Pinterest, you name it. There's so many channels that you can use that way. And then also using ads. So something like Google AdWords or Facebook ads or even TikTok ads or any ad platform that's available. Those are the means of channels to entice people through marketing to come to your website. So again, places that you can market your business. You can use ads, again, like Google Ads, to actually incite people. You can use ads that go through email. You can use ads that go through traditional standard methods like Google AdWords, where they're using banners. So you can use banner ads, display ads, or actually just text search ads. So like when you type in something specific, sometimes you'll be like, hey, there's something right away. Usually that's an ad at the top of Google before you actually get to what you're actually searching for. So you can have so many different types of ads that display to market to people. Social media, again, using your social media channels is a more visual way to actually communicate to people. It's also a way where you can add more organic type of conversational style marketing pieces. So, like you can add a blog post and talk about the importance of this blog post and why they should click over to read something. Or you can add an image to like Instagram or a video to Instagram, and it's a way to appeal to people like, hey, look behind the scenes, look at this thing, wouldn't you want to be a part of it? It's about encapsulating the experience, the feel, and value they get from seeing this on your brand. And then there's referral marketing. Referral marketing is probably the number one most valuable way to market because everyone trusts a friend, right? So if a friend tells you like, hey, I had a great experience at this business, they'll take you up on that. And they're like, okay, I'm going to check it out themselves. So this is something that people use a lot, especially referrals. So when you see testimonials or anything like that, that's a great way to actually market for you. Networking groups. You can join networking groups where you can meet business likes yours, or you can actually meet people who might have adjacent businesses that can refer business one to another. And then directly marketing on your website. So it doesn't stop once they get to your website. You actually kind of have to keep communicating to them. You have to direct them where they can go, give them incentives to actually want to purchase, and even entice them even further to actually want to buy. So marketing directly on site is vital to your business as well. So why market on your website if they're already there? It encourages the customer to go through the sales funnel instead of just leaving. It gives them something to do, right? Why should it get there, just look around, say, okay, and just leave? You don't want that. You want to give them something, that kind of breadcrumbs them through your website, through your sales funnel to eventually making a purchase. Option allows them to have more choices, see more products, possibly purchase more. You want to give them the ability to want to browse your website. Some people come to a website, you have about 3 seconds to actually engage with that customer before they decide to leave. So the best way to do that is actually market something specifically that might be of interest of them. So take advantage of tools and pop-ups and things like that are ways to engage with them right away so they don't leave and abandon the website. Exclusivity. They feel like they're getting something someone else may not be getting by visiting there, then versus something on social media. You might talk about like some promo on your social media channels, like, hey, save 20%. But if they actually make it click through and they go through some of the pages on your website, you might be even offering them 30 or 40% just because they actually made it to those pages. And then there's the bigger punch of an incentive to actually make someone purchase. The other day, I had someone who was interested in buying something. They were like, hey, I have this promo code for 30%. I was like, oh, it doesn't work anymore. What can I do? And I was like, here's one for 50. And that pushed them right over. They were like, great, I'm buying right now. And those are things that you can do that kind of keeps them on the hook and makes them more incentivized to actually want to purchase. And it adds value, it gives them an incentive for even coming, just for showing up and talking to them or giving them something more valuable to look at by you just directing them where to go in your marketing. Well, gives them an incentive for just coming. It gives them a value. So, hey, you made it to this portfolio page. After 10 seconds, this pop up with a promotion says, hey, book now and save 50% on your first session with me. That feels like valuable, and like I don't want to let that go. Customers are going to feel the same way because they're like, wow, I actually made it this far. They're giving me something to go on. And people buy based on discounts and little incentives like that. So think about that when you're marketing to your customers. PhotoBiz tools give you what you need to market on your website. So some of the tools that we have built into our marketing platform for PhotoBiz is you have the ability to create pop-ups and sticky promotional banners, which we'll go over today. And then we also have the ability to create promotional codes. You can also create campaigns, specific items, or site-wide sales. No codes needed. So it's really great if you're doing like a summer sale on all your items or specific items within your system that you want to really get out there. And then newsletter sign-up forms. It's a great way to incentivize people to join so you can capture those leads, but then you can market to them future based on email marketing. And these are some of the tools that we're going to show you how to use today. We're going to focus on their purpose and how valuable they can add to your website. Now, I know what you're saying. Aren't pop-ups bad? Pop-ups in the past were used to annoying links and pushed users away, especially if they were, coming from a third party and not directly from the source itself. I know you probably remember the internet from like 1998, 1999, when websites had frames and stuff like that, and you would click on it and there would be an ad for something, and then all of a sudden a pop-up ad for something else, and something else would just constantly feel like this annoyance, and it didn't feel like it was organic to the site. Those are problems of the past. Pop-ups now can be organic to the website. So when you go to a website, you're seeing something specific to that website's brand. Its consistency feels the same, and it doesn't feel foreign at all to the actual website that you're on. Now you can actually create marketing displayed right on your website that is organic to you by building with the tools that you have. And it makes it more incentive because you're actually promoting your tools, you're promoting the products and services that you have versus some random product popping up. Wouldn't you hate it if you were a photographer and a pop-up ad for another photographer came up? That's awful, right? That no longer can happen unless you're using third-party affiliates to do your ad work. But if you don't have ads on your website and you're only using promotional tools to promote yourself, you're the one in charge. So use those tools because you have them. They still work. So why use pop-ups? Pop-ups can help drive sales. They can get people into the motion of, hey, I want to purchase something. And I'll have some data that you can look at in a little bit of why pop-ups really do work, even though they seem like something that, can be a hindrance. One thing you want to do is avoid having too many. Overuse can push a customer away, so know when to actually make them pop and wait to pop up. Don't do it immediately. The initial thing is, I want them to see this thing, but we'll give it some time, let it stew over time. If they're on this page long enough, this pop-up will come up. So think about options for like 5 seconds, 10 seconds, or 30 seconds before an actual pop-up will pop up immediately. Can sometimes just make people click off and move on. And place pop-ups on pages other than just your homepage. I know you want them to see this deal, this promotion that you might be running, or you want to incentivize them just for showing up. But if you do it on deeper pages, those are the ones that you can connect with and actually be the customers that you're actually wanting to work with. What if they got to your portfolio page and they saw that pop-up then, and that pop-up was incentivizing them to actually book with you and save? Those are things that you should think about versus them just dropping in on the homepage and them just going like, maybe I'll take advantage of this deal, or I'll sign up for their newsletter. I don't know. And it doesn't have to be on every page. You can strategically add pop-ups on specific pages that you want them to trigger. That way, again, it's kind of like you're going through the motions. By the time to get through your sales funnel,
there might be that coupon at the end of the rainbow, right? So give them that versus them just showing up and giving them something. Let the ones that are actually engaging with your website, going through the pages, looking at the content, let them have the advantage of seeing the pop-up. It makes it feel like a reward. And that's what you want at the end of the day. You want them to feel incentivized. You want them to then make that purchase. If they were on the fence, that extra 10% off, that 20% off, 30% off can push them over. So let's look at some pop-up data. Based on 1.5 billion pop-up data collected from sumo.com, the average conversion rate for pop-ups is 3.09%. Okay, you're like, oh, that sounds very low. Based on our own personal data for PhotoBiz, when I'm looking at our own pop-up data, it's pretty much the standard average, 3.98%. And our best performing one is 8.9%. So the average seems to be pretty much telling right there. 3% of people are going to take advantage of that pop-up. But that's an incentive. That's a conversion rate. So let's take a look at some things. We're also going to go back and look at other things as well you can use to utilize that. But, beyond just pop-ups, you can use sticky banners. So why use the sticky banners? Sticky banners are great, or promotional banner types are great, because you can have a promotion or event on your website, a campaign on your website, or you could be actually, too busy and have a banner on your website. That way you're not losing customers, but maybe you want to add them to a wait list or something like that. Sticky banners are great for long-term promotions and notifications. So it just lets people know what's going on. If you have something huge happening in your life and you're just way too busy, it's a great way to add a wait list to your page. That way they know they can still book with you, but maybe not right away. And that also makes it kind of feel more exclusive too. When they see a wait list option, they're like, oh wow, this person's so busy, I gotta join. And you can stick it to the bottom of the page so it's not it's noticeable, but it's not disruptive. It'll hang out at the bottom. If you use certain colors, it'll draw to the eye, but it won't take away from the main focus of the page. So maybe you're just saying no shoots are available during this time of the month or these weeks or, an entire season. That way they know they can't book you during June, but they can join that wait list to get on there in September or something like that. And you can stick it to the top if you want to gain attention right away. Just note this might cover up your menu. It's just going to stick right above it. So just be aware how you want your long-term promotional banners to be and where you want them to be at. So let's go back to some of that data that we were talking about with pop-ups. So here's one that we recently did for PhotoBiz. It was for 50% off. We ran it through fall just to see how people would take advantage of it for Black Friday. So you can see we had 10,000 people view this. 366 people took advantage of it. So there is a conversion rate of 3.64. So that way we're able to see there's that 3% conversion rate. That's how many people took advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of this coupon that we're able to. So 3% are actually still doing it. So we see there's an effectiveness in the pop-up. Now, how much did that cost us? Money spent marketing directly on your own website for us was $0. So that cost us nothing to just put that pop-up up there. Just put it up there, and if people take advantage of it, they take advantage of it. That's 300 conversions right there that we might have missed. But having that banner, it pushed some people over. So think about that when you're looking at people. And those 10,000 people that came to the website might not all be, some of them are already customers probably. So out of that percentage, you have to then distill how many of those people are actually customers who aren't going to take advantage of it. So sure, they're not going to take advantage of it. But then new people, new eyeballs on the website, out of that is the ones that took advantage of it. So think about that when you're adding, any type of promotion to your website. Some people want to find a promotion. People will only take advantage of things if there is a promotion. How often do you go looking for coupons for you make a purchase? Same thing. So total costs from other channels that we use for ads for social media posts and AdWorks, using Facebook ads, which we set it up for $30 a day, and we ran it for about 9 days through that Black Friday cycle, and we saw, we spent $270 for 300 conversions. For our costs, that's fantastic. So you have to think about what it's worth to you to spend money in those channels, how much you're willing to spend, but also know that in competitive times like Black Friday, holidays and things like that, things might cost more to actually spend, but getting them over to your website and then having promotions there as well is a great way to keep that trail going. Keep it going. So you're getting that traffic in. The next thing is to try to convert them, and having that pop up there as a conversion point was a great way to get people to actually purchase. And we only spent $270 in that 9-day cycle. So not bad. So let's jump right on in and show you how to build a pop-up. So we have this beautiful website that we created for newborns and families. You can see right here, and we have the ability to, learn more, see some blogs, say hello, and then also book sessions. So we don't have a pop-up that's, going right now. So we're going to set one up that'll pop up with a promotional for 20% off that we want people to be able to take advantage of. So we're going to go ahead and set that up. So how we're going to do it? We're going to go ahead and go into the back end of the website in the control panel. Instead of website builder, first we're going to go down to marketing. So we're going to click on marketing. Here that you'll be able to create email campaigns, automations, pop-ups, and that's what we're going to focus on today. So click on pop-up in the top menu. You'll see that you have the ability to create categories. So I'm going to create one for stickies as well. So I'm just going to have this called stickies. And we'll have our promotional banners as well, so you can see the difference between the two. But we're going to focus on the pop-ups first. As soon as you go in and create from our templates, you have the promotional banner stickies there at the top, but then you have options here for subscribe options, which is what we're going to focus on today. And then we're going to add an incentive for them doing it. So maybe, join now and get 10% off. So, we're going to do the 20% off here. I like the way this one looks. I think this one might match our style that we kind of got going on. We're just going to change the photo from this girl to, we're going to make it focused on a kid. So we're going to delete this photo first. We're going to add something from a clipboard. If you've got images in there, this is really great. We're going to go ahead and add, let's go ahead and add this family one. Maybe we're going to add this little cute kid. So we're going to add that one in. There it is. And we're going to change some of the text, 20% off your first purchase. We're going to make it like your first session. And you can add any details that you want here. Hit Save Changes, and you'll see that 20% off when booking your first session. And then what's missing from here, we need to add a form. We want to add a newsletter form. So easy way to do that. Go ahead and add one if you have one. And we'll set that up as well. We're just going to add a subscribe one for now. Hit Save. You can see there's a lot of details in here we don't need. So we're going to edit this form real quick. We just want the email box itself. Then we're going to go back to our marketing channel. You'll see, there we go. So we're going to have it where they set up and they get a 20%. And, how we could do this is, you set it up through here. You add the subscribe option. Then we'll edit this form. And then we're going to put the code in here. Once they get this code purchase, you'll be able to add details such as like once they've actually sent something, they get a thank you message. And then this is where you can put a confirmation message here, save 20% with this coupon. Save 20. So that's what we're going to make it. We're going to make it a little bit bigger. And they'll also get an email message if you turn that on as well. You can add an expiration date if you want to as well, but we can also add that to the pop-up itself. And where do you want to get the notifications? Do you want it sent to you when someone signs up? Or do you want them to land on a confirmation page specifically with details about how they can save? I'm just going to save for now. Keep it simple. I'm going to go back. I'm going to go look at our form. So when someone fills this out, they'll get that confirmation with the coupon code. You can change any styling you want. If you want to pop up in the dead middle, you can. You can have that right here in center, or you can do some other options like top left, center right, bottom right. I see a lot of people doing a lot of unique styles lately, but we're going to keep it easy. We're just going to keep it in center, and then we're going to have an overlay. And the overlay is going to add like a darkening effect behind the pop-up, so this actually sticks out more, and that's what we want. We want people to see this. And then we want something to match our colors a little bit. Right now we have our form set up, kind of like this green tone. Maybe we want to add more of this golden tone that we have going on. So
I'm going to add just a touch of this brown. And then for the form about color, I'm going to bring it up to the yellow. Maybe somewhere in there. We'll just kind of keep it there, see what that looks like. And then we're going to change the button background. I want it a little bit darker so people can take advantage of that. And you just kind of mess around till you get a color that you like. Somewhere in there maybe. And as soon as you hit Save Changes, you'll see it reflected up here. Just kind of mess around till you get the desired look you're going for. There we go. I think this works. And you can keep messing with it till you get a look that you actually like. So, in here, then you can change the font types if you want. If you want to do something a little bit more softer, you can change it through all the types of font choices that we have. I like this look. I like the simple, modern look that we're going for, especially for the type of photography that we're doing. So I'm going to keep it as is, save changes. And then you're going to go up here in the top corner and hit publish. It's not going to publish right away, so you can name your pop-up. I'm just going to call it 20% off newsletter. And then you'll be able to see the options where you want it to display. We could display it directly on the home page, or we could choose a specific page we want it to display on. Maybe we want it to get to just the booking page itself. So I'm going to actually put it on the book session page. And then you can also choose when to trigger and actually display. Again, we recommend beyond 0 seconds. So maybe if they're on the page for about 5 to 10 seconds. So I'm going to choose 10 seconds so you can see what 10 second feels like. Because it relatively doesn't feel that long. So I'm going to have that, and then you can choose the frequency, how often they actually see this pop up. So is it going to be only once ever, every day, every 7 days, so once a week, or every 30 days, so once a month? And you can trigger this, and this is how often. So if they hit X up in that corner, they won't see it again until the frequency that you choose. I'm going to do every day, so I want this to display every day. And then we're going to choose the publish date. We're going to publish it today, and we're going to run it for a month. And then once you're ready, you hit publish. So let's go back to our page now. We're going to go to this book session page. And this is the page that we're going to have trigger the actual pop-up on. We want them to book. We can see the price is $250. So once they do this, we're going to go ahead and hit publish. Now I'm going to refresh this page because now we've added the pop-up to be published. So we have this triggered for 10 seconds. So you can see once they read some details about it and everything in between, eventually that pop-up's going to pop up just like this, and that's where they can put in their details. So we're going to put in our details. And then right there, boom, save 20% with this coupon. So I'm just going to copy that coupon. And they're also going to get this mailed to them as well. So fantastic, got this coupon. They're on this page. It's been incentivized for them to come to this page to actually book. Then they're actually driven to the point of like, hey, I was thinking about booking, but I don't know, $250. Now they got a coupon. Now they can go in. They can choose what day they want. Maybe a Sunday at 2 p.m. Put in their details. Add the cart. And then there's a section here for a coupon code. Now they just got to paste in the code. And there we go. So that's how you get that to actually work as an incentive. We have a pop-up now with a coupon code that now can take place directly on this page. They get incentivized by joining this page. It went directly just to this page, nowhere else in the website. So if people are actually interested in booking your session right away, this is how you incentivize them. Now, let's go back to see some other ways that we can do this marketing. Like we're going to show you how to set up other things like promo codes. Beyond pop-up, there's other ways that you can market on your website. So let's take a look at those options. So you have the option for promo codes. Promo codes are a great way to offer discounts, and it's important to track which are used the most. It helps you collect data. Which is more effective, 30% or 40%, or no difference? When we're looking at things like, hey, we're going to do a discount for 30%, we might actually see less, but if we have one for 40%, we might see an increase more. So you have to look at that data and see which is more relevant for your customers, what's more attractive to your customers at the end of the day. Does 10% seem like a good yield, or are people expecting more? Those are the things that you have to kind of weigh when you're looking at discount codes.
Discounts can act as an incentive to purchase. Thanks for coming. Here, have a code. Again, talking about those pop-ups where you let it sit for a while and then boom, here it comes and here's an incentive. Just get people to go through the notions. You can make them sign up for a newsletter and then they get a promotional code. Think about those things when you're putting in here. Again, it's an incentive for them to make a purchase, and it gives them the action to, hey, I want to act on this to get this discount. And it's short term, not permanent. You can use the code before it's too late, right? So you want to make sure that the code is there for a little bit, short term, so you can also collect data, make sure that it's not getting skewed. Hey, this one code was out there for an entire year. Here's all this information we were able to collect from it. So you kind of want to make sure that you got something in a short term manner, because it gets people to act faster if you know that the deal's going to end soon. So they need to take advantage of this code or they'll lose it. So think about that when you're building your codes out. So next, we're going to jump right in and show you how to set up promo codes. So how did we actually get that promo code to actually exist on that that pop-up banner that we created? So this is how you can actually set one up. You go over here, click on the e-commerce section. Once you go in there, you'll have the ability to track data, sell items, set up things for payments and stuff like that. But we're going to go ahead and click on payment, then coupons. You'll see that we have that save 20 right here right away. You can see a bunch of information about it, such as what the description is, what the code name is, when it begins, when it expires, what the discount percentage is, and the total usage. That lets people know and the items that you have it on. If you can choose specific items that this will actually trigger on. So let's go ahead and jump in and create a new coupon code. So you can see there's different ones. I use the percentage discount because I think that one's the easiest one to kind of get across of it. But you can also do single items, percentage of group items, and then you can also do dollar discounts if you want to take like $10 off, anything like that. And then buy one, get one free options. Buy this and you get this percentage off. So depending on what you're selling, if there's products or services entailed, you can add that. But we're going to keep it simple. We're going to focus on a percentage off one and show you how simple that is to set up. Hit continue once you pick the one you want, and now we're going to create a new one. Instead, we're going to call this one Save 30. And then the description is, instead of saving 20%, it saves 30%. You can create how many max uses. So maybe you only want 10 people to ever take advantage of that. And then the discount amount, we're going to make it 30%. And you can also choose a minimum order discount. So if there's only one thing that they can purchase on your website, and that's directly that $250 thing, you don't need to put in that. But if there's items that you're selling, but you only want them to be able to take advantage of it once they get to like maybe like $50 worth of orders, then that's when you can put the minimum order and max order prices. Then you can also choose the begin date and expiration date. Again, we'll start it today and we'll expire it, next month. And then we'll create that coupon. Now that coupon is created. So if we were to go back to that page earlier that we booked the session on, we could go through everything and see how everything was set up again. I'm just going to pick another date, put in our details. Add the cart, and you can see everything's in here. I'm going to remove one of the items, so we just have the single one. So you can see the Save 20 discount's already been added, but you know what? Now that we know that the other one exists, maybe you only send this out to a select few people. Maybe you're only going to send this out in an email marketing campaign, which we can set up as well. But there's that Save 30 coupon added in there, and you can see the big advantage for savings for them that they can use. So that's how you can set up coupon codes that really work, and then you can add them in different places. You can add them to a promo banner. If you want to have a sticky banner available for people to showcase it, you can do something like that as well. And we'll showcase how those sticky banners work when we get to the campaign section, so you can really see how all those pieces work together. An alternative to promo codes is creating a campaign. So what is a campaign? You can create campaigns that offer discounts on products and services across your website. Break the discount on specific items, and there's no code needed, so you can create actual sales. So if you want to make any sales, if you're selling products directly on your website and you want people to take advantage of those products, you can do that directly through a campaign that you can create. And you can also, it can be as active as long as you want. Maybe it's a summer promotion, so maybe all through summer you have all your products 10% off. You can have that available on the website, and they don't need a code to punch in when they're purchasing products from you, or a holiday discount or something of that nature. And it also allows customers to get a discount without doing any work. People don't want to work for anything when it comes to getting a purchase. They just want to feel rewarded, right? So when they show up and they see a sale going on right away that they could save 20%, immediately they already get that incentive to go ahead and do it. It starts to give them the ability to, maybe they'll purchase more just based on that there's actually sale, and they don't know how long it might last. You might tell them like, hey, it's only good through June or July. So they're going to take advantage of those sales that you create. And they don't have to do a lot of work to do it. They don't have to remember a promo code or sign up for anything. It's just there. So you can have that available on your site. Next, we're going to show you how you can jump in and build a campaign with PhotoBiz. Now that we're back at looking at our web page, now we want to add a campaign. Now the campaign is going to be something that they don't have to take advantage of a promo code, but what we want to do is a couple things. We're going to add a sticky banner that talks about the campaign, of how they can save 20% now through, whatever time we want to add there. And then we'll actually create the campaign to exist on the website so they can know that they can take advantage of this as well. And same parameters, kind of like how we did the promo code. So let's go ahead and create our marketing campaign sticky banner first. So go into our marketing section. We're going to click on pop-ups again and go to stickies, and then we're going to click new. Our category for stickies we created. I'm going to click on new. We're going to create a new one. And we're going to do this site-wide one, today only. How about that? And we're going to change from today only, we're going to change it to this month. Something like that. This month only, 20% site-wide sale. There we go. So now we got this. You can link it directly to something. Maybe you want to go to that page specifically that you have. Products, if you have a product store, you can have it there. Or, our session. We have our one individual session that we have set up. So we're going to go make it go clickable to there. And we're going to make it go there. Save changes. Going to change the button instead of learn more. We're going to say book today. And we're going to link that back to that page as well. So just in case they click on the button versus the banner. And there we go. So now we got our this month only 20% site-wide sale. You can change the styling. Do you want it to stick to the top? Remember, we talked about if it sticks to the top, it can also get in the way of the menu, or at the bottom where it's available, it's there, and it can draw their eye in, but it's not taking up all the real estate. So we're going to have it there. We're going to change the color just a touch. I want this to stick out a little bit more. I'm going to use a little bit more of a burnt orange color, maybe somewhere in here. Maybe let's try that. Hit save. There we go. Fonts, I kind of like this permanent marker. There's a playfulness to it. I think that looks really good for the site. And then we're going to go ahead and go over to our publish options. Again, we're going to change this to this month. We're going to make this a campaign. We're going to display this on just our homepage. We could have this on all pages, but we're just going to make it go to the homepage. And then we're going to have the frequency set for every day. We're going to just have it that way again. We're going to publish it today, and we're going to run it for a month. So we're going to end it on the 31st. So hit publish. Now when we go back to that page, we're going to hit refresh. And now that banner, you can see it down here at the bottom. Right there. But before we finish this, we have to make sure that it's going to trigger it properly. So we're going to go back to our e-commerce section. We're going to click on, hover over payments, and then click on campaigns. I'm going to create a new campaign. And this is where you can do it. So we're going to make this site-wide 20%. Save 20%. We're going to start it today. We're going to end it on the 31st. Discount. We're going to make it that 20%. So now it's there. Any items to include in the campaign. You can select specific items if there's products or services or anything like that, or specific items, products, and services there as well. So we have site-wide campaign set up. You go to book a session. You can see right here, boom, it's going to be the 200. So once they click on that banner, they click over here, it's going to drive them there, and they can see the discount right away. So
that's one way you can have it set up so they can actually take advantage of it as a sale versus you, having to give a promo code away or anything like that. So it's up to you on how you want to incentivize it. You can change it any way you want. So this is one way you can do that. And campaigns are easy to set up. This can run for a month and then it'll go back to the full price after that. You didn't have to have them sign up to find out a promo code. So there's multiple ways you can do this. You can draw them in this way. If you have multiple products, you can set up multiple different products with different types of sales going on. So just think about those types of promotions that you want to have done for your effective campaigns for your on-site marketing. So we were able to create a cool banner that drove people there. Now that banner's gone because we've clicked on it. But when it shows up, there it is. There's our discount that we were driving them to. Now let's think about how you can set up a newsletter.
And then once you have your campaign set up, next you can focus on other ways that you can lead customers into your marketing funnel. And that's by creating a newsletter and a form sign-up option. Emails are a great way for you to let customers know of upcoming events, promotions, or sales that you might have continuing throughout the year. So it's a great way to keep your communication channels open to people that are really interested in your products. Not just through social media. You're actually connecting to customers who've actually come to your website, who've actually put in information to learn more about it. So if they bought something from you, they're in this channel. If they just sign up for a newsletter, they're on this channel. So these people are people that are actually, I would say, fans of your work or fans of the product that you have. So let's talk about how you can utilize that. You can connect it directly to interested customers. You offer incentives for signing up. So if they sign up for a newsletter, you can add like a $10 thanks for, use this coupon or some type of promo code that's only exclusive to newsletter signups. Maybe it's called newsletter 10, newsletter 20. So when they punch it in at, when they punch it out, they can get that discount right away. And then it'll add them to your email marketing, to later discount, so you can send anything to them, any news that you might have, any events that you might have. So this is a great way to go ahead and put them in a funnel, and then they stay in that funnel for future events. So now let's show you how you can set up a newsletter form to collect data.
Now we set up a newsletter before through our pop-up, but how did we get that newsletter set up? Let's go back to our forms section. We're going to click on forms, and you can see the one that we created, but I want to create a new one. So we're going to go back to our form editor. You can see all the ones that are available, or you can just create a new one. You can create a new category if you want to. The one I just selected was in the sample forms and hit subscribe. So I'm going to create another one. Got a new category. We're just going to call this one promo banners. How about that? So we're going to do that. So promo banners now exists. We're going to create one in our promo banner section. I'm going to click on new forms. You can see there's so many different types that you can choose from. Lead capture, newsletter, sign up. That's what we're going to look at today, but you have different ones that you can choose from at any time. Registration ones, surveys, model applications, contracts, you name it. So we're going to go ahead, jump into our newsletter one, and it's pretty basic, just like how we had earlier, where it says sign up for a newsletter. We could have it where it says sign up for a newsletter, or the pop-up itself could have that information. I'm just going to delete this because I only really want their email. Again, you can add a tag here. Tagging is great because if they sign up for a newsletter, you can put newsletter as the tag itself. Add the tag. That way, once it's there, you'll know that this person that's in your CRM signed up for your newsletter to get more details, but that also means that they got a promo. So you'll know that these people might be interested in promotions. You can style it if you want to. That way, it's just kind of there. Or you can go in here to your settings. Again, like we did, we changed the message. Thanks for signing up for my newsletter. Save 30% with this coupon till Jan 31st. You can have that, and then you can have the expiration date set for this to trigger off, or you can just set up the promo code. You can also change this if you want to, or you can just keep it open-ended where they can save 30%, whenever you want to. So we're going to have that with code save 30 because we want this to be permanent. So we're going to have this as a permanent message. So easy enough. We're going to have this emailed to them as well. That way they always have this just in case they lose it. We're going to make this like 12 point. We're just going to make it centered. We're just going to bold this part. There we go. Now we have this newsletter option sign up available, and you can put it anywhere, not just in a pop-up, but you can put it anywhere on your website. So we're going to go back to our website builder. Look at our website now. You can see we could add a section down here. You can put something in your footer if you want to. You can put a little form in here if you want to. Select it, go back to our promo banner one, newsletter sign up, right there. Then just modify the colors, make sure it fits everything that you need it to. I'm going to take the styling, I'm going to take the colors, I'm going to change it to that 1A, 1A, 1A. We're going to go over here, we're going to make sure our colors are matching. Our background color is not black, it's at 1A, 1A, 1A. There we go. And then we can add a message to it all if we wanted to. So again, if you want this to actually just be the single one that's in the footer, we can go back over here. We can edit our form. We can add a section, you know, a title or something like that. It says, sign up for my newsletter and save 30% today. You can have it say something like that if you want to. And then once you get it that way you want it, you can keep modifying things till you get a specific look that you're going for. Let's go back over to our website builder. We have that. We're going to change the colors, change the title color to more of a white. And then you can change if you want the form to be right here or next to the actual branding that you have. It's up to you how you want to do it. And then you can modify any other sections in here, any spacing that you might have, anything like that that might need to be modified, you can do that right here. Or you can have it on its own. No spacing in between stuff, so it's a little bit tighter, or you can have it have breathing room. It's up to you. Once you get it styled the way you like, you're pretty much good to go. And you can keep making modifications till it's the look that you want. And then once they sign up, they'll get that information. And then again, there's that code that we're looking for. Then they can copy it and then they can use it. So then you can add that type of form anywhere that you want on the website and they can take advantage of it. It's really up to you. And that's the beauty of being able to create all this stuff on the fly within the PhotoBiz builder.
Now that we've set up everything that we need to make, you know, a newsletter for marketing, our campaigns, our promo codes, and any other options that we have for pop-ups and discounts, do discounts actually work? In a 2018 global study by Retail Me Not, which is one of the biggest coupon code systems out there, 2/3 of consumers reported that they have made a purchase they weren't originally planning on making solely based on finding a coupon or discounts. So if you're interested in pushing your customers over from 1/3 to 2/3 of actually the people coming to your website to actually making a purchase, promo codes seem to work. So giving these types of ways to, using coupon codes and discounts, use every tool in your arsenal. Use everything in the PhotoBiz platform to make this valuable for not only yourself, but also for your customers. Again, if you are selling products at full price and you're not seeing full returns right away, just giving these little tiny incentives here and there might drive more customers to make those sales in those sales funnels. So let them buy, and if they see a discount, they might be more inclined to actually take advantage of it. And I want to thank you for joining me today. Selling doesn't end once it gets to your website. Keep your site engaging with promotional tools and offers. You can utilize everything that you have in the PhotoBiz platform. Make it awesome for you so people can take advantage of any type of promotion that you might have. Because once they get to your website, again, you're directing them where you want to go. So make sure you're directing them the right way. Again, if you have any questions, please let us know. Thank you.
All right, welcome to the SEO Roundtable for today's masterclass. I am joined today by our in-house Google certified expert, Tabari. Tabari, welcome.
Hey guys, welcome. Thank you for coming today. My name is, like Jeremy said, Tabari, and I've been doing this for a little over 2 years now. So I've got some good knowledge to give.
Yeah, whenever I'm looking for answers, I always reach out to Tabari and say, hey, is this how it's done? And he's usually giving me the answer. And he's usually saying no. Let's just talk a little bit about how SEO is. I think there's some people who might not know anything about SEO. So we always have to say, this might be the first time for everyone, always. So let's just kind of start at the beginning a little bit. What is SEO, and what is the way people can utilize it for their business?
So SEO, search engine optimization, is basically going to be a key thing to have in your website when you want to be found in search engines, because that's what it is. You want to be optimized for search engines. That's the whole point of having a website, because you want people to come to it, you want traffic, and you want either leads or conversions or both.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think at the end of the day, it's about creating a better sales funnel, and SEO is a great way to optimize organic versus just referral traffic. I think, some people think, well, how did they find me? Well, they found me through Google. Well, how is that even possible? I think people are think it's very black magic out there, right?
Yeah.
So it's just something out there that makes it happen.
Yeah, most definitely. SEO is that something that makes it happen. And it's important to have.
So, let's talk about a little bit today. What is going on in 2023 that people should be understanding about when they're making updates to their site, to even their marketing plans? What are some things that they should be focusing on?
One of the main things I would say focusing on is the written content and the importance of it. That's something that I would like to hang my hat on, actually. People kind of zoom past it. I've seen a lot of sites where it's like maybe one sentence and a gallery of images. And I'm like, that's awesome, because I see that you have great work. But don't be afraid to talk about that work a little bit. Give a little bit of information of, what it was like shooting for these type of sessions. Or also just add in some location, like where are you providing this service at? Or are there multiple locations that you're providing this service? And so that'll be one of the big things that I'll hang my hat on going into 2023. As much as it doesn't seem like that's a key factor, it definitely is. And reason why is because you want to let people know who you are, where you are, and what you're doing or what you're offering. Those are going to be some of the main components you want to have when you think about written content for your website.
Yeah, I was in a Facebook discussion group with some other SEO people, and they were talking about, like, what do you mean when you talk about good content? And I feel like a lot of just, normal users don't really know what that really entails. So let's talk about what, good content is.
Yeah, good content is going to be something, like I said earlier, who you are, where you are, and what you offer or what you do, the services you provide. And you want to do it organically as possible. You don't want your written content to look like it was generated by a robot. Like, definitely put your own personality in there, but just be sure to drop in your locations and your services as well. That's something that Google actually leans towards, because it does look like it's a real person behind the creation of the site and not a robot. That's something that Google factors in. It's very intuitive now. We're way ahead of what it used to be. So, which is a great thing when you think about organically writing content. For instance, like keywords, a lot of people still try to keyword stuff from here and there. Don't do that. Stay away from that. Instead, use those keywords as organically as possible. Like, say you're a wedding photographer in Massachusetts. You can say, hey, I do this here, and I offer these wedding photography services and I don't know the cities, so Boston, Massachusetts, for instance. You can say, I do Boston, Massachusetts wedding photographies in the summertime between the months of May and August. That's very informative. It's a quick sentence. It lets you know that, one, the times of year that you do your services, where you do your services, and what kind of services you're providing. So let's say a gallery page, for instance. Good content on a gallery page is going to be a title that's basically encompassing the content that viewers are going to see when they come to that page. And then next, you want to have a little bit of a breakdown about how that specific photography session might go for that service. It doesn't have to be a page long. You can put like a paragraph, or I like to recommend 2 to 4 sentences max, when you're briefly talking about what this session is. Because in that 2 to 4 sentences, you can kind of hit on where it's at or the locations that you're providing it, what it's like being involved in that session, and you can even encourage people to book that session by having like a form on the page as well.
So a gallery page can be way more than just a gallery.
It could be more than just a gallery, because what it feels like to me when it's just the images, it feels like a visual CV or just a portfolio at that point.
And I think that's the big thing. Websites have evolved so much. A couple of years ago, it was great to just have a website for your work, but and be a living portfolio. But now you have a greater sales tool in your hand. People are on these things constantly versus going to a desktop or anything like that. So why wouldn't you want to optimize for specific things, right?
Yeah, most definitely, most definitely. And it's interesting because we have such great photographers that take amazing work, and it's I can get how, being a visual person myself, how words can escape you when it comes to that side of creation. But after being in this role for over 2 years, I see the importance of it every day when it comes to these websites. Like it matters. It matters a lot.
So the types of words that they should be writing, what should they focus on? Say like on their homepage.
Yeah, so on your homepage, this is going to be kind of like the introduction to yourself and to the services that you provide. And this is kind of going to be a page where you can direct users to multiple pages throughout your site, not just to the next page, but you can direct them to multiple pages throughout the site. So on this page, you want to kind of have your title, which is going to mainly be like where you are or the service that you provide, or both if you want to combine it. I recommend doing both. And then from there, if you have multiple other locations, that'll be some content that I would include on the homepage as well, and the service that you provide, of course. And then another thing that I've seen on some sites that I like it is it's a brief teaser, like a brief about the artist teaser. So it's not the full page, but it's just a quick hit, like 2 sentences, 3 sentences here to kind of give a overview, but it'll feed into the actual about page where viewers can learn a little bit more about the photographer rather. And then the another big thing is just having elements that, like I said, direct users to other pages. So if you want to get a user to go to your blog page, you can create elements on your site that does that, where they can click to go to the blog directly from the home page instead of using the menu, or they can click and go to a gallery page from the home page. And that's just a way to kind of get traffic flowing throughout your site.
Yeah, I've tried to describe it to people as, think of your homepage as a brochure. It should have like a splash, a little bit of everything, but at the end of the day, be a portal to all the other things that you want, right? So I think some people either do nothing and just put like the least amount, and then it's not even trafficable, or they put too much and then you don't know where to go. So you got to have a balance, right?
Yeah. And another thing for the homepage is you have your galleries for a reason. So don't be so quick to have 25 images on the homepage, because 9 times out of 10, nobody's staying on the page long enough to see all 25 images. So my recommendation is like your best 3 to 5 images is what you want people to see first, obviously. So that's going to be, first impression. So your best 3 to 5 images, and then you go from there.
But yeah, creating that content, especially for 2023, I think, like you said, you're mentioning creating organic written speech versus something like a directory. I think a lot of people were writing like how Google would want to be discovered, but yeah. Google already is already a directory. So why would it want to search something that already looks like itself, right?
Most definitely. Yeah. And another thing with written content, I've seen this quite a lot, is the usage of headers and titles. So these do also play a key factor in how Google is crawling that written information on your site. So headers, H1s, which stands for header 1, and titles, those kind of read as the same thing when it comes to Google's crawler. And I've seen it where a lot of people will have multiple of these things on one page. And what you really want to do is kind of stay away from that. Use it for like a full encapsulation of what content will be seen on the page, but use it one time. And then from there, that's when you can break down things into H2, which is header 2, and H3, which is header 3. Because the way Google reads the content, it's reading it by prioritization. And so because of it's a title or H1, that's going to be the first thing that Google reads. But when you have multiple, it kind of confuses the crawler on which information is like the top priority on the page.
Yeah, it starts to get confused on saying, well, what's the most important thing, right?
Yep.
You've said this in 3 ways, H1, but which part of it is the most important thing that I should distill from this when I'm putting it in our directory?
Most definitely. Most definitely. That is it. That is it.
So for like written types of content, is this stuff that people should be constantly updating? Is it a way that they should like look at it on their website, or is it blogging? What kind of ways can they look at their content?
So you could definitely have it within your website pages. A great way, you just mentioned it, to also include written content is blogging. Blogging is huge. I know some people, some clients that we've had have pushed back against it until they saw the results that they received from actually blogging and being consistent in their blogging. So with blogging, you want to try to do it. If you're just starting, I'd say 2 times a month is a good starting point. And then once you get a little more comfortable, and once you get your content flow a little bit better, I would definitely go into pushing that envelope for 4 times a month, so once a week.
Wow, 4 times. I mean, if you're able to do that, definitely, right?
Yeah, like if you're like I said, if your content is flowing and you have that content to push, don't hold back. Push it out.
So so when you're putting these game plans together with them, for strategy purposes, are you telling them to write this content and then share it? Is that kind of where it goes from?
Yeah, that's going to be the next big part of blogging. Definitely sharing your blogging. If you have a Google My Business page, that's a plus. That's going to be my #1 place that I recommend that you share some of your blogs. And then the next place will be like social media. So for Facebook, for instance, you can show your blog on Facebook and then link back to your site. So having those link backs are amazing for site traffic.
Oh, that's very good. I didn't know about that, especially for the Google My Business aspects, sharing your blog on there directly. And I guess it entices people who might just search for you there directly.
Yeah, it entices people for when they're searching you directly, but it also builds a little bit more credibility with Google itself. And so Google tends to be a little, not biased, but they lean more towards your site when people search certain inquiries.
That's very interesting. Yeah, they're like, well, since you're using us, we're going to show you a little bit more. Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So you're going through us, you scratch my back, I scratch your back kind of thing.
So, we're talking about writing good content. What is some negative aspects that you've seen people do that still people do to this day? Something that they might have learned 10 years ago. Are they still applying it?
Yeah, so I touched on keyword stuffing. That's probably the biggest one I've seen in my time in the SEO role, and it's still going on. It's not as bad as when I first got into the role, but I still see it, not on a consistent basis, but it pops up about once or twice a month. I have a few clients that do it. And that's something I would definitely encourage people to stay away from, because now Google they're flagging sites that they find that type of technique on, if you will, because that's something that's not, getting flagged is probably the worst thing for your search engine optimization.
Can you explain what keyword stuffing looks like, just in case people don't know they might be doing it?
Yeah, most definitely. So whether it's visible or not, having just a line or a paragraph where it's just nothing but keywords, like it's not an actual sentence or a thought out paragraph or phrase, it's just keywords listed down. That's something you don't want to do on your site. And I've seen it where people do it, but then they'll change the color of the text to match the background of the site, so it's not visible to the human eye, but Google sees it all, and you get penalized all the same. So I've seen it on both the front end of websites and somewhat on the back end as well.
So when we're looking at keyword stuffing, some of the techniques that I've seen people use is, they want to be found for everything, right? They want to be found for all types of photography that they do, but also all the locations. Is there a recommendation that you should look out for, like how they should, like, if they want to be searched for multiple cities?
Yeah, so it's a tricky way to do it, because especially with a small business, if you have a business location, I always say start there and build out. So it's like an anchor point or a spider web, if you will, and then you build out from there because that's where Google is seeing that you're located at. So that's where it's going to mainly, provide traffic from that location. But after that, between a 25 to 30 mile radius, I'd say start building out within that range. And then from there, you can kind of go a little bit further. But I like to encourage people to stay within the 25 to 30 mile range because it's better for your business, especially when you have a small or a local business as well.
And when they're thinking about words like that, should they start like say, we said Boston, Massachusetts, but should they say like Boston, Massachusetts, and then the surrounding cities, or should they say something like surrounding areas, counties, anything like that?
I would say surrounding cities. Counties can work as well. Counties can work as well, but I would say cities and counties are going to be the top locators that I would recommend clients use.
So they don't have to put every single individual city that they want to try to target for.
No, no, you can put what you feel are the top 5 to maybe 6 of the surrounding cities that you feel you will pull most traffic in and go from there.
So what are some ways that people can do right now for 2023 that they're, thinking about refreshing their website and putting new content on the page? What are some things that they can do right now to help just gear up for 2023?
Yeah, so new content is going to be a big thing. I would also encourage pushing any like deals that you may have for the services that you offer, making sure that you push that as well going into the new year. And then another thing would be as you update your site or make these refreshes to your site going into the new year, be sure to update or republish your sitemap. Doing that is going to ensure that search engines like Google are crawling the most recent version of your site for their indexing. And that's what you want. You want them to have the most up-to-date things that you have on your site in their index, because that's going to be the best way to kind of boost your organic search as well.
So like republishing the sitemap, is that updating pages or blogs?
So what that does, it updates the site. It updates the sitemap for the whole site. So it isn't a page by page thing. It encapsulates the entire website. So by the click of one button through our platform, you can republish your whole sitemap and be done with it in seconds, which is something, it's a feature I really enjoy about our platform as well.
So basically it's just kind of knocking on Google's door and telling them like, hey, I've made some updates, so please recrawl my website.
That's correct. It's like, hey, I made some new changes. I added some images or I added some new written content. I just want to make sure you guys see the latest and greatest that I've done.
Now, do they need to do this for blogs or just for the actual website itself?
They can do this for the actual website. You can do it for your blog as well. I would encourage, especially if you have a pretty wealthy list of your blogs throughout the past year. I would definitely encourage it going into the new year as well.
Okay. So some other ways that people can, branch out into not just SEO, but like just creating better content for marketability. What are some things that people can start doing now thinking about 2023? Since we're in January, people, if they hadn't started, they're already falling behind, right? So what can they do now to plan for possibly spring operations?
I would say get your newsletters and your email list together. Go ahead and start curating your email list from leads that you've collected throughout the year, and go ahead and start, sending out those feelers going into the new year to let people know what you have coming up for the new year. Because if you don't let people know, there's really no way for them to know unless they're coming to your site every day. So, don't be afraid to take the first step and reach out to these clients that you've accumulated throughout the year, or clients that you haven't accumulated, just leads that you've collected throughout the year. Circle back around.
What are some ways that people can utilize a newsletter to entice people to actually join it?
So for me, I've seen good results from people using a newsletter to let people know about blogs, any new blogs that they have coming up. But I've also seen it used for deals as well. People have marketed. So if we jump back to the end of summer, people were sending out fall session deals and things that they wanted clients to know about fall sessions that they had coming up. And that was one of the better ways that I've seen it used so far.
So yeah, it's a different way to, because you're tapping into people who are already interested in your services or even use them
Hmm.
versus just kind of shooting it out there to social media. Everything's becoming so concentrated with so much content that things get lost, but this at least gives you a more direct pipeline to your customers or interested customer base.
Most definitely, most definitely. And you can also have a certain curated list for specific emails that you want to send out. That's a feature that we have through forms where you can tag certain forms, and it just helps you organize certain lists for things that you want to send out down the line.
Yeah, I really appreciate the tagging functionality so people can actually curate those lists properly. So, like if you had a newsletter that was about seniors, they click into it and there's a form for filling out for senior content, and then they fill it out. That customer or that potential customer or lead will get tagged with a seniors if you or whatever tag you put specifically there. So then you can remarket to them directly versus everyone in there, right?
Yeah, and that's a way to kind of just ensure getting positive clicks instead of unsubscribes and things like that from your email list. Because I there is a negative association with email lists, and this is just a better way to curate it to make sure it's going to people who will actually interact with it.
Yeah, not everyone is the right customer for the right email, right? So
Yeah.
people might see like, sending out a wedding promotion. Well, I'm already married. Why am I seeing that?
Exactly, exactly.
So let's talk a little bit about just how people are searching today. Things have changed a lot. People are utilizing social media platforms more, but search is still a huge piece of that puzzle. Can you talk
Yeah.
about how search is for 2023?
Yeah, going into 2023, the intent of user search query is going to be one of the top things because how search engines are working now, especially Google, they can read your intent based off just your search history and how you searched in the past. So kind of keying in on some of your users' search intent or search the way they've searched in the past is going to be a big thing for going into 2023.
Can you explain what that means?
So basically, 2023, they're going to be prioritizing the search intent of the query and the user behavior over everything else. So
Hmm.
people's search intent and behavior, of course, is ever changing based off what you're looking for. But they go to Google and other search engines to find answers for their queries and to learn a topic in general. And basically, throughout that, Google and other search engines are picking up on those trends throughout each of your searches.
So it starts to understand and recognize the users more and starts curating better content and search results.
That's correct. That is exactly correct.
So even if that search result would have been typical, like maybe a couple of years ago, like just top number one, it might not come up number one for someone. It might just come up specifically number one for a user.
Yeah. So
Wow.
something that might be come up at the top of your search might not come up at the top of somebody else's search just based off their history and how their intent has been perceived.
Wow. I didn't know about that change. That's crazy to think about, though. But I mean, it makes pure sense. I mean, it's kind of like how the algorithms work with social media channels now, right?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
if you're an artist and you like art content, you're going to see more art content versus, sadly, your friends' content
Yeah,
at
most
the end of the day.
definitely. Yeah, if I
Uh,
had to take it personal, I like one sneaker picture, and I think the first five images on my feed were sneakers. So, yeah, it's definitely moving towards that area.
Yeah, I think I was getting ready for some holiday food trends, and I was looking it up, and I liked one food recipe, and next thing you know, I've got a truckload of food recipes sent to me the next minute. So I'm guessing they're seeing these trends are what's keeping people's engagement and
Yep,
curating it better to make it just better overall for that customer.
yep. They're trying to create a better experience for people in their search, and what it does is it makes sure they're getting the best content under that search query that they can receive.
And I guess it kind of rolls into the next thing about localization. How does that affect localization?
Yeah, so basically, it goes into the search query. And with localization, most local businesses are going to see more tracking from Google as there's a definite push towards highly localized search results. So basically, with that, if you're in a local area and you have somebody, say you're a bakery, and somebody's looking for a bakery, you're probably going to get hit from their traffic before you get hit from traffic from somebody that's out of the state or out of the county per se. So that's one of the ways Google is funneling traffic into websites now.
Wow. So, you're going to start seeing more concentrated localization. I guess it's kind of the discovery of like when people are saying like, well, how do I get found? And I was like, well, most top queries people are probably searching is like photographer near me.
Yeah.
So, those are people being funneled in from a diameter or a radius that Google has specified for people. And if they utilize Google My Business profiles or Google profiles, they're going to come up in those search results a lot better than someone in another state or anything like that, correct?
Exactly, exactly. And that's one of the reasons why, if I just kind of want to go back and hit on keyword usage, I've seen a lot of keyword usage where clients are like the best, the best wedding photographer, or best wedding photographer here, or the greatest there. I'm like, maybe stay away from the adjectives so much, but go use those locations, because that's what's going to help feed into what we're talking about now, the localization of SEO. So if you say wedding photographer near me, and you've got your location on your site that you're, I don't know why we keep going back to Boston for some reason. It's the first thing in my head right now.
It's cold.
But if we go back to Boston, if you say wedding photographer near me, but you've got Boston, Massachusetts organically used throughout your site, Google is going to key in on that. And so somebody in Boston who puts in photographer near me, wedding photographer near me, they're going to more than likely come to your site.
Yeah, that totally makes sense where, the search intent, the localization, all of it's working in proximity of one another at this point,
Yeah.
And Google's smart enough to know when you're looking for a recipe versus, looking for a restaurant. So it's that type of mentality kind of being placed when people are looking for photographers. I'm looking for a wedding photographer versus someone local to me who is a wedding photographer. So I feel like that's going to be playing in a lot more as time goes on, especially into 2023 and beyond.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Like moving forward, websites are going to want to target local audiences, which is going to include, like I said earlier, cities, names, states, and that's going to help Google rankings at the end of the day.
So when you're, say, maybe a destination photographer or something like that, how do you remedy this issue if you're like located in, we'll say Boston, but you like taking photos in the Caribbeans? How do you deal with something like that?
Yeah, with that, the best thing I've seen is to dedicate a page. So if you have that type of service where you're going to different locations, dedicate pages to those locations in your site where you can actually put keywords in and organic written content that focuses on that location solely.
I love hearing that because I think I've talked about it with some users as well, is like people who just create gallery pages with just images on it. And I tell them like, that's fine.
Yeah.
But those can be much more these days. These gallery pages can be their own targeted landing page at this point, where you can put in all the details, specifically target directly on those pages, and you might be found for that page before your home page these days.
Exactly. Like you said, you can create the landing pages with them, key in all the written information that you feel like would be needed to kind of convey what this service is about. And like you said, it's a landing page. You could throw a form in there and people can book directly from that page.
Wouldn't that be awesome? And if you tag that form specifically, there's your new, clientele.
Now they're in an organized list.
Yeah.
Moving forward. It's amazing how it all just works together, and like it's just a cog. It's a cohesive cog.
Yeah, it's very circular. Someone comes to the page, they get on the form leads to the marketing can lead back to a sale. So, I mean, these are things that you just have to think about. We think just gallery, but it's much more than that now. And that's creating a better sales funnel for your website in the end.
Most definitely, most definitely. And one way I try to break it down to our clients, one way I've tried to do it in the past is I use some of my art background as well. So I try to get people to think of their sites as not just a place where they put their images to show people, but try to think of it as like a composition and how each part of the website works together to convey a bigger image, which is, like you said, coming back to those conversions. So that's kind of one way I try to explain it to clients.
See, I love that you're taking the artistic approach. I use my film background and call everyone the director of their website. You got to make sure you're going to the right page to the next. You don't want any dead ends. So direct them where you want them to go next.
Most definitely, most definitely. And it's funny you say directing, because sometimes I think clients don't realize how much power they have in directing the traffic within their site. I'm like, you can create this highway. You can make it work as smoothly as any highway we've ever been on, or we can make it look like 5 o'clock traffic in LA.
Game them up in there.
So it's really, the power is in the user's hands for sure.
Most definitely. So let's keep going. Let's talk about some other changes. We've talked about, search intent and things like that, but what about metadata? What about things like meta descriptions and titles? What's changing in that realm?
In that realm, it's becoming a little bit easier. So it's not as complex as it has been in the past. With metadata, you can make it much easier with relevant information. Most searches, they use the Google search. So like, say for instance, your meta title tag and your description. That's what I don't know if a lot of people realize, but that's what's going to show up in that Google search. So the title is going to be the blue clickable link, and then the description is going to be what's below. And we try to help users understand like the character count for that as well. And you can also do this for formatted pages.
Very cool. So when, people think about meta descriptions and meta titles, I think, we talk about optimized character links and things like that. How many keywords are specifically should be put in the back end of the metadata?
So for the back end, so for titles, for instance, the good number you want to stay between for titles is 60 to 65 characters. And then for the description, you want to stay within the 150 to 155 character limit. And then after that, keywords can be broken down into phrases separated by commas. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a word, but it can be like we said before with the location, Boston, Massachusetts, wedding photographer, comma. And then you can go into the next version of the keywords that you want to add. And with that, we'd say about 15 is the max you want to get for that.
And why 15? Is less is more is at this point? Is it seem like, Google's getting smart enough where it doesn't have to?
A little bit. So it's more of a more focused target number. So it's like, hey, if you're in this range, we kind of get a feel for what you're trying to be found for within this character limit. When you start to get over that, it can get a bit jumbled up when it comes to indexing, because it's like you're trying to do too much at that point.
Yeah, it's kind of like beginning eras for like Instagram and stuff. Hashtags everywhere, right? I think they had a cap around 30.
Yeah.
And then it got down to maybe 15 and 10, and now I'm hearing like maybe your 5 best is kind of where they're at.
Most definitely.
Yeah,
it's definitely a way to focus things, hone down, and target in on what you're really trying to do.
Yeah, you want to make sure that you're hitting the strongest keywords for yourself.
Yeah, that is it. And that's one of the reasons we also encourage clients to use like the 5 best or 5 strongest locations that they can think of for when it comes to that localization of SEO as well.
And if they're doing multiple types of photography, each page can have its own keywords, right?
Yeah, each page can be dedicated to that specific photography service. So you can have baby photography and metadata strictly dedicated to baby photography.
Yeah, I think some people get confused on like, oh, I just put metadata once, right? Like, no, you can do it in multiple places. Some people would like to do it on every page.
Yeah.
But you don't have to. You can do it for specific pages that you really want to be found for at the end of the day, right?
Most definitely. And if I had to give a recommendation, most pages that I've seen that on, like your anchor pages are going to be, of course, your home page, your about page, gallery pages, and then a contact page, and even a blog page as well. Those are going to be like the top pages that you want to definitely have metadata on when it comes to that back end stuff.
So, we're just talking about the back end. Let's, tell me more about how important is back end compared to, I guess, what's on the website itself.
Gotcha. So the back end, surprisingly, is going to account for maybe 10%, 10 to 15% of the actual traffic that you're trying to get to your site. The way the crawlers are working now, that front end content is vital. So like we said earlier, having that organic written content, having images, so updating your images biannually That's simple, but it's something great for your search engine optimization because it shows that you have content in circulation on your site.
Mm.
And doing the blogs, that's another way to show that you have content consistently in circulation on your site. Because crawlers and search engines, they want to see that. They want to see that you are actually maintaining the site because that way people are always getting the best of the best when they come to your site.
So where did this fixation for the back end come from? What do you think? I feel like front end has been always the most attractive piece of it anyway, but that seems to be the part that people hesitate on or don't really apply, but they become fixated on it's got to be something in the back.
Yeah, I think it's this notion that SEO is way more technical than it really is. Yes, there's a technical side to it, but it doesn't weigh as much as the front end stuff because the way that, like I said, the way the crawlers are now, they're more intuitive than in past years. So they're picking up stuff on the front end that, there's no need to go to the back end because we see where the traffic is flowing. We see what you have on the front end. We see what you're offering. And a lot of times, if what you're offering on the front end doesn't match what's on the back end, you're going to end up pretty far back in the rankings anyway. So you want to make sure those two things match, and you want to make sure the front end stuff is cohesive and it flows.
Very good. So let's talk a little bit more about Google. You've talked a little bit about how, they change their names for stuff all the time. I don't know why they do it, but it used to be Google My Business, correct?
Yeah.
Let's talk about what they're doing now with their platform.
So now they're having it where it's a Google business listing, and that's something that's gonna definitely solidify your credibility with Google when it comes to search ranking and indexing, because this is kind of like a stamp, if you will, or a badge of credibility, because it shows that you're a real business, you have a location, you can put your business hours up or office hours, and you can also put, like you said, the blogs, you can put feeds to your social media, you can have a gallery attached to your Google business page as well.
Wow.
This is just a way to give people, it's like I wouldn't say a smorgasbord, but it's like having a slider, appetizer full of sliders readily available, and they can just kind of click on certain things to get a brief overview of what you are and who you are, which is going to entice them into wanting to know more and go into your website eventually.
I get it. Okay, so it's the apps to get them over to the main course.
Yeah, most definitely.
No, well, just talking about that makes me hungry. But yeah, I know, right? But so, what are ways right now? So you can update images, your information. It's pretty stringent. Google's gotten where you have to get all these verifications. So these are vital tools that people can take advantage of, right?
Yep. These are vital tools. It's a free tool. Like, it doesn't cost to set up your Google business listing. You just have to have your information in order, and you want to make sure it matches. So one thing, you want to make sure like your URL is matching for your Google business listing as well.
Very cool. So we can talk a little bit briefly, but there's a lot big changes, in the last year. 2022 showed us that social media has been kind of taken over a lot, to where some people are saying, is TikTok the new Google? Can you talk a little bit about like what 2023 people might expect from like just search results through social media?
Yeah, so search results through social media is a big thing because most of us have our phone in our hands at best 10 hours to 12 hours out of the day, it seems like. And so we're constantly absorbing that content that we're looking at on these social media platforms. And so, like you said, people are finding recipes on TikTok and things like that, or hacks on how to solve things, or even photography hacks are on TikTok. So having some short form content, I think that'll be something you want to think about moving into 2023 for sure.
Yeah, it's a way to kind of leverage, you might have the legitimate factors on Google, but like when we're rolling into the social media, like, say you're on TikTok, it's a great way to legitimize your business from like a behind the scenes aspect. We're seeing like your daily life, what's it like to be a photographer, what it's like to even shoot with you. These are ways that people can leverage that social media and the SEO, but into a marketing scale, right?
Most definitely, most definitely. And it shows a more intimate view of you as the photographer and allows people to kind of feel like they're getting to know you more rather than just reading about the services or things that you offer on your site. And like you said, showing stuff like on a day-to-day or getting ready with me, those are high forms of content that have been I believe have been input into TikTok over the past year. I've seen more get ready with me videos in the last 2 months than I think I've seen in my entire
Yeah, right.
life.
So for some business owners, that could be a lot. That could be exhausting to think about, like, well, I'm having to now market my business this way. I'm having to take videos. I'm having to do this. I just wanted to shoot photos. What do you say to business owners who might actually either feel left behind or not wanting to keep up with these skills?
So if you're not wanting to keep up with these skills, it's kind of you're gonna have to adapt in some way. Because like technologies are always advancing. Like the cameras we shoot with today are not the cameras we shot with in the past. You don't need gunpowder to take a picture anymore. So, but that's just the nature of where we're migrating to. And so you don't have to be on there every day. I wouldn't advertise that at all. But definitely creating some short form content, maybe once a month or twice a month, is something to consider for those photographers who aren't really so ready to adapt this new wave of content creation that's coming, or that's here rather.
Very cool. Well, I think if there's anything else that we can think about, what are some cool things or things that people should really focus on for 2023? Can you give us just a quick, brief recap?
Yeah, so things I would recommend focusing on is having cohesive written content, updating your images throughout the site, not just the gallery, but like just throughout the site in general, because it's going to show search engines like Google that you have content in rotation, that you're not just surviving off of things that you've done in the past. It shows that you do what you say you do. That's a big thing. I think just in human nature, we want people that do what they say they do. So Google does too as well. And so that's going to be a big thing. And then also localization of your SEO. That's going to be another big one. I would like to see more of our clients definitely honing in on their location where their business is at currently, and then focusing on building out instead of trying to start out and come back in. I've spoken to some clients that have compared their small business photography to Apple. That's two different that's two different ranges of business, and they've been open longer, more than likely. So that's something I would like to recommend more. And then hitting back on that intent for search query, that's going to be a big one. So understanding how your users are, what their intent is behind their search, and then just kind of understanding their rhythm of how they search. I would recommend, if you don't have it, setting up a Google Search Console for your site. And that's another way where you can track just how queries are being used when people come to your site, and then what type of interactions are being taken once people land on your site as well. So those would be kind of the big overviews for me going into 2023.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us today.
No problem. No problem. It's been a pleasure talking to you guys.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the masterclass about the value of booking and investment pages. So what's the difference? Why should I have a booking page and why shouldn't I not have a booking page? There goes a lot into creating better sales funnels for your website. Some people will just want to have a booking page exclusively for their website. We don't recommend that. There's many types of things you want to have on your website just to make it a better sales funnel. Between having a booking or an investment page that actually goes in depth about your products and services that you have, having a booking page exclusively just on your website can also harm you. So we're going to talk about the differences between having a booking page and a contact page. So first up, a sales versus an inquiry. You should have a booking page and a contact page for your website. But aren't they the same? Mutually, no, they're not. A booking page is going to get inquiries from people who are already interested in buying from you. So people who are already interested in getting products or the services that you have. Contact page is going to be built exclusively for asking questions. Booking can scare people away. You're going to get people who exclusively just want to buy from you. But then the contact page is going to have people who can ask questions. What types of questions they might have is like where you're located, your hours, your pricing, things like that. Now they could find that pricing on the booking page itself. They might even have questions about it before you even book. So, a sales versus an inquiry. You should have both a contact page and a booking page. They both have a purpose. An investment or a booking page allows users to learn about your pricing and secure your services. A contact page provides a way for people to get in touch with you, including to ask questions before they even hire you. So, if you only have a booking only option, you're making it harder for people to ask questions before they get started. You're also pushing away potential customers, people who might be interested in booking with you, but aren't wanting to start right away. Again, they might have questions. So, limiting yourself to having only a booking page might scare away people before they become actual clients. Having a page for contacts only, it's a great start. It's going to be able to filter in people who are interested in hiring you already, and it also gives them an opportunity to ask questions. But it might limit the filtering options that you already have in place. Having that booking page is going to balance the entire website and the sales funnel in the end. So having a booking only page, if you only have a booking page, you may be making it harder for people to contact you, which can result in less inquiries. Having a contact only page, a contact page is a good starting point. It encourages people to get in touch. However, it may have not effectively filtered the right customers. A booking page can help identify if you are out of range of someone's price. Having both allows for choices. One thing I really like about the booking page option is it filters your customers right away. If you already have a price point, it's going to go ahead and tell people, hey, this is what I'm worth. But at least with the booking page, you're putting in the pricing information and options right away. So if someone thinks that you're out of price range, you can already tell that is not the right customer for you. So having both page types allows for choices. Again, you're making sure that you're getting the right customer. You'll filter them through both channels. One for questions, one for actual booking itself. But I know what you're asking. Can a contact page be a booking page too? Yes, it can be. You'll just want to make sure that you have your form set up for, the ability to make sure that you're getting the right inquiry on the contact page itself. Examples include making sure that you have a toggle option. That way you know if this person is already asking questions about being a customer or has something else. And also requiring a phone number. When you require a phone number, that means you can reach out to that person right away and figure out exactly, are they a right fit? Are they trying to book with you, or are you able to just go ahead and talk to them about what questions they may have? So why would I have a separate booking page instead of just relying on a contact page? Well, having a separate booking page is going to allow you to create a better sales funnel in the end. It's going to make a better user experience for customers who are actually looking to book with you. So having a page built exclusively with services directly on there, and even what they're investing in, it's going to make it a lot easier for them to make a choice. Creating that investment page with thorough information on it, what your services are like, and what products you might have for sale is going to give them an easier choice when it comes to actually selecting you. Having price points on there is also helpful. You don't have to put all your pricing, but you can start with a sitting fee, how much that session will cost right away. This allows them to know that, hey, here's how much it costs to actually do this session or this type of service or product that I might have. But if they want to inquire more about what types of products that you might have for sale afterwards, that you might have as a PDF on your website, as a downloadable, or even a hidden page on your site as well. Should this booking page just have a form or an actual calendar on it? Well, it really comes down to your workflow. If you're allowing people to schedule with you, directly booking time and picking the dates and everything, you can go ahead and have that directly on your website. You can also put different types of services on there. So multiple ones can be applied to that booking page. So from a free consultation to the actual session fee, to actually the follow-up when you want to do your sitting fee to look at the in-person sales opportunities. These are types of things that you can put right on the page and allow customers to book with you. But if you'd like to have full control over your time, you can put a form on there and then you can book with them later however you like. It really comes down to you and what you prefer at the end of the day. Having a calendar directly on the website sometimes adds a little bit more professionalism, plus it's allowing the user to select their times, but it really comes down to your choice. What do you prefer, and how easy do you want to make it for yourself and for your customers? You can also turn your booking and investment page into a lead gen funnel. And what do we mean by that? Instead of getting a direct sell, you might have opportunities for letting them know about how they should dress for a setting, what your services might be. You can put this information behind forms. So when someone's interacting with this page, you want them to learn more, you can have them fill out something, join your newsletter, and they can receive a downloadable option, such as a guide or something like that. This is a great way to connect people who might not be booking with you directly yet, but you can already put them in your remarketing funnel down the line. This is really awesome. I love this feature, and it's a really great way to make the page more unique as it goes on. You want to be able to add in where, session opportunities, but also other opportunities are there. If they want to learn more about like what I should wear during a spring session, get that downloadable right there, and they can download it and then they can look at it, but you're also retaining their information too, just in case they don't book right away.
So having a separate booking page allows for better UX, so for that user experience. By creating a unique page for booking, you can focus on the information about the specific services you offer. Giving people direct access to book your services can also save you and your customers time. Should you choose between a form or a calendar, you can use a form or a calendar tool to allow for people to book your services depending on your workflow. You can display a listings of services to choose from and have people select from available options. Lead gen funnels. You can entice people to share their contact information to receive an ebook, a digital download, or access a hidden page. Then you can remarket your services to them.
The booking page doesn't have to be just about booking. It can be a lot more. It can be about the entire overall experience. And that's what you want to create at the end of the day. You want people to buy into your product, your service that you sell. Why are people coming there? You're giving them something a little bit more unique to go down the line with. So this is a great way to introduce options. Something you can do is add information about the process. You can have a whole step-by-step process that people can follow. So from booking to the actual consultation, to the actual shoot, then the follow-up, the in-person moments where we're looking at things, and then product sales. If people are able to see what the entire process is like, not only does it add more professionalism to your website and your business, but it makes it a lot easier for people to understand the value that you're bringing to their life. Remember, photographs are something that people have to want versus a need in their life. So you're going to make them want to have this experience. You're going to want to make them understand that getting this photograph taken, there's a reason why you want them to put it on their walls. You want them to be able to not just download the digital. We want them to put it on the walls. We want them to put it on albums, anything like that. So you got to make that want. And showing the photo process and the products itself is a great way to do that. If you do different types of photography, you can create multiple sets of investment pages. So when you're looking at something like family photography, it might be radically different from your wedding packages or even senior photos, pet photos, and sports packages. Create individual ones, and you can kind of create an entire hub if you want to of different pages that people can experience from. So you can have one that's there, and then the rest are hidden. And then they go through that hub and they go to those pages. It's a really great way to just itemize and create more legitimacy to your entire business. Because every package is unique. The pricing you might have for a wedding package is going to be radically different from your family packages. And you want customers to understand that. And you want to make sure that they understand there's a process involved with each of them. So make those valuable for yourself, have the details on them, and make it easier to find for your website. Again, you can start with an investment hub and then multiple pages that branch out. And having a booking or investment page, no doubt, legitimizes your business. It gives people the opportunity to go ahead and book with you, but it also makes you look more professional than ever. It streamlines your workflow, your process overall, so people are reaching out to you directly to go ahead and book. And you can also go ahead and take payments that way as well.
So again, investment pages can show more detailed information, such as the process. Provide information about what to expect when someone hires you or your team. The investment page or pages. Create a single page or multiple investment pages. The number depends on how many styles of photography you offer and how much it varies in that information. And you can also create like a hub. So if they're looking for different types of experiences that you offer, you can display that all in like a single investment page that can then go off into other pages that detail that specific information. It also legitimizes your business. Allowing for online booking looks professional and can streamline your process. You can have a process to book people with or without payments.
Another great thing about having a booking or investment page, it helps you curate the right service for that customer. Helps you collect inquiries on that booking or investment page, allows you to understand what that customer is looking for right away. Another great thing about having a booking or investment page is you can actually keep it a little bit more open-ended for quotes. This is something that you can utilize on your booking page, so when people are getting in touch with you via form or directly through a consultation, you can put something uniquely together for them. So it helps you collect inquiries on that data so you can create something totally unique for a customer. Creating proposals is really easy with PhotoBiz. You go in, create the proposal based on what they're looking for, those details, the type of service. You can make something just for that customer and send it to them for approval. You can start working with customers just like that, get feedback, seeing what people are willing to pay for the types of services that you have. And then maybe down the line, you can add singular options for certain prices. But it's totally up to you. I love this functionality that we've added to the website. So it gives you a lot more funnels to work with. It's really easy. Having a booking or investment page allows you to do so many things. You can have a scheduler or form that feeds into you. Then next, you're able to come up with something for quotes. Once that quote is sent off to them, you give them the ability to approve or deny the quote. If they approve it, then payment process system can kick in with an invoice. And it just becomes one circular system at play. The platform makes it easy. So you're going from website to payments. And then to your shooting. The next is all on you, how your process is afterwards. In your studio, are you going from in-person sales, or are you doing something with digitals? Then you can utilize the proofing part of the platform. And after that, then it's getting the sales on top of that. Prints, digitals, you name it. Whatever your customer wants, you're able to provide it. By having a form directly on your page, it helps with curating the right service for your users. You're collecting the information via a booking or investment page, so you're getting those details. You can create a unique proposal for that potential client to review. They can then accept it or decline it. And if they do accept it, you can go ahead and generate an invoice for them to start billing, but then you can start moving on from there to actually booking the actual service itself. You can then also learn and adapt for future proposals based on those responses. Then you might be able to put pricing directly on that page or on a hidden page. Once you get a familiarity of what people are looking for, you can curate better services at the end of the day and streamline your business even further. At the end of the day, I'm trying to help you create better sales funnels for you. So, what's it like creating a booking or investment page? Let's jump in over to our design studio and get started. Yeah, so we're just going to start with a fresh, empty page and go from there and start building a booking and an investment page. So, some things that you might want to do right away is just go ahead and start filling in like what you know that you're going to need. You probably want something to highlight the feature of the page. So, we're going to make probably a banner. Probably have some type of titling on that, or you could put some title underneath it. But I also like to know like what I want to do on it. So if I'm going to have, a booking page, I'm going to probably put some little information about the process itself. So you can build out a whole, 1, 2, 3 type of step process here. You can use either the list items, or you can use the image blocks. Image blocks, I'm just going to utilize that real quick. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to kind of do a beat by beat of what it's like to work with, us. So I'm going to go ahead and note that's going to be there. And then we can have some text information that we can put in between here or there. And we might even want to, put a divider down here that actually gets them into the actual booking process. So you would know we're going to have our service here. So we might want to put that there. And then we could also utilize the scheduling tool if we want to as well. So we can have that here as well for them to book. And if we need to, you can have the form option here at the bottom, but let's start with just the scheduling tool so you can see the difference between the two that exists. So we're going to go ahead and just design it a little bit. I'm going to go through our clipboard if we've uploaded images. So I'm going to pick something that looks natural. So just going to put a studio shot in here. I'm going to have it here, and then I'm going to modify the layout. I'm going to choose something that's a little bit more, thin or short, because we just want to get to, what the titling of the page is. So then we can modify the actual title. So, booking. Can have that there. It'll overlap it, and then we might even want to modify, some colors and things like that. Overlay. I'm just going to change to a dark color, and we're going to make the title color white for now, just so we can see what it looks like. And we have it set to an opacity of 30. And I'm just going to turn off scroll animation. And now we have something right here. Going right into the booking, we're going to probably put some information here as well for people to know what this page is about. So you can add as much text as you want. I'm just putting in some filler just so we have something so you can kind of get the idea of what it's like. Next, I might put a title saying the process. So I'm just going to put like the process. And from there, we know what we're going to be putting in here. We're going to be putting in like kind of just 1, 2, 3
bullet points about what it's like working with you and how it goes. You know, you book a consultation, the shoot, and then the sales opportunity, so they can see what this is like. Next, we're going to go ahead and choose these options. So we're going to go through here. We're going to select some images. So the first one is maybe the booking opportunity. So we're going to have someone, maybe a shot right here. Someone books with you. Next is selecting an image that's going to, you know, represent the shoot itself. So maybe we select this image right here. Insert. And then we want one for the final process, so where we're looking at the images together. So you'd represent something with maybe something with products or the actual shoot itself. You know, we can go from there. We can select just a nice image. Maybe we're looking over images here together. So that's how that can kind of work. So now we got the process. We have our consultation, shoot, and finalization. We can see how that kind of goes down. And then I'm going to modify the layout. Instead of it being a rollover effect, I like to have it where it's right underneath. And you can choose different styles. Maybe you want to use circles. Maybe you want to use squares. I'm going to use squares for now. I'm going to make it by 3 because we only have 3 bullet points. And then for each image in that section, you can go to that image and then you can add details about it. So, you know, for the process, you know, it's like a, you know, free consultation. You can add some words here that kind of describe what that consultation is like. Try to be brief. You don't need to go too crazy with details because, hey, they're going to go ahead and book with you anyway. So I'm going to have that there. Putting in my Lorem Ipsum from Bob Ross. Next is the actual shoot itself, the session. So maybe we do that. Then we can paste in that text again that we have. There we go. Be brief. Don't need to go too crazy with it. Next is putting in the reveal. And this can describe details about what it's like, looking at your prints, choosing your options, much like that. So I'm just going to put that in there and go from there. There we go. Save changes. There we go. So now we got this 3-block reveal about the process. And if you want to, you can put 1, 2, 3. You can make it bullet points, you know, 1, 2. That way they see it's a 3-point process, maybe 4 or 5, depending on how you want to go into it. You can really make this page unique and get to the bottom of what you're trying to do. So we have this process. We're building on top of it. We got it going. Next is adding some type of ability to schedule right away. So we can add that scheduler directly to this page. We can add that free consultation to it directly from here. So we can have that directly on this page for people to go ahead and book with you. This can be selectable right away. You can then figure out what type of layout you want. It can go straight to a page, or it can have it where it's more set up like a single item on the page. So depending on how you want to do it. So let's look at the functionality, way it looks right now. I'm just going to go and look at it on a live. You can see we have our booking information right here. We're going down our process, and then we go into the free consultation where they can go ahead and start booking directly with you based on your calendar, dates, and times that you have available. So then they can start doing it this way. You can have it like this, where it's set up with a single calendar, or if you want them, you can go ahead and start with the, if you don't want to start with free consultation, you want to give them the choice of choosing, you know, multiple options, you can do that as well. You can just select how you want it to be featured. You can do it where maybe it's more done like this, where it's a square shape, row of 1. Maybe you have 2 options or 3 options. Maybe you're going to go ahead and give them either a consultation to book with, or you can go ahead and let them choose multiple ones. So you can have a custom service for free consultations available. And then you can have one for the session itself for in-studio portraits. You can have that available as well. So when it's there, they can choose between the 2. And so if you have details here for the in-studio part, that would be what would be displayed in the process in there. When they click on this is going to drive them directly to a page about that type of session type versus it being living on that page. So it comes down to how you want to do it and styles and choices. So if you do multiple different types of session types, this is where you can create that hub effect where, you know, they can choose different types of you know, options and different types of shoots. So one for studios, one for outdoor, one for family, one for pets, you name it, however you want to do it. This can live as a hub of choices. So it really comes down to what you want at the end of the day. But right now, I'm just going to go back to the option just for free consultation. So I'm going to change our layout because I really like how it's displaying as a single item. So I'm going to choose it this way. Then I'm going to go back and make sure we have our free consultation set up. There we go. So now go back to that page, and now it's set up like this. So now the process, free consultation is right there, and we can put some text and title effects if we need to. We can say like, get started by booking today. We could have it where it's just prompting them to do what we need them to do. We're going ahead and doing that. And then if we want to, we can add another section below this where we're getting into the process of everything, but maybe we want to go into details about, our products. You can do something where it's got some information about the products. You can put it in between here in the process, or you could put it below it where it's like, what products do or may I order? So this kind of acts like a FAQ section in a way too. So you're building on top of information, and you can utilize the FAQ blocks here, or you can still keep with that visual element where it's going to go in here and just add, a few more image plus options like that. So you could go in here and add some list item options or image block options if you want to as well, and just modify it as you go. When I go in here, I'm just going to select some items. That way we have a few that they can see right away, options, packages, you name it. So that way they can see the component of what you have for sale. And then from here, I'm going to change the layout again. This time I'm going to keep it as square again, because I think it just looks really nice. Or you can do the rectangular editorial style. So I'm just going to try that out. Keep it on columns of 3, since we have 3 items that we're displaying, because we're going to show off canvases and then packages and then books, for albums and things like that. So then we can go back to our section. We can reorder this however we want to. Maybe we want to start with prints because that'd probably be the lowest hanging fruit, then canvases, and then books. So you can see how the price model works in that way. So however you want to in that description. And then you can keep going through. You can see how it looks like, and then you can make modifications to it. So maybe you want to add some information about prints. And again, be brief. You don't have to go into too much detail. You just want to get straight to the point, because if you put too much on there, they're not going to read it all anyway. Wall art. Have some information there about that. Same thing. And then for albums, we can do that. There we go. So now we got our information there about albums, wall art, prints. All this is available. We can take a look at and see what it looks like on the live site now. And you can see right here, we got the process, we got getting started, and the products that I may order. So if someone's coming to this page, they're getting some details, they're learning about the process of what it's like to shoot with you, looking over their artwork, then being able to book directly with you right on the page, selecting their times, going from there. And they can learn even more if they want to. You can have what products may I order. You can break it down. You can use little examples like that so they can see what it's going to be like. You can also start messing around with other options, just to make this poppy. Maybe we want to have, color choices. You want to change the background. This is where you can go in and start modifying things, so it just looks a little bit more polished at the end of the day. We want to make sure that this page is engaging and inviting. So I always make sure that I highlight certain sections so it's not always on white, just to make these pages really stick out. So we're just going to modify some colors real quick just to see what it looks like. And you can see just a little pop of color is going to do a big difference. And since now we're using this color, I might not need to use that divider here. So I'm just going to remove it from here. So you can see that it's starting to feel more natural to the actual page. And, you can start modifying things. Maybe you don't want to have this divider too thick or thin, or maybe you want to do something where it cuts completely across the page. You can do that. Like, it's almost like dividing the information up. You can have it selected like this. You can see it's just a little thinner. And this is looking nice. It's looking attractive. It's looking like it's part of the page. And then you can start even messing with the colors down here if you want to, whatever you want to at the end of the day. So you can go through, you can reorder things if you want to. Maybe you want the consultation part to be at the very bottom. You can have it at the very top if you want to. But I think having it kind of nestled in between gets people to read the process down into actually wanting to book with you. Now, if you don't want to have the booking option directly on here, maybe this is where you can add a little bit of those elements that we were talking about earlier with the contact page. So again, remember, with a form on the page itself, you don't have to have this section if you don't want people to book with you directly this way. Maybe you just want them to inquire about it. You can actually put a form directly on this page and go from there. And what I'll do is I'll go ahead and copy this page so we can see this will be our booking, and we'll just add form to it so we can see what that's going to look like. And we want to include everything that's already on this page, but what we're going to do is we're going to modify it and actually remove this segment here. And then we're going to add our form directly to this section so we can make those modifications for adding a form. So what would I do? If you already have a form, you can go ahead and select it from here, but I'm going to go ahead and create a new form. We're going to go ahead, add it in our sample section, create a new form. You can choose different types, session types. I might recommend that one because when we open it up, it's going to kind of start off with the bullet points that we're looking for. So, getting their information, getting their phone number, what type of inquiry that we're looking for. Is a newborn session, family session, engagement, wedding, etc. So whatever type of photography that you do, you can put it here, and then allows them to put in some referral information if they, a friend referred them. So that's good to know. So you can always follow up with your friends and family members that might have referred you. And then they can leave a message like, what are they looking for? So this is where you can really customize down the line to what type of session they want based on paper before even the free consultation section. So you can kind of do that and understand and go ahead and start pulling together maybe a quote for them that they can fill out. So we're going to go ahead and put this on here. We're going to choose session type. So we're going to just say booking form. And I always recommend adding a tag. When you add a tag, this will let you know which page that they actually booked for. So booking page is what will make this one. So they came here and they applied to that one. And things I always recommend, try to make sure you get the phone number, especially, when it comes to dealing with customers who are really interested in inquiring about your services, get that phone number. Otherwise, it can be difficult to keep up with them. And then here, types of inquiries, if you have different types of photography that you serve, this is a great place to put that. If you want to add another one, you can put, seniors, whatever type of session that you want. You can have that in here, and you can go in here and then modify in the advanced section. You can change the order if you need to. You can add fees if you want to. You can go ahead and get charged on top of that if you want to start, or if you just want to get the inquiry, you can start from there. And if there's other ones that you don't do, you can remove them. Like maybe you don't do event photography. So I'm just going to remove that option right away. Next is then making sure it says everything you want to. You might even just want to change the organization of the blocks, make sure it says it, and then you're good to go. And now what's nice is you can embed this directly to the page that you're working on. So we're going to go back to our booking form page. Now we can go in here, select the category, sample forms. We can see our booking form here. We're going to add it directly to this page. And you can see how it's going to look. So you can change layouts for it as well. You can just have it as the form, or you can have it paired with an image. Really up to you stylistically what you're looking for. But I'm just going to make it a single one for now, just so we can see what it looks like. I'm going to go back to our booking page. And I'm going to open up booking form so we can see what that looks like. And here's that form already. So you can see how it's doing by getting this information out there, trying to reveal what information we know from these people, if we're getting any phone numbers, anything like that, all that's right here. So they can go ahead and get booked. They can select their options and go from there. And then within that form itself that we built, you can do other things too. So maybe you're trying to do some lead gen or anything like that. You can definitely add that here. You go to the settings section. You can add a thank you message that can also go to, whatever email you want to notify, where you're getting this information sent to. You can also create custom confirmation pages. So maybe you have your pricing hidden behind a wall, a hidden page. You can have this where it goes to, your domain / pricing or something like that. So maybe you don't want that out there floating around, but it's a hidden page on your website. You could have it that way. So I'm just going to create that in a moment so you can see that option. You can also have it where it's expiration dates or anything like that, especially if you do anything with like mini sessions or anything like that. That way it's not always open after the session's done. So you can always have it built in on the page like that too. And you can have submission limits. Maybe you only want 12 people to be able to inquire about this session or something like that. You can put those types of limitations in there. Now that you got it set up, you could also add, like, if you have anything like a PDF or a downloadable guide or anything like that, you can then directly link it from your file section here into the section over here. So let's see if we have anything in our documents. So we have this welcome little GIF. So I'm going to copy it real quick. And what we're going to do is go to our form. You can see in here, here is a free image. It'll be a guide or something like that, but I'll just say free guide. And it could be to anything you want it to be. I'm just going to make it just this image so you can see the example of what's there. So they'll get this confirmation. They'll be able to open in a new window. There we go. And once this is submitted, they'll be able to click on this free guide, or it'll send them to this free page that we have set up, anything like that. It'll take them there. So I'm just going to save as for now. So now let's go back to that page. And let's just book. I'm just going to put in my details. I'm looking for a senior session, a friend, and then I'm looking to book a senior session. So there you go. You got that information. So you can take that details, and once you submit it, they'll be able to get that. You can see like, hey, I received your message. You'll be contacted shortly. Here's a free guide. Free guide to what? And right now it's just going to be an image that I have. I think it's a GIF. Let's see what it does. Yeah, so it's just going to a GIF that I have. But if you have like a guide, a PDF, any type of free downloadable, it can send them directly to that, or it'll send them directly to a page confirmation. If you have a confirmation page for like pricing or anything like that, you can have it there as well. And you'll get that sent to you. You'll get that information sent into your notifications. You'll be able to see where people have submitted something to our booking form. You can see all the details, all that's there. And if they tell you exactly what they're looking for, this is where you can really curate that custom quote option. So from there, you would go to your quotes tool. If you've heard everything that they wanted, you can create a quote for that customer and go directly into that. So, let's just go ahead and create one so you can see what it's like. Go to create a new quote. You can hit edit, new items. If you have, they ask for, digital packages, anything like that, you can put something together here. If you don't have any, you can also customize ones right here. So, we're going to just do senior session. You can put details about that senior session here. So this could be like a 2-hour session in studio with 3 wardrobe changes. You could have something like that. There you go. So now you got it looking good. How many quantities? And then you can select the amount. So the amount here, we're going to make it $300 flat. Is it taxable? Yes. Charge shipping? No, we're not going to charge shipping on that. So we're going to add the item. So there it is. And that's part of this. And then this is where you can also start customizing, other options. So maybe we're going to give them 10 digital images with this package. So they'll automatically get that. So we'll add that item. And then other things like that. So maybe there's some other packages in here. They're going to probably get our other like image packages that we've created, a digital package, a full gallery download, flexible one, or a fixed package. So we're just going to give them one fixed package based on that as well. And there we go. Now we got our quote built for them. It's a $700 package. What are they going to get? They're going to get 10 resolution images for $150, a fixed one, which is going to have like maybe 6, one 8x10, 6 5x7s, a bunch of wallets, anything like that, whatever you curate as a fixed product. And then the sessions fee itself. And then here you can also edit who it's going to go to. You can select the contact, it's from Jeremy. That's who we're going to go ahead and connect with. And now it's already connected since he's already gotten with us. And then you'll be able to modify any shipping or anything like that, expiration date. When do you want this quote to expire? This is where you can modify all that. So we're going to give him till, a week to decide on this. And then any other details you want to put in here, like anything about cancellation policies, terms, anything like that. This is where you would put those notes in there based on our conversation. Here's what I've put together for you quote-wise. You can put that detail directly in here, and then how you want the thank you message to be when it's sent to them. So when they get this, you can then go ahead and send it to them. And then where it's going to go, your new quote is ready, and then they'll get an email. So they'll get an email in their email box, and then it's going to take them basically to this page. And this is where they're going to be either to approve or decline this quote. They can see what the total price is, what the quote details are, and what you're going to offer them. So if they approve it, they're going to go ahead and put their digital signature here. So you got it all in writing, and then they'll approve the quote. And there you go. Now this is where you can start selecting everything else. You can start putting together the schedule and everything like that. You can send them your calendar after this so they can book with you, or you can call them and coordinate when and where you want to do the actual time. So you can keep all that scheduling for the session type afterwards if you want to. And this is really nice about it. So then you can send them a page for book with me for directly those times. So it's really wonderful how that can really work out that way. So it's all circular. So now he's already been remarketed to. We have his information. We have a quote sent to him. He's approved the quote. Now it's moving forward. So the quote's already been done. You can see the approved quote, the signature here, and you can start going. And then once it's all done, you'll be able to follow up with them with an invoice based on the actual product itself. So we see that they've approved this one, status, everything else. And now you can start doing the invoice. So you can create the invoice directly from here. When do you want them to pay? Since we gave them a week, we'll probably give them till the end of the month to go ahead and pay that. You can choose options such as partial payments if you want to, or you can send it directly to them, full price, and go from there. And then they'll create the invoice, and the invoice will be ready for them, and you'll be able to see the status of it, if they paid on it or not. Really wonderful, great way to keep up with your clients. So that's how you can definitely build these pages out to really work for you. So it comes down to personal preference at the end of the day. You have this option directly here with just a form, or you could do it without a form. If you're looking to do something with the actual booking option directly on the page, you can start creating these options right away and see results. So it comes down to just basically your personal workflow. So if you want to have a page that's breaking down the process, allows them to book directly a scheduled event here, or you could do it where they are able to select the type of option that they have here. Then you can curate a quote, and then you can create proposals based on that, and if they approve or not, and then move forward. Now, if you use that selection where like I was talking about, you can make it go to a hidden page afterwards or anything like that. Maybe this is where you want to add some details about pricing. You can definitely do that. So we're going to just create another page. We're just going to call it pricing. So we have our pricing page. And this is where you can actually start listing some price options. So if you want to have anything directly on this page, again, kind of think about the familiarity that we've built already with the booking page. So you can go in here and you can just have a little section. You don't have to go too crazy this time, because now we're just going to be listing prices. And this is where you can list items. You can divide up the page and such. So it's just listing what the total cost of things would be. So maybe this is where you would have that option to schedule directly this type of session afterwards. So maybe you want to have that here. You could have that in studio portraits. And then this is where you can start listing what products might cost, things like that, or any other type of service that you have directly on here. So you can have this all hidden away on the page and going directly to it. That way they go ahead and start booking with you, right? So you can have this here, and then you can add some products. And if you already have your products kind of set up over here, you can take them over there again. I'm just going to copy this block, and then I'm going to send it over. And really nice way to do this is you can just roll over to the page you want to send it to, and it goes all the way down to the bottom. So products available might be some title that we might put here. So we're just going to put products. Products and packages, this is where you can really put that together. So you have that there. Next, you can start modifying things. So you can have it where it has information about the types of prints that you have, the pricing that might go with it. So, prints, you might be like, start at $20. Wall art starts at $250. And then for albums, you can say albums start. So there you go. So now you can start putting that together, and then you can really start listing prices if you want to, options like that, however you want to really design this page. Some people like to be super thorough and put like the whole menu. you can definitely do that. I definitely recommend using the FAQ blocks when it comes to that, because they're just a great way to organize this information. You don't have to use it just for facts and questions. This is where you can really put in really good details about stuff. So like the process itself, you can put it displayed this way. You can just narrow down the selections and items that way. So maybe you're doing something like this. So you could have 2 columns, and then we're going back here. We can start putting all our lists for print prices, etc. So you can kind of go from there, so they can see the options available. And then same thing for this one. You can put something for wall art. This is where you can put, starting at 11 by 16, 250. Put all your bigger prices or smaller prices. I'm gonna keep it in order of the way I've got it. So I'm going to put like 20 by 30. And so you can keep going until you have all your prices set this way. You can see what it's styling like while you build it. So you can see that's putting it together. And this is why I like the FAQ section, because you can kind of create these like card effects with it. And then you can see how the pricing model goes. So, come to this page, you schedule, pricing, for the session types that you might have available, let them select. Then you're also able to break it down by products and packages available as well. So they're being able to see the investment opportunity. So this is why I really love it, because the booking page can turn into in the entire investment opportunity. So how do we get to this section? We can do it in multiple ways. So you can have it directly on this pricing page, or you can go to a booking form, and this pricing page, we will set it to be hidden. We don't want people to be able to see it. We're going to go to our booking form page, because now we're going to modify that form. We're going to edit the form. We want it to go to this page that we've created for pricing. So I'm just going to copy the page. And then when someone gets there, go back to that settings. Again, maybe you have a free guide or not. I'm just going to remove that option here. And then we're going to make it go to a constant confirmation. So this is going to send them directly to that page if they're interested in booking already. So if you wanted to have that free consultation, you're going to set that up, but you can send them directly here if you want to instead, so they can see the options right away. So it's getting everything kind of squared of seeing what prices start at. And again, you can have multiple types of session types, kind of like that hub effect that I was talking about, where they can choose the different types of sessions that you might have. So right now we're just going to leave it on just the in-studio so you can kind of get the overall effect of it. All right, so we're going back. We're going to our booking form page. This time we're going to go ahead and fill out this information again. We're going to select, our family session, a friend, and then, I'm looking to do a family session indoors. So again, this is where you could either do the proposal option, but if you don't do the proposal option, you can send them directly to this page. So when they submit, they're going to go ahead and it's going to send them straight to the pricing. So this is where you can list, some information here at the top about booking with you. So if you have any of this information, so I'm just going to copy this type of information over again to that pricing page. Go to our pricing page just to make it a little bit more formal. There we go. So it's going directly to your information about pricing. So we got it here. Then they can see in-studio portraits, how much they are, and start booking directly with you. They can also then start seeing prices for products and such right here as well. So basically, that price wall is now, that was hidden. They've unlocked it because you have that opportunity. You can also put some details here. Get started by booking to see our pricing. Might be something you want to change the wording on that form. That way, it just gets them enticed to actually book with you. And what it's also going to do is give you lead generation. Just in case no one books with you today, it doesn't mean you can't remarket to them down the line. Get started by booking today to see our pricing. So there we go. And once they've generated that and they get to their pricing page, now they'll be able to see this directly on here. And again, this is where you can style this page up and make it look beautiful. So you can customize some colors again. I'm just going to kind of give it that nice little color treatment to it. Just going to keep that there. Going to do the same thing with this block. And there we go. So now once we go to this page, I'm going to hit refresh. And there we go. So now we got this opportunity. We see how it's flowing through the page. You have your prices here, and then go from there. So I really love how this is being set up, because it's creating more funnels and making this website more of a sales tool. Because at the end of the day, that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to get the people who are most interested in booking with you to book with you. So it really comes down to your strategy. What are you looking for? Are you looking for leads? Are you looking for inquiries? Are you looking for people to straight book with you? You can create it in so many different patterns. And again, if you have multiple types of session types, you can have this page where they can choose which type of session you want them to book for. It really comes down to you at the end of the day. So maybe you want this page to have where they actually get the free consultation booking as well. You can add that here too. It's really up to you, depending on your layout choices. So maybe this is where you give them options to select the two types, or you could keep the blocks both here like this. I'm going to copy this block, and I'm going to change this one from in studio to free consultation. So once we go to that page, to the pricing page, you refresh, and here you go. So you have the options, and just fill out the details so they understand what they're getting out of it. So they could either book for a free consultation or go ahead and book you for the session itself. So you're giving them so many different ways to actually schedule with you. And that's what I really love about creating these funnels, because you're getting real inquiries at this point. Now, if you just had a contact page, you typically might just have what we have on the booking form here. Just what are you interested in? You can create those leads that way. But remember, having people choose the booking versus contacts is going to make a huge difference at the end of the day. Because at the end of the day, we want contacts to be more about just questions and how, where are you located at? Do you do this thing? And this is where you can curate proposals, but the booking is going to give you a perfect division of that. So people might get to your pricing page based on that to see your prices, and they might see like, oh, she's affordable or he's affordable, I want to book with them. Or they might say, they're out of my price range. I can see just based on prices of things, I don't know if I can afford this. So this is going to really cut those people away, but go and get the people who are really intrigued about working with you to start booking with you.
Now that you've seen how it's done, now you can apply that to your own business. Remember, your website's more than just a portfolio. Your website is an entire ecosystem built around you. As a sales tool, you need to utilize it more. And in the future, it becomes more important to make your business a better sales tool online. And a website's the perfect place to start with that. So now that you have your website looking great, let's now make it functional for better sales. Hello everyone, and welcome to the Focus Shift video series. I am your host, Jeremy Heiler, and today we're going to be talking about design trends for 2023. Let's go. First up is minimal design. Minimal design has really taken over the space in the last few years. We look at things on devices most days. Everyone's looking at their phone, looking at Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, you name it. All these devices are really taking over the entire design space. So when we're looking at these things, what do you see? You see images and cramped text. So now we're kind of going the opposite way, right? We're wanting more brevity in that. That means letting the images and text kind of have their own space for one another. So when we're designing for that, we want to make sure that when we're designing our website, we're having that brevity there too. We're kind of taking what has been cramped down into social media spaces and saying, ignore that. Let's let our own stuff breathe in a different space. So with your website, you have full control over that space. So that means adding a little bit more spaces, margin, padding in areas to let things really stick out, such as words, some context on the page. Your images, when you're designing a gallery, maybe you want to add a little bit more padding in between the images so it feels like an actual gallery in real space. You don't have pictures bunched up right once another in a gallery when you go into an art gallery, right? You see them spaced out far between. So you can kind of design with those elements in place when you're designing stuff. So let's kind of design what a gallery could look like when you think about that space. First, we're going to go to our gallery page. We're just going to add some images real quick. Just click on the block. Once you click in there, you'll be able to add anything from your galleries or upload directly in here. I'm just going to select some images. So how about we select these? These are beautiful, little bit of modern design, some art gallery stuff. And then when we're ready, we hit insert. And right away you have this design element. And when we look at this live, you can see they're kind of flushed up one another. It looks beautiful this way. but we're kind of taking away from the idea of what minimal design can really do. So let's add some padding in there and see how it really livens up the page. We'll go back here, we'll go back to our styling, and let's go bizarre, let's go real thick and see what that looks like. Right away, you can see that the design elements is completely changed. You know, it's just kind of saying like, look at me a little bit more, especially when you're looking at images at this large scale. So even if we added, you know, no flushing on here, you can see it's like every image has its own style, it has its own look. It's calling out to me saying, look at me. And that's what we're kind of talking about when we're looking at this type of design space. We want these elements to stick out on their own and live on their own so they can have more brevity in there. So if you're adding any text in between any of this, it's having its own style and own choice to stay in a space. So, you know, it really calls out to itself versus being crammed in there. So if I was going to add some title or text effects, so let me just add some text here. So we're just going to add a little text. We'll just put this in here. You can see what it's going to look like. It's going to kind of feel a little bunched up in there, but we want this to call out to itself. So maybe what we'll do is we'll make this a little bit larger. We'll add it into a heading 2. We'll make the space inside thicker. You can see that right now, this text is sticking out way more than before. This is reasons why we're designing this way, is because there's a minimal design going into it, a lot of theory based on this, and you can keep designing on this level. Instead of everything feeling crumped in there, like if everything was stuck together like this, it would just feel too cramped. See, everything starts to sit on one another. It's not having any way to breathe on itself, and that's not what we want. We want these things to stick out. We want the words to matter. We want the images to matter. Instead of it being all cramped in there, this is where you can really design those elements how you want to. And you can break it up with some little design element choices if you want to. You can add more space if you need to with some dividers. When you click on the dividers, you could choose in between, you know, the layouts between a space, you know, using the spacers, or you could use lines. So let's just use some space first. Let's add even more space in between all this. You can choose different levels of it. I'm going to go thick again, and then I'm going to copy it. I'm going to place it right below it. So you're going to see there's a huge space now happening. And now look at it. It's calling out to itself now. It's really sticking out there. And then you can start doing a lot of other things. Maybe you've had this element here, and now you want to add a divider itself. You can start breaking up page elements this way so it's not just living completely in its own space and then starts to look dull after a while, because that's what we want. We want to make sure this is dynamic enough and looks beautiful enough as well. So you can use dividers in those sense as well. You can use different ones. You can use a long one. Let's see what this does. You can see how it's going to break up the page later down. And that looks good, but maybe you want to do something like a flush design where it's almost like cutting it in half, cutting the page in half to, this is going to be about new information. And you can choose different types of stylings for it, you know, a very thin one. There we go. And see right below that, you can start adding more of that divider space that we created earlier. And then go into more gallery images. It's really up to you on what you want to do design-wise. You just got to think about what the full scope is when you're coming up with this style. Now we can see the difference. Right now we have it set to that. We're going to go to our thick space. And let's refresh. You see how it looks so much different here. Now let's go ahead and change that from flushing back to here so they all have a similar design choice. Then we hit refresh. And there we go. You can see these pages are now having some brevity to it. It's living on its own, creating its own ecosphere. So when you're designing something, people can come to your website. They're not just going to get overload stimulation. You're going to let each piece have a thoughtful moment to itself. Each word is going to have its own thoughtfulness. So when you're designing that, think about this going further into the future, and this is a design trend that is happening right now, is thinking about space in that way. So how can you utilize space for your own website? The next thing that's happening for design trends for 2023 is actual symmetrical design. And what is symmetrical design? Well, if you've noticed in the last few years, it's been a lot more fluid design happening. And what we mean by fluid design is kind of a sandbox style. Maybe you're used to it with Photoshop, where you can kind of put an element here and kind of drag it wherever you want to. Now, after a while, that looks really neat and all, but it's gotten to where things start to feel a little cluttered and a little mismatched. You know, people have gotten used to seeing things left or right, but then something's hanging over here, something's over there. Now we're getting back to more symmetrical design, and it's kind of like blocks. So it's thinking about things on the left, then the right, left, and then the right. And why we're doing this design? Because it's so much easier to navigate through, and people are so common to it, you know, especially coming from a Western design philosophy. People are so used to looking from left to right for information. And this goes into Webflow as well. People scan a page, they kind of go down a page like this, just like when you're reading a book. Same thing applies to a website. So you got to think about how you're going to drive that message. Are you creating the design that's going left to right, or is it kind of going left, left, right, right, left, right, left? You don't want any of that. This isn't any code for video games or anything like that, right? We want to make sure that it's very easy to get that information distilled out to your customers so they understand exactly what you do and how to navigate through your website the proper way. So let's kind of build something together that's a little symmetrical. We're going to go into our extra page. You can see I've already kind of built something here, but let's see what it looks like live. You can see there's a symmetrical aspect going to it. Let's play with it even more. I'm going to go in here. You can modify the layouts however you want to. Maybe you want to do something with parallax scrolling, which is really cool. You can think about all the different design choices that you have. So maybe I'm going to choose this one. And then we'll make sure the styling is set to flushing. And you can see what it's going to do. It's going to make a very big, large symmetrical design to this. Look how large and beautiful this is. It's so gorgeous. Right away, you get this full picture. Now, imagine us doing this down the entire thing. I'm just going to copy this block. And then I'm going to reverse it. So think about the storytelling that you're trying to do with your website. You want to make anything feel beautiful. You want to tell a story, that natural progression through your website. So I'm just going to change it a little bit. That page flow design that we're talking about. And you can see right in here that we're already getting into a storytelling, but I'm going to make it even more symmetrical. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to modify the styling. I'm going to add no spacing in between these blocks. Both of them. And the reason why I'm going to do that is going to give it a nice checkerboard pattern. And this is going to add that symmetrical design that we're talking about right in here. And this is what's really nice. So now you have this beautiful design kind of laid out together. And this is where you can start modifying colors and other things like that to be different call to action areas for people to look at. You know, we have this beautiful image here. We have this other beautiful image here. We can change this to a different one. Let's do that real quick. Just going to go to our clipboard. Just going to select this one, modify it a little bit for our pin board or focal point. And now we're getting into the storytelling that we want to do, right? So now we're getting in the left to the right, left to the right. That's what we're kind of doing. We're telling this symmetrical story, and it's going to go down the page in a very uniform pattern. You can even break it up by adding some line dividers. If you want to add that flush design with that thin line, we're going to add that ultra thin. We're going to make it flush. And you can see there's going to be some really cool ideas happening here. We're going to modify it even more. We're going to take away space inside the block itself for the divider. And you can see like it's breaking it up. It's making it very blocky, very symmetrical. This is the design elements that we're seeing that are coming into design trends for 2023 is telling stories this way. So you can see the line patterns. And then you can break up this information with color and things like that. So look at this block, you know, have white on white. Well, maybe we want to add it just kind of being a little off-white. You know, we can make it where it has more of an eggshell color. So we'll go down here just to break up the pattern a little bit. There we go. And you can keep doing this down the page till you get the design choices that you're looking for. Add those call to actions in between there that drive the decisions. People are so used to this format. Left to right, left to right. And you keep doing this, adding that symmetrical design, it just makes it so much easier to read a page at the end of the day. And the nice thing about it is, it goes over to your devices super easy. People are so used to seeing it this way, but when it goes into a mobile, it just kind of goes like this, right? So those blocks that were on the left are now going to be stacked on top of the ones that were on the right. And that's just how it goes. So when you're designing things like that, think about the design position that you want to have on your website and where it can go. And speaking of responsive design, that's the next thing. Responsive design has become more important than ever, as 80% or more people are looking at websites and just everything on devices these days. So you want to make sure that your website is looking beautiful at all chances. So again, what I was talking about with this website earlier, how everything kind of stacks this way, you're going to want to see what it looks like in a mobile form. So when we're looking through the website, look how everything stacks. Is it beautiful? I think so. So our entire platform is designed to be what I like to call magically mobile or responsive design, right? So you want to be sure that you're designing to make sure it looks good once, and then it looks good on all devices. And that's what I really, really love about our builder. You only have to make sure it looks good on desktops, and it'll look good on phone. For the last few years beforehand, there was other platforms out there that were designing for the phone only, and then the desktop wouldn't look as good. It would look like the phone was stretched out. Now, if you're using old website platforms, you might need to think about what the future holds for your phone. Does it even look good on the phone? Maybe you haven't updated your website in a while. It might be worth looking at it. You want to make sure that your website is going to look good on any device as we go further into the future. Next design choice that we've seen happen recently is actually parallax scrolling is coming back stronger than ever before. Last few years, animations have really taken over, but the big thing about animations is they look cool, right? But they are also taxing on page speed and other things like that. So think about when you come to a website and how you have to start swiping just to see something load up on a page. You're having to kind of take this step and then pause. You don't want to have that. You want to make sure that the page has a fluidity when you're going through it on any device. Anything that's going to slow that down typically is animations. Animations are very taxing. They're hidden code in the background that you don't really think about until you're like looking at your website speed for your SEO scores and you're like, why is my website so slow? Well, that code is being generated and it can really bog down the system. You have to think about it. It's calling out to say, hey, do this nice little dance or fade in or scroll up. That is really taxing on websites. Websites haven't gotten as sophisticated yet as they need to when it comes to loading in those animations. They're still working on that. So one type of design element choice that we think is really coming back strong is parallax scrolling. And why is that? It's a simple way to animate on your website without actually using animation. And what do I mean by that? Well, we'll dive in and take a look in a moment. But what it does is it takes an image and fixes it on a plane, and basically it's in the background. And then everything on that website will then scroll, and it kind of adds this dimensionality to it. That's what you're adding to it. You're adding this depth of flavor. And it's like a subtle animation ability that you're adding to your website. This is something that is really coming back, and let's see how you can actually utilize that. Let's add some cool banners that are all parallax scrolling. How about that? We'll just add 3 for now. And we're just gonna add some images from a clipboard. We're just gonna select a few. I'm gonna add this one here for this one. So now we got this going on. Let's see what this looks like. Let's go ahead and make sure that layout's doing everything we want to, no space below. Scroll animation is set to active. That's what the key feature is, that scroll animation, that parallax scrolling effect. This is what you're gonna wanna have implemented on your page. Once it's there, you can preview it, and you can see there's like a subtle animation happening, that reveal of a face once you get to a certain space. You can modify the focal points of where it starts and ends at, but you can see there's a subtle animation happening here. And this is where you can really get into really cool ideas. So maybe you want to add one more flavor to it. We'll add one more animation. And you can see it's revealing things as it scrolls. And now, the cool thing about this, especially when you're using parallax effects and stuff, especially if you're using the banners, you can add text on top of that, and that's just going to add that extra layer of depth that we're looking for. So one things that I like to do is I go in here, add our text. I'm just going to add a little text. And then you can have a subtitle text underneath it. You can have that. And the other cool thing is you can actually have a button integrated on the page itself, which really looks nice too. Then you can link it to wherever you want to. Once you hit those save changes, you can see what the styling looks like. One thing that I personally like to do, and this is just a design thing for me, some of these overlays, I start out with a white wash. Sometimes I can wash out the images, and I know photographers are very important, they like to make sure the images look good. I like to add a darker overlay color. So I go in here, and I just add a dark wash to it, and then you can modify after that how much of the overlay opacity. I'm just going to keep it on 30 for now so you can see what that looks like. So we come here, you can see with the text on top, it's adding this dimensionality to it. And I'm going to add it for all the other ones too so you can see what it looks like. And there you go. You can see how it's modifying things as we go along. And this looks gorgeous. You know, you're adding some dimensionality to it. You're adding the colors, the choices that way. You can keep doing this as long as you want to. And other blocks have these design choices. You can do parallax scrolling with those text plus image blocks that we had earlier. So when we're looking at that, we can add that in here. We can simply just add a little text here. And then we can add title. And then we can add an image. We'll just pick one from our clipboard right here. And then we'll change the styling. We'll go to our layouts. We'll just pick, again, this style. We'll add no space in between, and we want flushing on. And when we're looking at it, you'll be able to see that scroll animation as we go. And there you go. You can see there's a subtlety to it right here. Going in there, there's going to be a little design element happening here. And you can see how this design is coming to life with this look. So this is something that we're looking at when it comes to design for the year. So these are the types of design choices that you could be making right now on your website that's just going to add a little bit more flavor and design elements to it. And it looks really nice without breaking your website speed. And it just looks beautiful at the end of the day. Another big trend that's happening right now in 2023 is earth tones. Earth tones have really started coming back, and I think there's a reason why. I think we've gotten so used to everything having a stark white contrast or darkness. Things have just gotten that way over a few years. I think that minimalist design has really played into that. But I think something else that's happened is we're trying to humanize brands a little bit further than we used to. And I think adding those earth tones, those skin tones back into a website just humanizes it a little bit, adds warmth to a page, and I think it makes it really special and stand out in a different way than it used to. I think back in the day we would think earth tones were something that was a little drab, but now that's coming back with the new sense of design that people are adding to websites, it looks beautiful and gorgeous. So let's take a look at how we can add earth tones into our pages and really amplify our website design. So we're taking a look at our website. We can see what it looks like already. We've added a couple earth tones before. You know, we're kind of getting to these grays and stuff, but we can go even further. So let's just modify a little bit. We're going to go to our colors. You can see the background colors, overlay colors. But if we added more of this tone here, you can see that it just feels a little nicer, right? It's a little bit less drab. It's getting in there, and then you can modify your title colors. Maybe you want them to have that white tone, or maybe they're just a little off gray, or maybe they're following these trends of colors that you got. You can modify them till they get to a nice sensibility that you're looking for, just to really stick out. And then our text color, we want to kind of play into there as well. Maybe it's a little bit darker, just so it's legible. And it gets better. It's, you know, after a while you've seen black and white so much, you know, it's nice to see some color breakup, right? There we go. Now it's got a subtle brown texture to it versus just being stark black. And it looks beautiful. Now compare that to our white and black one up here. You know, it's got very minimalistic look going to it, but it also becomes kind of tiresome. Kind of people get, you know, exhausted looking at so much white on a page. And I think that's one reason why, you know, when we look at paper isn't completely white. You know, when we're looking at novels and stuff like that, there's like an ashier tone to it. So maybe that's what we're looking at. You know, that's what's going through our brains when we're designing these things. Is like, hey, what can we do to make these things more attractive? So maybe if there was like more of these brown tones playing into it, you know, we can mess with these color choices till you get something that you like, you know. So maybe I'm going to play in this ball field a little bit. And you can see there's different opacities. This one's got a little bit more of a muted chocolate tone to it. This one has more of a red tone to it. Keep messing with these earth tones till you get a desired look that you're going for. But you can see how it plays with one another. These feel more natural, more human to the brand that you're designing. Even looking up there at the top with our top bar, you can modify that to that earth tone, and it's going to look gorgeous at the end of the day. And you can go as far as you want to. I think this is what trends that we're seeing right now, and I think it just breaks up the page a lot more, adding color back to your website versus just pulling it completely out. And that's what I really like about these earth tones. It's just adding a little bit more dimensionality as we go into 2023. Another big design element is less design, but actually a feature. People are looking at adding video content everywhere, not just on social media channels, but to your website. Think about how you can utilize video for your own website at all times. And you know, a still image can say 1,000 words, but what more can video do? Video can really amplify your message, your brand, your overall aesthetic that you're really trying to drive home to people. They want to be able to see what you can offer them, right? At the end of the day. So having any type of video content is really going to have a powerful impact in the long run. Another growing design trend we see right now is actually hero images are coming back in a full screen way. For a while, I think they kind of got away. Now they're coming back. And the reason why they're coming back is it looks awesome seeing an image displayed at the largest resolution possible. You know, we are already looking at these things on a mobile device at all times, but isn't it nice to be able to see something that's on a desktop screen that's just taking over the whole page? That's what we're looking at now, and people are getting back to that because it's a real huge call to action at the end of the day. We'll go over here, we'll just click on our banner block again, select your banner that you want to. You can upload an image or a clipboard image. I'm just going to select one from our clipboard. Already it's looking cool. So you can go in here, you can make those modifications. And we're going to go to classic full screen. This is that full screen hero image that we're talking about. So when we come right on into the page, you can see it's already taking over. It's massive, right? You can modify the focal point. If you want more of the face in place, you can do that. This is awesome. I love it. This is taking over the entire thing, so I'm already right away getting a fresh, beautiful vision of what type of style of photography you have. And then you can make this a rotating banner if you want to. Don't be afraid to showcase what you want seen right away. So maybe you want to add a couple more images. That's okay. We'll add a couple more images. We'll go through here, we'll select some, and there we go. So now when we refresh, you'll have the traditional rotation of the banners. It'll go through here, you'll see it, new image will appear. And then give it a few seconds, another image will appear, and there we go. This is giving off a mood, a tone, an expression, an aesthetic that you want people to know about your work, your content that you're trying to fulfill for them. What you can apply to their own business or their own lives, you know, if they're not a business owner. If you're thinking about it for someone's life that you're designing for, remember, this is going to be something that they're going to be able to put on their walls, they're sharing on their social media. So being able to showcase your work in the biggest way possible is them thinking about their own walls. And that's what you need to think about the design element choice. So when we're looking at this, there's other cool things you can do like we've done before. We can add those call to actions in. Remember, you can add a title here. You can add that subtitle. And then you can link that button to where you want them to go. You can modify those colors. And then you can send them wherever you want to with that scroll animation. Having a down arrow to tell them that there's more information below, you name it, it's all there. So think about these hero images when you're designing this way. This huge block is taking over. And then, guess what? You can have the next one have no text on it. It could be flushed out, you know, with on image. But you can also have text on all of them that drive them to different locations. Check out a gallery. Check out my investment opportunities. You name it. It's really up to you on what you're wanting to do, driving them into your website. Remember, you're the director at the end of the day. Which direction do you want them to go? So take advantage of the full screen banner options. This is a really cool way to display your images. And something that people don't know that they can do is actually add mobile banner versions of those images that already exist. So, you know, if you're worried about that the image is getting cropped or anything like that, you can own a mobile version, upload a different image, and guess what? It's going to showcase a beautiful new image in a different way. You can upload the same image if you want to, if it's narrow. You can just select it and go from there. But if you want a different image altogether, you can create an entire different experience on your mobile device. You can say different words if you want to. It's really up to you at the end of the day. So what if I add these two images in? I'm going to flip-flop it. I'm going to have some text here. Then we'll have our subtitle. And then we'll have that button back. That way it has a one-to-one experience on that device, just like that. But then our mobile experience will have a different image altogether. And maybe it goes to a different place altogether. Book today. Subtitle. And then a different button. And we're going to link that somewhere else. You can see right here how our home hero page looks You can see how it has a rotating banner on there, and it's using that narrow scape to design with. It looks beautiful and gorgeous, and compare that to our desktop version, it's a completely different experience overall. So when you're designing for this stuff, you want to make sure this stuff can look good on both desktop and mobile, but take advantage of the tools that are there. For mobile banners, you can use those narrow vertical shots and create their own distinct versions versus the desktop. So when you're designing, you can make it uniquely yours in every way possible. Another trend that we've been seeing lately is lazy loading. And what we mean by lazy loading is actually smart loading. And that is a design element that's been around for a little bit, but people are now catching up to understanding its purpose. It's great for SEO, but it's also great for mobile design. When we mean for mobile design purposes, not every image that you're loading in as a photographer is going to load right away. Because we know photographers, they like to show their photos off. Who wouldn't, right? But the thing is, 100 images now have to load and process on a device right away. With lazy loading or smart loading enabled, you'll be able to have those images ready to be looked at, but the user gets to ask when they want to see them versus just automatically loading in. Let's take a look at how you can create that option on your website. So we have these images here. I'm going to add a couple more. I'm just going to add some in. There we go. Now we have our images loaded in. And you can see right here, there is a load more functionality already popping up. You can go here in our last item link area, and what you want it to do you want it to display any? Otherwise it'll just stop at the 6 based on our layout description that we've asked for. So what if we design this to be a pinboard? We're gonna make this a 3 by 3. You can see all the images will load in that design way however you want to. And you can modify how it looks. Maybe you want to break it up with some horizontal images in there. There we go. Now we got our layout. So when we look at this on a desktop, you can see how it's looking. Now we've made it where it won't load more. But let's go back and say yes. And we add the text where we want to say, load more. What that's going to do is, we know there's more images here to be seen. And see, it loaded in those extra ones after the fact very quickly. But if you didn't have that option enabled and you just had tons of images displayed, it can really bog down the phone service. So imagine what you're doing when you're trying to ask someone to take a look at their gallery and they're in the middle of a luncheon and they can't load up anything. Using these types of lazy loading and smart loading options are just going to help your website load on devices very quickly, and it lets the users at the end of the day see what they need to see. They might have already been happy enough with the first images. They don't have to go deeper if they don't want to. So just think about that when you're designing. And the last design trend is actually one that's been around for a while, and that's the design trend of security. We're trying to make sure that your website is secure at all times. Security has become more important over the last few years, especially in the last 5. With the rise of bots, artificial intelligence, and spam in general, we have to protect our website so we can protect our business and ourselves at the end of the day. To enable those features is really simple. Let's take a look. From the website builder, you can just go to the left side and go all the way down to My Account. Over here, you'll see settings. Here, you'll see policy settings, spam protection. These are things that you're going to want to enable on your website. So when we're looking at, spam protection, this is adding Google reCAPTCHA to your website. Google reCAPTCHA is that thing that you see on websites where it says, how many lights do you see? How many bicycles are in a photo? This is actually really hard for robots to break, so they can't go any further. So that spam filter stops them right then and there. You'll want to enable this right away. Another feature that you're going to want to add is actually in your domain level, and that is going to be called SSL security. You want to enable SSL security because basically it's telling Google that your website is secure to take encrypted information. And what's encrypted information? Well, that's going to be stuff like payments, documentations, form submissions, you name it. Very vital information that's coming from one user to your platform. We don't store any information such as credit card info. That is all done within the merchants itself. We're just a gateway to get to those platforms. So having that SSL security in place It assures Google that your website is safe. And Google likes knowing that your website is safe. What it does then is it actually optimizes your site for that search engine results that way. So these are trends that have been around for a while, but a lot of people just don't get it or understand it, or they pay for it when other places give it to you for free, just like PhotoBiz. You can enable SSL right away in your domain section. After your domain is set up, all you have to do is click a button and enable it. It takes about 24 to 72 hours for it to be enabled, but from there, your website will have that nice little lock up here in the corner that everyone likes to know about. When you click here, site information, connection is secure. That's what you're trying to make sure, that your website is secure for users and for Google purposes. And that's it for design trends for 2023. There'll be more coming throughout the rest of the year, but these are things that we're seeing right away that people are implementing on their websites, not just for photographers, but for all the web space. What are some trends that you've been seeing? Let us know in the comments what you'd like to see. We'd like to know more in the future what types of content that you're looking for, how we can help and present it for you so you can know how to better use the tools that you have in your platforms. My name is Jeremy Holler, and I want to thank you again for joining us today for the PhotoBiz Focus Shift video series. Like and subscribe to our channel to keep up to date with all the content that we have, and let us know again in the comment section what you're wanting to do. What do you want us to see? What do you want us to build? We can do it all together, and we can do it right here. Thank you. See you next time. Hello everyone, and we're going to today focus on actually building with the PhotoBiz platform. So if you've never built a website, or maybe you've built a website before, or maybe you are already a PhotoBiz client, this is going to be a great run through of actually how to utilize the PhotoBiz 9 platform. A lot of things have changed in the last few years. You know, our builders getting more advanced, more tools and features are being introduced, and even some changes to the website builder itself. We have some new things that we like to call the duo build engine, and basically this allows for multiple combinations versus a single layered combination. So now you'll be able to do more combinations than ever before with blocks next to each other to create some very unique looks unlike anything you've ever seen before. Not even in other website builders they have these types of combinations. So it's really great to see what's available and what we're able to do with the builder itself. So today we're going to focus on actually building a brand new website from scratch. We're going to start with the templates that we have inside. We're going to start with one of our new templates. And what's really exciting about this is you're going to see how easy it is to go ahead and have a beautiful, fresh, modern design website in moments. And then we can talk about some other options like what it looks like when you make a few changes, or maybe you start a page from scratch, how you can really utilize what's there. But right away, let's focus on what you have when you first log in. So if you log in for the first time, or you're logging in and you hadn't done it in a while, you'll see account notifications here at the top. This will tell you about form submissions, orders, proofing, appointments, conversation, blogs, and all other notifications. You'll also see the usage of how many form submissions you've had, how many monthly email marketing campaigns that you sent, and the total file storage that you have. So this is what we call our dashboard. From here, you'll be able to see all the tools and products that are over here on the side. So you have website builder, you have the ability to sell items with the e-commerce. You also have a blog builder, so you can write stories. You also have that proofing tool here, so you can, if you're doing anything with private galleries for your clients, you can set that up. Quotes and invoices, so you'll be able to create proposals that then can turn into invoices if approved. You have the ability to schedule directly on your website, so if you want people to be able to book with you, you will be able to do that. And you will have the form tool, so if you need to do anything with custom orders, taking in information, or even creating mini session forms, this is a great tool for that. You can also develop contracts with digital signatures with this as well, so it's a very unique tool itself. You have the contact tool, which is your CRM, so anything that comes through the website is stored here information-wise. And then you have your marketing tool, so if you need to send email campaigns or anything like that, it's all stored right here. Files, this is basically your clipboard area where you can put files at, and also your document files. So not just images or documents can be stored here, you can store lots of different things, different file types, but here is a great place to keep things stored for later use if you use them throughout the website or anything like that. Branding sections where you'll put your universal branding code. So like anything with your logo or information about your address, this can go here and it connects to all the other products within the actual platform itself. And then if you're going to connect your domain and mailbox and any other account, details are in the lower 3 tiers of this section. So right away, you can see how robust the PhotoBiz 9 platform is for your business. So we're going to go ahead and start building a website. That's our main focus today. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to probably build a wedding website. So what we're going to do first is, you would think you would jump right over to building a website, but we're actually going to go to the branding first because I think it's important to go ahead and upload your branding. So we're going to go ahead and put in a logo that we have here. We're going to drag and drop it in and get it in there. So we are Jane Doe Studio. And then if you want to, you can update your company details, anything like that right here, but we're just going to leave this as B for now. So right away, we've already got some branding on the page. And next, we'll go into the website builder. From here, you'll be able to select the template. You'll be able to preview a template as well. So whenever you're looking at anything like right here, you'll be able to view what is available. So let's go ahead, clear off anything on our top bar so we can see anything that we open in preview. So if I was going to preview Raphael, you would see it right here. It'll load up. And here's what Raphael looks like. Big, gorgeous, beautiful template that you could choose from right away. If you wanted to select this one, that might be the one you want to go for. And you can look at all the other templates that are available. Maybe you want to do something with Diane. Very beautiful, very elegant looking, very clean, modern design. Nice little call to action areas down here that drive you to secondary locations. So you can see how gorgeous the website looks by just kind of clicking through until you just find one that you really like and you'd like to add as your template. So just kind of, browse all of them till you find one that really calls out to you for your branding. I'm going to start with one of our brand new ones that came out. I'm going to start with Turner. Turner's a beautiful website. You can see right here, once we get it going, big, bold images, huge layout, right? Just screams right away to the client. So this is just so gorgeous. It's also using some modern tones. We're starting to see a lot more earth tones lately. And it's got some nice little details. This is utilizing that duo engine that I was talking about. So it's got banners next to banners, things like that. So you could turn these into call to actions if you wanted to as well. It's got this nice, beautiful section right here as well. And then this one actually places everything at the bottom. So this is very unique, very cool. I like it because the images kind of talk for themselves versus, any branding at the top. If they want to have any details down here, you can see it down here. And you can kind of just see what the layout's going to totally look like. It looks beautiful. Got a banner next to some video. Banner's playing right here. Looks wonderful, right? So you can kind of keep this going. Upload your own video when you're ready. You kind of see what the rest of the layout looks like. Gorgeous. So yeah, this is the one I'm going to start with today. So you're going to see once we select this one, what's going to happen is it's going to ask us to turn that on. We're going to create the site. And what it's going to do is it's going to remove all the images that were there from there, and it's going to add placeholders. So these placeholder images are now going to appear kind of like a gray little block so you know where to put your images. So if we're looking at this from the home page again, how it's laid out, you can see it's identical to the one that's here. So we're going to keep that going from here. And let's see what it looks like in live. So here's our new live site. You can see our branding's here down at the bottom. And you can see it's got the colors, everything's here. Everything is laid out exactly as is. But now, with just placeholder content. There it is. Same design, right? Just now it has all this placeholder. So this is where we would want to add our own images. Well, how do we do that? Well, you can select the block itself and then just replace all the placeholders immediately. You could do that easily. Or what I like to do before I even start is actually add them to our clipboard. So again, over here is that file section. So if you know these files are going to go on your website, and this is just images that you want to represent on your website, and even the ones for your about page, anything like that, that's going to go on the website itself, facing the clients. This is where you would put those right away. And it's really nice because you can just click upload, and then you can just drag and drop the files you want to showcase. So I'm just going to drag and drop all these files over there again. Let them upload directly into the clipboard. And then what's going to happen is with the clipboard, these files will be here, but if you use them anywhere throughout the website, you can add from the clipboard, and it's not going to take away from the total usage of how many files you have as storage. So that's one of the big benefits of the clipboard, is you can have multiple use of that image in multiple areas, and it's only going to use it as one time. All right, so we got some images uploaded here. There we go. So what do we do now? We go in here, we can either click on the block and then go to our clipboard and then add them this way, or you could just remove all the placeholders here that you see available. You can delete those by just dragging and dropping over here. And now there's nothing in the block. So then we can go through our clipboard, select the images that we would like to represent in this nice little layout that we have here. I'm just going to select a couple, and then we can remove some if we need to, but they're here and they're available. Okay, I'm going to insert this many. Looks good. And then I'm just going to move around some pieces. You can see how it looks. So maybe we start with this one as our big, large one, or maybe this one from here. We can have this one up here. We can then have something a little bit more intimate in these blocks. And then just kind of curate your own style and look that you're going for, so they can understand what type of photographer you are, right? So you can kind of mess around, remove images if you need to by just dragging and dropping, and just move it around till it looks exactly the way you want it to. Yeah, so this is starting to look nice. Nice little details, and then just kind of preview everything, you know, what it's looking like. Just gonna move this image here, I'm gonna move it there, and then I'm just gonna remove a couple images that we don't need right now, because we're gonna probably use them in a different area. So I'll stick with this. We'll see what we got right now. We're gonna go ahead, look at that live again. So you can see this is where the placeholders were. We're gonna remove them. We're gonna hit refresh. And you can see right away, these big, beautiful images are now loading in on the screen. Gorgeous. And this is compared to what's there before. You can see what's there. You just kind of get an idea of what type of images you want to express on the page. You know, close-ups, intimate shots, anything like that, a floral, you know, wide shots, and then you can mix and match. Again, like maybe you want a black and white in there. You can definitely move that around. Maybe move this one out. You could have something like that. Move out the floral and have it where it's like this. It's really up to you at the end of the day what you're looking for design-wise. But you can see there's a romantic feeling to it all. And now that's what we're trying to convey with this imagery. And maybe you don't want the black and white since everything is color up here. That's fine. We can move that out too. We can make it where it's, you know, take this black and white out, move this one down, and then maybe we move this one in its place, and then hit refresh, and you can see how it's laying out to the design of the website. And we already have this color scheme that we're going for. Maybe that's what we like. We can keep it this color tone, and then you can just start seeing other places where there's blank spots. So this is where we would go through and just start replacing. So maybe this is another part. We'll click on it. We'll go ahead through the clipboard. We'll select a different image. Maybe we select this one. So that one's there. Then we'll replace this one here, again with the clipboard. See how the clipboard makes it so fast to just change? You can go through, just select an image that you like. And again, it's literally just replacing what's there to make these big, bold visuals, and just kind of look at the template as you go along, how you're building it, the tones, the colors, how the images match what you're trying to convey. And then you're going to change all this text anyway. So these text here is all placeholder as well. You'll change this out with your own context, but this is just a perfect guide to go by. Everything's laid out so you understand how you should put information into a website. You know, if it's information about your portfolio, this is a great place to talk about your portfolio. If this is information about, you know, just call to actions about, you know, why they should work with you, this is where you can put that information. And then this is where you're putting all those SEO, information here, where you're located at, and what makes you different. This is the type of style of, web page you're trying to develop, so people will actually engage with you. And again, it's just literally dragging and dropping. You can change things, add things, you name it, however you like to do it. I'm just going to add a few more pictures. Put one here. You can see it's going to give us a dynamic look. I'm going to go through another one, place this one. And this is where maybe we put a little bit of our black and white in there. Do something like that. And you can keep mixing around. Maybe like this one's a little bit cropped differently. You can go through here, you can mess with it by clicking on image, and you can change where it actually moves at. So you see the focal point is where we want the picture to actually use more of. We want this displayed differently. Maybe you want their head to be more visible or less. This is where you can go through and make those modifications. Or if you don't like the image at all, you can go through and select a different one. So maybe I would select this one with the floral, or maybe one with the rings here. This is a perfect place to put that. There we go. So now you can kind of see where it's going. Maybe I would try to do something that matches that on this side. Just get familiar with the tools while you build and how you want to design it. Maybe this is where we put that floral next to it. It's a nice little capstone to the end of the page, right? Yes, that looks gorgeous right there. Nice little texture to it. And then this is where you can add another photo that links into, a place where they can then go in and stay in touch with you. So maybe this is where we would put something that's, either the black and white color, maybe something else that pops real hard. This would be really good. I'm just going to select this one, see what it looks like again. And if it's too large, you can modify that. So right now it's set to this style. You can keep it this way, looks beautiful, or you can modify the layout. That's the nice thing about it. So if you want to change something, maybe you don't like it from the overlay of the bottom, but you could always do something like this where it's kind of from the crop to the side. And it'll come out like in a box like this. So you can keep it where it's all unified to the page, and all it is changing the layouts. So you can change the layouts to any of these blocks however you want to. And that's the really nice thing about the PhotoBiz builder. Everything is fast and easy to make updates to, and if there's something you want to change, you can easily change it with a click. We already got a new design. We like the way it's laid out. This page is pretty much built. Next would be just changing all the context on the page with your own information, but this page is ready. When we compare it to the sample, we only made one change, and that was how this block is displayed down here. And there you go. So simple, so easy. Next, if I was going to update another page, we'll go straight to the About page. The About page is where you'll have information about yourself. This is one of the most trafficked pages on your website, so you should make it engaging about yourself. So let's see what the sample's doing. They have an image at the top, it's a little romantic, and then one of the photographer itself. So this is where you want to put a picture of you. So we're going to go ahead and update the one at the top. Go do our clipboard again. I like that black and white look, so maybe we'll go into this one. See what it looks like. We'll go to our About page. That's beautiful. So now you got this nice dramatic piece at the top, and then we can cut to a shot of the photographer yourself. So this is where you would go in, choose something from your clipboard, put up a few photos of the photographer. I'm going to add them, and there they are. Again, we can review it, see what it looks like. Looks really cool. You can have it that way. Again, you can always modify the block. So maybe you don't like it where it's overlaying. You can always have it come off to the side or a different layout. It's really up to you. So like, what if we made it a circle instead? You could do something like this, where it's almost like she's peeking around it. So you can make it very unique looking. Compare that to the other. kind of see how it's going. So you have different layout choices that you can choose from. So maybe you want to use the circle for this one. And again, change all the content in here. And then we have our video. Say this is our video. We've got it in there. We placed it in. We can go down here, change the banner that was next to it. We have just this nice image of the bridesmaids. Yeah, maybe we got something in here we can choose. Let's see. You can go through here. Here's one with bridesmaids. Then you can remove that stock placeholder image. Refresh. There we go. Now we got something going. So when we're looking at this page, we're refreshing it, we're coming down, we're seeing all this beautiful shots, and look how gorgeous this page is. It's already laid out. Again, you would just change it with your own information, and it's almost done. A few more images, 2 more. Look at this. How easy are these to change? Again, building a website's easy as long as you make it easy for yourself. As long as you have the right images and you understand the tools that you've been provided, you can make these changes in no time. Your website can be up in minutes. And we say that because it can. All you have to do is select your images and then have your content written, and you'll be ready to go. Add this photo. And we'll change this one. So now we got something going on, got a nice little texture to it all, and it's coming back down to a booking form. So that's what we want at the end of the day. We want a page where it has no dead end. So we get down here, there's something to do. On our home page, we get to the bottom, there was something to do, and it's another form. So you're always giving them the opportunity to sign up for a newsletter, connect with you, or something of that nature. We want to be able to make sure that we're staying in constant contact with our customers and our leads. Next, let's update our gallery. Again, the gallery is set to have very appealing, beautiful shots, and it's using this huge collage style, which looks gorgeous on a huge screen like this. It looks awesome. Easy enough. We can do that. Let's go back over here. Let's go to our gallery. See all these placeholders? We're just going to remove them. Again, like we did earlier. Just get rid of all your placeholders. And again, your gallery can be as long as you want it, but we recommend at least 30 to 50 images, no more than that. And the reason why we say that is if a customer can't purchase from you at that point, then they're not worth it, right? Your photography needs to be able to sell itself. I can usually, as a customer, figure out if I want to hire someone based on 10 shots. So your first 10 shots better be your best 10 shots. So let's go ahead and craft those shots together. We're going to go ahead and add these in. And if you had more photos, definitely want these different from just the ones that are on your homepage. I'm just utilizing what I have. We're just going to remix it a little bit. We're just going to move the order and stuff like that, just to give it some pop, just in case people missed them. So we're going to add them in. We got them in. So we're on our page. Let's go ahead and mix it up a little bit. We're going to bring this image up. We're going to move this image to the front. And then we're just going to mix and match. We're just going to play around, create some dynamic looks, some unique styles. We want to bring everything together, make it cohesive, make it feel on brand, make it feel strong. And once you have something laid in, you can kind of go in and look and examine what it looks like. And then again, hit refresh once you're ready. Again, here's what the sample one looks like. It's beautiful, but here's what our photography looks like in there. You can see what it's doing already. So you can make modifications if you see anything you're like, I don't like how it's laid out, but you can make those modifications on the fly. Like the only photo I'm going to change is this one. And again, it might just be the focal point wants to change. If I want to do that, I can bring it up to here. And once you made that change, there it is. And what's nice is if you have your gallery set up, you can enable it where people can click on it and they'll be able to view all the images by just clicking on them. And then go back and forth between all the sets of images that are available in that gallery. So you can view it at full size. Gorgeous shots, beautiful. This gallery's already done. Ready to go. Next, setting up your blog. This blog is already pretty much put together. You can see that we have some placeholder blogs where you would just change the context in it, but if you were going to write your own blog, you could. You could add those here real quick and easy. So let's go into our blog page. We're going to have our blog post. We're going to change the banner. I'm going to click on clipboard, and we're going to make this something a little different. Just going to make it this shot right here. There we go. So we have that in. And then you can modify things, like maybe you don't like the colors, maybe this is not dark enough. What's nice is there's overlay effects and stylings that you can choose pretty much virtually every block. So maybe I'm going to drag this down to 60% because I want this to be a bit darker on the page. There we go. So now it's there. And then your blogs. So your blogs are being displayed from the blog tool itself. So if you ever need to add new blogs, you can. And you could replace the placeholders here. Or you can just create a new blog. So I'm just going to say new blog. And who is it by? You add the blog. Then you can just write whatever you want to say here. I'm just going to take some context from another blog, just so you can see the visual aspect of it. Copy. And then we're going to go back to that blog post. I'm going to create a new blog. There it is. There's our words. And of course, we got to have some images. I'm going to throw in a couple from our clipboard, or you could upload directly in there. We're just going to upload one maybe of just this couple and maybe this image. So maybe we're doing that, those two images. You could have it stacked like this. You could change the layout, however you want it styled. You can do something of that nature. There we go. There's our blog. When we look at it on live, here's what it looks like. Easy enough. Beautiful. Looks gorgeous. Set it to publish. It's published. So now, when we go back to our website, you'll see that it's feeding in from the blog section that we just wrote a blog. So all the placeholders are still there, but here's the one that we just wrote. Here's what it looks like in live. There we go. And you just do this to all of your blogs and fill it up. And it's ready to go. And these, of course, can be triggered the same way to look at full screen. Your blog's ready. Let's roll over to our next page. Okay. So now we're going to look at our contact page. Simple enough, just an image and another one right here. Go through our contact. We can add one here. I'm going to replace this one. We're going to do this one a little bit more based on our photographer. Maybe it's like this. Them at work. And then we replace this image here. Same thing with the clipboard. And then you could have something that's a little bit more stylized if you want to. Maybe this one is a wedding one. You can showcase something here. I'm just going to select again, maybe this one right here. And then this page is already ready to go. Stylized, easy, straight to the point. We can see that they're editing. We're going through everything that way and then going ahead and connecting with them. We've already pretty much built this entire website. Next is where your client galleries will be located. So let's go in there, see what that looks like. Again, have something that represents the brand. You can then modify the layout if you want to. Maybe you want this a little bit thinner. You can select that, or stick with the short. Or maybe you want to just have the color a little bit darker. I'm just going to set it to 60. So when we look at the page, there it is. And then these will be where your client galleries feed from the proofing area. So how does that work? We're going to go over to a proofing real quick, just to set it up one. You can see that you have these events already. So you can add images directly to them. I'm just going to add a few images in there. And if you have any photos that you would like to add to them, you can definitely do that. You just add a new gallery. We'll call this one just photos. And then you would just upload them or select the ones that you have. I'm just going to select a few for now. Make sure our cover page is set up the way we want it to. I'm going to select vertical split because I like the way that looks. You can then look at other options if you need to password protect it or anything like that. Or if you're going to do cover page email collections, all that will be stored here. And what resolutions you'd like to let them download as. And then when we go back to the website builder, you'll see that Monica and Craig are ready for this one. And then you would just do the other ones exactly the same way. You just kind of make sure they're all fulfilled. So this is a great way to kind of subliminally market how busy you are, which is very important when it comes to marketing yourself as a business. If they see when the dates were when these were published, people are going to think you're really busy. So it's nice to kind of have this so you can showcase it if you're okay with your customers being showcased on that end. So we're just going to call this some photos as well. You can then go through, just select a couple more. I'm just going to pick one for this one. And then we'll go to the other one, and then we'll put this one. Just to show off the diversity of the gallery itself. So we're in there. Here they are. And then you can modify it. Maybe you want a layout to be a little bit different. Right now this looks like it's set by 2 by 2. I can go through, change the layout. I can change it to row of 1, 3 if I want to, or more rows if I need it. So right now I'm just going to do 1 by 3. And there we go. So now it'll display this way. Gorgeous. And then if they want to be able to get into that one, it can be password protected. When they try to get to it, they have to put in their email information to actually access this gallery. And it's already branded. It looks fresh and vibrant for our brand. Clean, no problems. Love it. I love building a website. It's so fun. PhotoBiz makes it so fun to build a site. There we go. And now this page is done too. All right. So in less than 30 minutes, we've taken a template and removed all the placeholders, added our own images to it, and even added a gallery. And we've put a blog together just so we can represent it. So what would be the next thing before even getting the website launched and everything was, of course, replace all the text on the page with your own text. That's the only thing that's missing out of this time. Again, all the images are there. Now it's just replacing the text, and that shouldn't be too hard. What I recommend is going ahead and building all this out, writing it out on like a Google Doc or Grammarly or some other writing program, have everything written out, and then you can paste it in. You can copy it from there, put it in those blocks, and just modify it to your own words. Very fast and easy. Then you're good to go. If you don't have any blogs ready, you can hide the blog page. If you're not ready to have blogs on the website, just go over to it, click on the tab, go over to settings, and make it hidden. No one has to see it till you're ready. So that'll disappear. Down here in the corner, you'll see. Now it's just this. So the blog is actually hidden now. You have to get there with a direct link, or you can completely disable the page till then. Then no one can access it. So it's really up to you on what you're doing. I'm going to make it visible again, just so you can see. And there it is. So fast and easy. But I know what you're saying. Like, okay, of course, you built this page in no time with the placeholders. But what if I'm trying to build something purely custom to my page? Well, let's do that. Let's do that together. Let's create a new page. We're just going to call this one New Home. So maybe we want a different style altogether. What's nice is you could take things from other pages. Maybe you want this block on that side. You could easily copy and then drag and drop to that new page that you have. And what it does is it goes all the way down to the very bottom of that page. So if there's anything else on the page, there it is. It's already on this page. So we've already made this duplicate, but there's some other elements I want to add to this home page. So let's go ahead and go to our About. I like this video playing here. I'm going to copy it. I'm going to take that over there. I'm going to drag it to our new home. And I want that to be at the very top. So now when we come to our new home, we can see how it's displayed here. It's playing at the top, but we're going to do some customization to it. So let's take a look at it right now. We have it set on a different layout. It's on banner. Maybe you want it full screen. Make it the whole hero. You can do it like this, where it's starting out like this, and then it rolls down. There's a few things I want to do. I want to add a little divider between that to break up the two. Just to add like a thin line between them. Nice little separation. See, now it's starting to feel a little bit more familiar. You want it to be identical to the other one. You can go through there. You can make it ultra thin, something like that. There you go. Now it's matching exactly. You can see how it's going down from the page from there. So now we've got this big, bold, fresh, vibrant page. But what if I want some text over top of that? Well, guess what? With this type of block, you can. So we're just going to add something that says, you know, with the video, you know, your love story. Maybe we'll write that. Yeah, let me capture your future today, and then you can have a button that says book today or book now. There we go. And then you could link this to a private booking page or an investment page or anything like that. So we'll have it go to a booking page. There we go. So there we go. We'll modify our stylings. Right now it has a overlay effect. I'm going to make it darker because I think darkness adds a little bit to it. It's going to help with the contrast, and it's just going to look a lot better. Sometimes things can get washed out otherwise. Our button colors are already pretty much set, and I don't want that down arrow. I don't want it at all. Let's get rid of it. So we're going to do that. I'm going to hit refresh. So there we go. You can see this overlay effect. We have it set on there. It's got this going on. You can go through and modify. Right now it's set to 80, but I'm going to set it to 50. See what it does. Just going to add a little bit back to it. So now we got this beautiful look going on, and it looks gorgeous. We're starting our page down the line. We're seeing this right away. And maybe you only want 1, 2, 3 blocks displayed, not these last two. You can modify it. You can go through here, and we know we want 3 displayed. So here's where you can remove images. We know to that part right there, and then remove this one. And this is going to give us the effect that we're desiring. So there we go. Now it's only going to have those 3 big, large images right away. Next, this is where you can cut in and add any other type of block that you want to. So maybe you want to add a divider again. You can simply copy the one that you've created before, drag it down below the other block, or you can start mixing and matching things. So maybe you want this block to display this way, maybe you want some text next to it. It's really up to you at the end of the day how you want to design it. Right now we're going for something big, bold, and flashy. Having that video display, big images here. I'm gonna have this right here. You could end this could be the page if you wanted to. But you know, next would probably be adding something that has a little bit of, you know, title worth. You know, so we're gonna put that there. You know, maybe we put a wedding and portrait photographer from Greensboro, NC. You could have something like that. So we're putting all that information right there on the page. It's going to pop in. There it is. Maybe we change it so we get it all on one line. Just make it that way. How about that? Maybe make it 4. Maybe that'll get this over. No? There we go. So now we got it over. And then I'm going to add another divider. I'm going to bring the one right below it. There we go. now we got our page. It's getting put together, and this is where you would put those other details. You know, if there's something like here, some text that you're working on, again, you could just click here, paste it in. What do you want to say to your customers? What are you trying to engage with them about? And then you can start adding more dividers and other spacing and things like that, just to make the page feel more alive. This is really, really valuable. You can also start adding different layers of it. So maybe you want to be a little bit medium instead of thin. You start putting that space in there, you can start seeing a big difference in all this text. There we go. So we got some things going on now. Just giving this more brevity to the page, which helps with reading and helps with people being able to see everything displayed at the end of the day. So we got this. Next, what would you like to happen? So, you know, next would be probably putting something here that either represents you as a photographer or, you know, maybe the menu, the navigation, I like to say, the secondary navigation. So this is where it can be more visual versus just something on the menu layout. So then you can come down here, you can add an image block or list item block, whatever you want to here. You can go in here, and then you can have something that represents you. So maybe this is where we put the photographer, and then you could have another image that represents your photos for the gallery, and then connecting with one another. This is where you can add something about like just getting in touch with you. So there's our three images. Those are our three big menu items. So we're going to call this about. And then you can link that directly to your about page. Same thing here, we'll call this gallery. And you can link that directly to the page for gallery. And then for your contact, you can link that directly to your contact page. Not rocket science, huh? Pretty basic, simple, easy. And then we have it set up this way right now. We're going to change the layout. Currently it's set to that display, but maybe we want to make it all vertical images. You can set it up this way where the words come underneath, or you can see how it's displayed here. You can see the words. We're going to change the color just a bit. I'm going to make the title color this orange color. So you can do something like this where they're all stuck together. You can then also modify the stylings here. Maybe you want to add a little spacing in between them. You could have something like this where it's visually big, bold, and stunning, and then comes down into this style. Or you could go in, have rollover effects for these, and then you can set it to like a flushing style. And flushing is going to make it go like this. It's going to pop it over and has that big, bold look. And then you can modify. See how there's a rollover effect? I'm going to modify it just a touch. I'm going to make the overlay color this tone, this cream color. I'm going to keep it this orange for the other. And then for our styling, we're going to turn out the opacity to about 50%. And let's just see what that looks like. So now you can see like there's an effect going on. And you can keep modifying this till you get the desired look you're going for. Maybe you want to have it where the orange is the color, and maybe we use this white as the title. There we go. Refresh. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Now it's got some pop to it. So when it scrolls down, now we're getting into here. So you can see you're making this have dramatic flair. And what's really nice about it is it's all going to be mobile responsive. So with the styling and the layouts, you know, you can go through and modify that. I want everything to be in single column. So when we're going to look at it on a mobile device, we'll look at that at the end just to see what it looks like at the end. But you can just tell right away it's got some gravitas to it. It's looking bold and fresh and vibrant. What else would I do to this page? Again, I'd probably add another divider here at the bottom. And then this is where you can start doing anything else that you want to. Now you can see what it looks like. We can add other options. Maybe you have a video you'd like to display. You can add a video here just as like a singular video. Maybe it's something about like, you know, about your photographer or who you are. You could add that all here. We'll do a text plus image. We'll upload one here. We'll just put one from this image here. And then you can modify the layout. Maybe we just want to have this kind of come over like this. So we're just going to make it display like this. And then you can have information about, you know, why people choose you. Then you can have some information laid out here about why they should choose you. You can also add a button if you want to drive them somewhere to booking maybe. So we'll add a button that goes to that booking page. Right there. So now when we take a look at it, we can see how this is laying out. You can make other modifications, like maybe you don't want this divider, or maybe it's too much. We're going to make it ultra thin again, just so it connects cleanly. There we go. So now see how the design of the page is laying out. Everything's feeling very pictorial, very collage-like. This is the style that we're kind of going for. So when people roll over here, you can also put something above this so people know that this is a navigation point. You could add something above it saying, you know, select, you know, or learn more. You could have something like that. Learn more about my services. That can go right in there. Can nestle right in between this section. And then between this section, you can actually utilize dividers in a different way. We can actually turn them in to lines. So maybe we utilize a line here. You can then check and see how you want it to display. I like the ultra thin personally. You can keep it on long. We'll see what it looks like. And then you can modify that even further. I'm going to add another divider. Just break up the space a little bit right here. That way we give the text room to breathe. And we'll do it again right below it. So you can see how the page is breaking up now. And you keep modifying this till you get the look that you really are going for, but it's really, really fast and simple to make these changes. It doesn't have to feel overwhelming. You can just make it style to the way you want it to and then move on. And you might want to add like certain sections to have more images or something. What's really nice with the duo build, I could come in here, I could add a little section right next to it. And maybe we want this to be a list item block. I can click here, I could add this here, and it could be something that represents, I don't know, we'll just add an image. We'll make it a circle. We'll make it a single circle. And then you can make it say something like, you know, it's a row by 1, by 2. You can kind of mess around with the style of it, but maybe you just want some text here like a testimonial. So you can make it a testimonial. So it's like Trish. Just a little bit of text here. Something like that. And it could be right next to it. So you can start creating like little dynamic sections like this right next to it till you get the look that you're going for. And then again, you can keep modifying it. So maybe right here, we're going to add a little bit more text just to kind of fill out this section a little bit more. There we go. So you can have it like that. You can also change the stylings. Maybe you want it to be thin so it's not so squished in there. There you go. And just keep messing with the layout till you get a desired look. You know, you keep messing with it. You can add another one next to Trish if you wanted to. I'm just going to modify the colors real quick. I'm going to make the title color this orange, just so we can see what it's doing. That way you can see how it's laying out. It's looking really nice here. You can see right in here, you can add more text if you needed to. We can keep Trish as is. Or if you don't want this paired with text, you could just put the text up there. You can keep this as is. If you want the testimonial to pop up, it'll be really large right here, but you can keep it like this if you want. Or you could pair it with something else. You know, maybe you want it to be a call to action to a gallery. You could have Trish right there, and then another point right here with a banner block that could drive people over to, you know, a gallery or something like that. So maybe we want this to be more the darker tone. We could have that. We'll say something like view gallery. And have it there. Save. Then modify the colors however you want to. Whatever you're looking for, you know? You can have it be really large call to actions. I'm going to make this a banner, drag it in there. Same thing, I'm going to select that one again. Then you can just make it a large call to action. Work, something like that. Button, you can add a button to it. Then you can select where you want it to go. Gallery, save. And then you can modify the styling any way you want to. Maybe we want the overlay color to be that dark again. We can have it that way. And then we can see what it's looking like. So let's see what it looks like right now. So you can see how things are customizing. You can see how this is kind of spreading them across. You can keep modifying that till you get the desired look you're going for. But you can come up with very unique styles and patterns. It's really up to you at the end of the day. So you could have something that's really punched out like this, that comes down, or you could just eliminate it altogether. It's really up to you. But if you want to have more testimonials, you can definitely add that. Just add one more, just so you can see what it looks like on the page. There we go. There we go. So now we have both Trish and Liz. They're on there testimonial wise. And then I'll just add some, you know, again, some space in between all this. Change it from a line to a spacer. And here I would also just make it a little bit thicker. Medium thickness. And there we go. So we got some testimonials rolling in there. Come through there, and then now we're into our menu, our secondary menu option, and then we're rolling into the actual section where people can then see, you know, different types of call to actions that you might have. So if you drive them to a booking page or anything like that, this will be displayed here. So our web page is looking pretty strong. You know, we got something that's going on. It's beautiful, and then you can add a form if you want to in the page. You can definitely add something like that if you like. Or you can just move on to the next design of the page. It's really that easy. You know, we're trying to get people to be enticed to wanting to work with us, to learn more about us and things like that. So when you're designing these pages, think about the structure of what you want. You're trying to drive them to a booking page, or you're trying to drive them to an investment page or a gallery itself. You can do that. So we have this booking page already here. So let's go ahead and modify it real quick. Add our own images to it just to have it ready. I'm going to go through here, our booking section. I'm going to click here. I'm going to then modify what's on the page. And with this, I'm going to select, I like the floral. So let's go with the floral. And again, I'm going to make it darker. I'm going to choose the darker tones so the overlay is there. That looks good. So then I'm going to modify it. Styling wise, I'm going to make it down to 60. So we got that page. It's a nice start. And then all these are set to like different products or services that you might have. So how would you modify this? You would go through the actual e-commerce section. So when you go here, you can see you can sell online prints, digital images, packages, products, services, you name it. You would go through here, see what you've set up for those packages or services that you might have to render. And when you have those, they'll be in here, and you'll see that they're available. So these are set And when we're looking at them, you can go through here, you can see what's available. These are set to the weddings. You can manage those scheduled services as well. If you have them set up through your scheduler, you can set them up there as well for people to be able to purchase from as well, wedding portraits or bridals. And all you have to do then is have images that represent that style of photography. So you'd go through, again, choose something that represents it. And then make sure all your settings are set up properly. And you're set. Same thing with bridal portraits. You just go through, add the images that you need to represent that style of photography. And then you're golden. All right. So now when we look at the booking page, you're now going to display the images, and then they will be able to book through them. Now, if you need to modify anything for the settings, you can modify the layouts itself if you need to. You can easily do that, or you can just go through the actual images themselves and make modifications by clicking on the image, and then you can see the edit focal point. You change the focal point. So there we go. Same thing with this one. We can go back through here, and then you can edit focal point just to bring it up just a touch. There we go. And then they'll be able to book your services by just clicking here and moving on. And once you've set your times and everything like that, what your availability is, they'll be able to book you directly on your website. So what have we done already with this today? We were able to build a website, get it online, have it fully functional for booking, having it ready for design, everything. We had a blog already set up. We added all the images over the placeholders. The only thing relies now is actually changing all the text on the page to represent your brand. So that's it. When it comes to building a website, it's really, really simple, and PhotoBiz makes it impossibly easy. That's what we want to make sure that at the end of the day, you understand that you can do anything and build this website on your own. But if you do need help, we do have assistance available. You'll see here down in the lower corners, when you click the orange icon, this is our PhotoBiz assistant. It'll walk you through setting up anything. So if you're working on a specific block, you click on that, then you can hit the assistant. It'll teach you how to make modifications to that block. And if that's not enough, we actually have live chat that you can talk to anytime you want. Under 2 minutes typically is our response time. So our team is available to help you when you need it. So let's take a look at what we built today. We've rebuilt our homepage on Turner with our style of photography. You can see everything's laid out in a gorgeous way. We're utilizing the color palette that's there, but you can change the color palette however you want to. You can easily do that by just clicking on the Design tab in the top of the website builder, and you'll see all the accent colors here. And if you want to, on the block level, you can make those changes directly there too. So when you click on it, you'll be able to see colors that you can modify directly on each block. So maybe this section is utilizing a custom background color. You can easily customize it with your own colors by just selecting here and then modifying it. It's really up to you. But when we come back over to here, you can see all the styles, everything's laid out. All it requires now is me to add my own text. And then I'm ready to go. See what we've done with our About page. Gorgeous. We've modified a few of the layouts just to represent us. We wanted more circle shapes, so that's looking really nice. We have this video layout that's just playing. Looks beautiful. And then we have our frequently asked questions. Modify that however we want to. Nice little ending. And then we have our nice big bold gallery. Representing our images, looks gorgeous as well. This is what you're looking for. This sells it, right? People are going to be booking us in minutes based on this layout. And then we have our blog posts. So if someone wants to read more about us, they can go right over to our blog and start reading. Contact. You can see that we have our contact ready, so people can go ahead and start booking with us as well. We have our clients page, so it's doing that subliminal marketing, but it's also giving us access to see those galleries for those clients. So when they click here, they'll be able to go ahead, put their information in, and then go in and make selections to the purchases that we set up for them. Gorgeous layouts, beautiful. Then we developed an entire brand new page utilizing our builder because we wanted to see what it was like to build a page on our own from scratch. Really simple, really easy to develop with. We even added some custom text and some testimonial sections, some nice rollover effects, and nice big call to actions. We also made our booking page. It's beautiful, it's gorgeous. It's got ways for people to book us directly by scheduling on our time. Simple enough, right? So what else is there to do? Well, let's see what it looks like in mobile. Let's do that first. Make sure it's looking the way we want it to in mobile. We have some tools we can look at, but here's how it can look like in mobile. You see the layouts are gorgeous, it's built beautifully. People will be able to roll over, go through exactly what they're looking for, however they want to look at it. So here's what it looks like in mobile. You can see how beautiful it is right from the get-go. It's basically taken that design and made it responsive, so we can see what our layouts look like, and it's gorgeous. You see our About page, information about us, frequently asked questions, other images, check out our gallery page. We've laid it out this way. It looks awesome, simple, elegant, beautiful. Same thing with our blog. See how that looks. Then our contact page, our client page, it's amazing. All this in less than an hour. And then our love story page. You can see how it's going to look. It looks awesome. And last but not least, our booking page. Let's book today. How about that? And then we would book. Easy enough, beautiful, gorgeous layouts, all done within this hour. I want to thank you all for joining me. I hope this made it look really easy. That's the entire point. I want to show you how simple it is to make a beautiful website in less than an hour so you can be online in minutes. That's the main goal. We want to make sure that you see the simplicity of it, that you don't have to overcomplicate it. What's the next things that would be involved? Well, changing and adding your text, adding your own products, and then the SEO portion. And then you're pretty much online. Getting your domain set up will be the next thing, and then you're go. We hope this masterclass is teaching you more about how you can utilize your tools online. So if you've just started, or if you're an advanced user, you can see how easy it is to make modifications to make better business online with PhotoBiz. Thanks.
And that's it. We want to thank you for joining us for PhotoBiz's Masterclass for 2023. I hope today's information was super valuable for you. I hope you could take into the future learning more about how to create better investment pages, how to also create a website in general, and how you can also create better social media and SEO for the future. Please let us know in the comment sections of what you think about today's event and what you'd like to see in the future. We also have our Focus Shift video series that is now available on the PhotoBiz YouTube. So go to youtube.photobiz.com, like, share, and subscribe to that content, and let us know there what type of content you're looking for the rest of the year. Me and the rest of my education team, again, want to thank you for joining us today, and we can't wait to see what you build in the future to build better business online. Peace.